So it's only my dream here in the region. It's the technique of global learning. What say, and step up, but searching for us. So this people are all the about this year. Three countries in the world. When you say it possibly says to be created by registrations with every year, meaning that we live with focus on nature and well-being, people come to seasonal creatures like sloths and iguanas. But the Costa Ricans are moving into the reporting and hopefully visitors to local cities. It's because crime is on the rise. It's usually and particularly not second year since 2023. Urban critics, judicial investigation in these provinces. They are authorities insist it's a local issue and especially attract there's still warning of where around. We try to use this phones, cell phones, and professional tools so they can find but and then you know where people I'm not really sure that. I mean, original where people can downtown to our life. One day, the parents that drop website makes the home or people phenomenon. There's a little the history of the reason for it and CNN security to be factors. All the points out the earliest rights available and historical forensic classification and services to expensive. With some of the patient approachable, it remains to be seen how you go out of experience in that area. And to look at I'm going to have two men and
Places can be to be what's so difficult to be far away from media as possible. Practice to make clients, expectations, the kind of anxiety, and the ability of what is about to come. All of the hundreds of different media companies that are there, want to tell the story, it makes you think that I didn't hear it's amazing. And you want to try and normalize and pay that down. So don't turn a telly on in a hotel room, don't just put your phone on anymore than all the social media, etc. Try and make it as quiet and as chill as possible. I didn't get excited on anything, but really, actually, you said like normalize it. You know, the only good players I believe have won the 18 months previous, to be honest. So they were incredibly experienced when it came to this, and they almost helped me. Very relaxed the hotel night before. First one said, because I was a professional, and I knew what they were doing there before. It was easy. It was just a matter of well, so I remember. They know what to do, so I was completely different cycles of what we're here's the one though. Here's more of the thinking now. It's troubles and it's what do you expect to do? The young more dynamic teams, amazing power in that team, huge confidence. I think the mindset's been a big shift. Wolves at least been brought by Lewis Enrique, who's been successful on the triple in the playing area of Barcelona. He's not looking to do it here now, but these guys are the one and they will do in life. You know, what will be done. So that incentive there, I thought, it will change them to be down and they will go very confident. That's I think we've got to do it.
This is the first time for so many of these players in this situation. The pressure given, it was all about this.
It's obvious that can they do it there's few dispensations, but there is where they've been here. There's opportunity to play in this final. Sometimes that one is a business. If they don't freeze, I think that's what the force is
Given into the defense and experience final between Manchester City and Manchester United. The team being young, they know how much do you think that experience in those will count?
The other things that you last time they were there, they didn't get any feeling together. So they all get the end of their area, they all in the phase. This could be their last year of college and the same with America. So it's up to them to do it. Whether they team is I mean it. We are creating changes and things that the reason. And now they have to over the last 60 more the same thing. Right. So probably a really different influence. All they do it. The surprise is really good because they really shook them down and made them look forward to them. And that's where they think you're going to do that again all day because you've seen outside the ability to leave, they've got strength on the bench in case they need to change it around. Even if they need to change it manager, I think it'll be a nice idea. I think the midfield area and or a Juvenile or whoever plays in that country, if they can stop them, you've got a wonderful chance. You've got that experience defensively. He's allowed to be able to do that.
And all the other in the dressing room with Michael players get a chance to walk around this evening. See you around the field.
Play the game, not the occasion. I think they're just simplify it. Both trying to take the game what it's not over habit. It's really we go back to normalising things. It's such an important factor because if you let allow it to feel as big as people want it to, and the media make it feel, and the occasion for that fighting games, not the big ones, but in some games in your career where you see where you go. How do we impact in that? We didn't impact the game, and the game kind of passed you by. One of the worst places to be. Don't allow it to be like that.
But what does it feel like when you get your hands on that trophy?
It's that feeling. And it's on the show. We really found this as a view. And then it was on the boat, something with a private plane. 4 or 5 private planes hitting the boat because everyone's fine.
Finally, quickly, your prediction.
I'm going to go PSG to win. I think it'll be close. I think it's 2 goals for one I'm going to go for. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't win this moment, but I'm excited with PSG.
Yes, I think Paris Saint-Germain will make it to be the first time they albeit immortal all these players and I'm going to need to read
It's clinically proven to strengthen recommended species everybody. It's really these ups and downs, but still has them to hurt. Good question. Discover their and what life's new for the aircraft frequent members facts. This is the root of utility to repeat from with its DNA trends. Put them together and there you are. So that started today, the ancestors. Some of the Americans delivered still show comfort and vegetable show or color involved. But things that never changed. To continue that commitment, starting by the new year 2025 recognition. Join us in celebrating every year for the UN and get exclusive offers on some
We invest where there is a real mathematical need. And right now, cancer is probably the biggest share every family, and it is the word that when you hear, you got petrified. Have significance in the way that we understand cancer and we can treat. I believe that with these new technologies, cancer will become a new distant, a chronic disease. So people can live with their cancer as they live with diabetes, as they live with their high cholesterol. They can live with their cancer for many years, exactly quality of life, and of course, at the end of the day, it is cancer free.
What technology do you think gives us the best chance at a cancer cure?
There are so many, and probably it's a big combination of different technologies to together.
There has been partnership between the pharmaceutical industry and the federal government in many ways, and the NIH to academic research centers that leads to new discoveries that then can get picked up by pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies and carried along into testing. And that we get new growth. Concerned about the 40% proposed budget cut to NIH in terms of the pipeline of new ideas that come to science and to create medicines?
Yes, I am concerned. And I'm concerned also because at the same time, other countries like China are increasing their funding into the academia, into their national institutes. So if we break any of this chain, of this large ecosystem, it's not good for us. I'm against it. And we are in discussion with the administration about many things. That's the only. And there are many things that we agree with them. And there are clearly things that we disagree. Ethics, we've discussed about the position of Secretary Kennedy and some of the directives that they are issuing. Clearly, we have a very big gap and there's a very big disagreement. And my approach is that we express our disagreement, but I don't want to exhaust our communication only on the things that we disagree. Because when you speak with them, including Secretary Kennedy, you have find several topics that we are driving along together. And we are working to address those things as we agree to disagree on the things that divide.
What are the things that you agree on?
They are speaking about fixing the field chemistry. This is an area that it is extremely important for science, because when you have exclusivity only 9 years for small molecules and 13 years for large molecules, then everybody will not do small molecules. So I think the president ordered it, and president and the secretary agrees that it needs to be fixed.
A transgender high school student who was pushed into the national spotlight by the president has advanced the California State Track and Field Finals. Donald Trump threatened to withhold the state's federal funding over her participation in the championships. CNN's Julia Vargas Jones was there for the competition and has this report.
Is at the center of this controversy over the participation of trans women and girls in sports and her campaigns to the final of the California Field Championships here in California. Really good news is that the CIF took place this week, where they fully added an extra slot for cisgender girls to participate in the event where AB represents. So they for our girl that would have made California has been transgender athletes to compete in the category that they identify. Now, the justice of explaining whether that state a federal and they said that this cannot be a sex-based discrimination in any learning institution that was changes from the California a good compromise with the previously
there are only two judges at the federal law at a divided Supreme Court. This case started in Massachusetts. Seventh grader Liam Morrison wore his two genders to church and school. He was pulled out of class and sent home. He returned wearing this modified version that reads, "There are censored genders." That too was banned. Lee's family reached out to Alliance Defending Freedom, and the Massachusetts Family Institute filed a lawsuit claiming that his First Amendment rights have been violated. Here's part of the deal the Alliance Defending Freedom made with Liam, discussing the issue in his room.
When I'm 12 years old, I have my own opinion, and I have a right to express those opinions, even at school. This right is called free speech. It's protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. My school is concerned about expressing its views on a wide range of political topics. My school's annual Pride and celebration is a pretty clear example. My school spends all June expressing its view on LGBTQ+ issues, and school officials encourage us to wear our pride gear and celebrate Pride Month.
The lower court cited he should not have been permitted to wear a shirt that said there are only two genders. I mean, the message could be seen as demeaning to other students and potentially disruptive to the learning environment. The Supreme Court let that lower court ruling stand and declining to hear the case. But two conservative justices, Samuel Alito, joined by Justice Clarence Thomas, strongly objected. In his dissent, Alito wrote the following: thousands of students will attend school without the full panoply of First Amendment rights, battling which is worth this court's attention. Alito accused the lower court of inventing a new test that deletes the court's own precedent in Tinker versus Des Moines 1969 ruling. The court said that schools could only restrict speech that materially disrupts class or infringes on the rights of others. But in this case, Alito said that the school acted to vague concerns and suppressed the student viewpoint while encouraging other messages about gender on campus. He even referenced the social media post of one student wearing a t-shirt that read, "He, she, they, it, okay." Alito noting that the decision below left a great many students of that core First Amendment protection. Here to talk about it is Liam's attorney, David Fulton, senior counsel for the Alliance Defending Freedom. David, schools are in a tough position, right? Having to police speech issues when they arise. There's that Tinker case where schools can restrict speech if it's perceived to be disruptive or invades the rights of others. But the guardrails, the boundary lines are so clear and defined.
There's I expected the court to take this case to clarify those boundaries. But what I would say is, even though school officials are in tough positions sometimes, I would say error is better free speech. If you want to get into these cultural things, if you want to promote yourself as the school did, then let me talk about it. They can talk about it in ways respectful, which Liam did, but you want to have a conversation because that's how democracy works. We don't want to encourage censorship. We don't want to encourage cancellation. We see too much of that now. You want to encourage them and how to have healthy debates because these issues will come up in their lives.
It's rare that a 12-year-old or seventh grader would have such passion on an interest like this. Was it coming from him or from his parents?
No, absolutely coming from him. It was one of the interesting parts when they contacted us for assistance and we looked into the case, it was completely Liam's idea. In fact, he asked his dad for permission. He said, Dad, this is what they're doing at school. My friends and I don't agree with it. What can I do? They actually went online, got the t-shirt, ordered it, and wore it to school. And what's interesting about it is when the school itself is promoting this debate, I think the saddest part is it says, okay, you can jump into this debate if you agree with it. But if you dare take it, if they're just going to soothing you, then we're going to censor you enough if you speak, and that's not the way our education is.
Well, and that's what Justice Alito objected to and other things. In other words, the school and social media, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the school and social media promoted a shirt that said, he, she, they, it's all okay. Then Liam shows up and in first period gym class, he's sent home because of his shirt that says there are only two genders. And then on a different day, he comes back with the censorship shirt. And this time, he changes his shirt rather than miss another day at school. That's the chronology here, right?
It is. And what's interesting about this issue is when the school gets into this controversial cultural debate of the day, if they take the wrong side, it hurts everything. So in this instance, what Liam's arguing here is, look, my state protects everything. So take the situation and reverse it, and you have a clean protect. We're going to feel like there's only two genders. And as soon as the school says there are many genders, teachers, they produce their two. So this is censorship of the school. It seems like everything should be a Liam's side, no matter where he's from in particular.
The appellate court found that his t-shirt is characteristics of personal identity such as race, sex, religion, or sexual orientation. Isn't that true? Wasn't he demeaning the characteristics of some of his classmates with his there are only two genders shirt?
No, not in fact, it was the most respectful way we could address the situation. So Liam's going to school, having with the courage to disagree with his point of view. And if you say it was demeaning to them, then why is it why is there actually demeaning to us? And especially the fact that the school such a side on the issue, what you do is you let students disagree, they do respectfully what you did. But what they should never do is say, your opinion is demeaning when it's not. Because if that's the thing, then none of us will get to speak because everybody's always offended with what he's trying to do.
Right, but I guess the t-shirt that says these things they it's all okay. Like who's upset about that? Who's feeling the brunt of something mean-spirited by that compared to there are only two genders, which I'm sure that many would take as an affront if they're in the LGBTQ plus community. You get the final word. Go ahead.
Sure, and what's the reason for Liam that he gives a different opinion? By the way, it says biological fact. So his t-shirt says a biological fact. He has it in biology class, and somehow that's beating when he says it. So what I would end with is the fact that is it demeaning to Liam because he gives his point of view that's really true to say you're the bully, you're the one who's engaging in hate speech instead of having a conversation with the kid and not taking side on the usual thing.
Counselor, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Good to be here.
Iran is being accused of carrying out secret nuclear activities dating back to the early 2000s. That's according to a confidential report from the UN nuclear watchdog, as reported by Reuters. The International Atomic Energy Agency says at least 3 locations in Iran began its undeclared structured nuclear program, and that some activities use undeclared nuclear material. Tehran, for its part, rejects the report outright, calling it politically motivated. Meanwhile, a separate IAEA report sees a jump in Iran's stock of enriched uranium. If enriched further, Tehran could find enough uranium for 9 nuclear weapons, according to the agency. Trina Parsi is the executive vice president of the Princeton Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's also the author of Losing an Enemy, Iran and the Triumph of Diplomacy. He joins us from Washington, D.C. We have President Trump saying this week he believes his administration is very close to a solution for a nuclear deal with Iran. But now there's this report that they hid nuclear activity and grown its uranium stock. What do you see happening next year? Will leaders react, and what does all of this mean for a potential deal with you?
First of all, we knew that the Iranian program was growing. In fact, it's been growing dramatically fast ever since Trump pulled out of the deal that is negotiating. So that is in and of itself to me. The report showed that there were activities prior to 2003 that are questionable, which people also knew of. More details were being provided, showing that the Iranians were not being fully honest back then and have not fully accounted for everything since then. So those are obviously concerning developments. The question is, will this report be used to trigger snapback sanctions at the UN, which is something that the Europeans have the ability to do and are very inclined to do? Now, the threat of snapback sanctions could be helpful towards making sure that everyone gets in the best behavior and negotiates and compromises. However, if they are triggered, then there's a high likelihood that the Iranians will walk out of not just the JCPOA, the entire non-proliferation treaty, and then we will have a major crisis. So I think the Trump administration sees this as a valuable pressure, but if you actually have to actualize the pressure and go for the snapback, then we're going to be in a very bad situation.
Do you think in any way that this shows that the consequences of violating any non-proliferation agreement are not strong enough if Iran is acting this way behind closed doors?
Well, this is what happened more than 20 years ago. And the fact that there was nuclear negotiations, all of these sanctions imposed on Iran is precisely because of the fact that it was clear that they had violated parts of the NCP. So it's not as if the punishment hasn't been there. The Iranians have been under sanctions and UN sanctions more than 15 years. So I don't think that it shows that it was too weak. The question is, why are we having such difficulty actually making sure that we get to a solution that prevents them from having a nuclear weapon, and then it is a deal that we stick to? Because we had a deal, Trump got of it. Now, I do believe that he has a very good chance of getting an even better deal because he's willing to put more sanctions when he's in the case. But it means that all sides need to drop their maximalist position. And one of the challenges right now is that the Trump administration says they want to see zero enrichment of uranium, no activity there. That has never worked. Every time we have pushed for that, it has actually backfired because the Iranians have expanded their program and all kinds of realistic restrictions that we can get in the program have ended up being released.
Joining me now is Judge Kevin O'Leary. He is, of course, also the chair of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, nice to see you. Some of these same on the radio yesterday, and the listener response was none too happy. They say, oh, Musk was in it for himself. He had access to our own private data. He was cool in his apartment. You would say what?
No, I think he was the comment in terms of his objectives. He said he could say where he would be there. That should be a part of believe in me. He brought forward into the taxpayer psyche a new idea of running government, which I find extremely interesting. No one's ever done it with that. What he did experience is what most people do. Washington is a very nasty. And the closer you get to the sun, the more you're better to get hurt. He found it okay. Good learning. I've only studied when you want to come over a year. Because it is. You did a masterful job. And most people were offended by the speed at which you had it and the way you implemented it. At the end of the day, taxpayers would like to save money, period. And I don't know why everybody can't get behind that. The more you think about what he did, the more he could.
So I think you've just answered my question from Kevin O'Leary's perspective. Which was the bigger impediment? You don't think it was his methodology. You think it's the bureaucracy and the built-in institutional fiefdom.
Yes, I believe that to be correct. But in the end, we learned is there's a value to the check and balance. Three different values you got actually certainly has. You have this area. I mean, you have to do it. You take this mandate, save $1 million here, save $1 billion there. You have to actually do this. And that's where the system drives gas. You can make a recommendation. If you can't be executed on, you cover it. You know, as an employee for 130 days, you wield no power. You have even he and Janice and that's what we learned. But at the end of the day, it's I get it. Imagine saving $1 trillion. If you in fact did that, it would tell you how inefficient government is, how wasted it is. What a horrific outcome to learn that. At the same time, you want the savings. That's why those that read so that it's impregnated into the minds of taxpayers everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're who doesn't save money.
I'm worried that the approach has now poisoned the well. Because of the half filter, the shot way in which this was attempted, the next time somebody's willing to step into the lion's den and have a serious conversation about waste, fraud, and abuse, people are going to say, oh, well, we tried that with Elon and it didn't go so well. Where do we go from here?
I think it doesn't go away. I think, taxpayers, I don't believe trust government as much as they did 20 years ago. I mean, we have right now, he's gone and spent $3 trillion deficit in this tax. And there's lots of I'm not sure you're aware of it, but I'm a huge advocate. I read it. And I found something quite shocking in there. If you took government support money, this is the CEO's program. Here, it's free. They're going to change all of it. This is something that's playing through the bill. It's up to him on the big beautiful bill. But that's the kind of thing that the meat grinder now at the House. And I think listening to this deficit just growing as you call it outside this door, it's getting pretty scary. You're right, rates have doubled. This is really almost 7% of GDP. We're right at these limits. And the only thing I will say you should consider is when they scored this deficit out for the years ahead, they assumed the United States economy would grow less than 2%. I find that way off story. With the economy growth 10%.
Quick final question. Give me the 30-second answer. Can he still sell sneakers to Republicans? I'm thinking of Michael Jordan, of course. But going back to Tesla now, it seems like he's alienated the progressive purchasers of those vehicles. And yet conservatives haven't embraced the whole EV movement the way that liberals have. So what's the future of Tesla?
I'm a Tesla shareholder. My social other shareholder. Within 3 or 4 weeks, people forget about Washington. And they see it work hard to make sense. I think we'll do okay. I think we're trying to burning dealers down the speed and say that's the better good in the world. And that's what matters the most. Is it good product? The answer is yes. I think we'll all be over to the shareholders. For these cars, they'll be happy when it starts to become driving.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you for being here. I appreciate your insight.
Take care.
It's new hires and pay wage.
The face of the paper, the HR software for busy leaders.
The actual amount is likely to be much lower, but CNN analysis will spend less than those savings and verified or supported by documentation. That will be analysis latest details. Most of all, this is lots of still be advised, is this a fairly clean print? I mean, I think divesting himself in this companies definitely it's not one. So if sort of Tesla and SpaceX back so this stuff might be in they obviously slow down as a process of very nice. So selling those when you know people are agents to see the agents are using the debate and
President Trump today held a office send-off for his friend Elon Musk on the tech billionaire's last official day of work in the White House. The president praised Controversial and so far underwhelming cutting efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Musk says he will continue to advise the president and DOGE work.
However, they continue to take that. So the
It's not good for the kids, so that plus the way. So it's not me because it's that days. Production is explain things.
Let's take a look at the fact. Musk claims that he could cut $2 trillion budget. As of today, DOGE has claimed only $175 billion in estimated savings on its web page. The actual amount is likely to be much lower. In fact, CNN analysis has found that less than half of those savings are verifiable or supported by documentation. Zach Rolfe has been looking at Musk's legacy at DOGE, and wonder, first of all, is it true when this can say, still be advising, or is this a fairly administration?
I mean, I don't usually go back to the office after they throw me a going away party, but I'm also not Elon Musk, so we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in what he can do because he was a special government employee. There was a timeline on how long he had worked for the administration. Divesting himself from his company, he definitely does not want to get rid of Tesla and SpaceX and all of that. So I think that this felt like the end. But they have been very careful to say that he will still be there as an advisor. It'll be interesting to see what that actually means.
So who's running DOGE now? Who's leading the way?
There are people at DOGE. They created it was an existing office, created it as part of Obamacare, and it's been staffed with people from lines of Musk, but also people from software in the government and people from their companies. So, and it does carry on as an entity. It's not going away just because Musk is going.
What is the status of their cuts, though? Are they continuing to cut? Are they continuing to take that proverbial change to the U.S. budget, or has that whole process slowed into other barriers?
Definitely slowed, as you see from their website. If you go, they're just listing fewer and fewer things. As people pour into these, there's a lot of litigation going on. Just can DOGE continue to do what it's been doing? It wasn't really created to take a hacksaw to the government. It was created to be basically a tech support organization. So can it continue to do this? So keep your eye on the courts, but also, what happens next will be, they won't have the power of the Musk behind us. So it's not going to be quite as front and center, I think, in the Trump administration.
The rise in disturbing cat torture videos being sold online. It shows that in the past year, this shadow-ray network has expanded in scale and circularity around the world. CNN has been Washington spoke to activists and internet sleuths for his report. But please note his piece contains graphic descriptions of violence, which some viewers may find distracting.
This Chinese who asks not to be identified.
At first glance, these might seem like rescue cats at some kind of shelter, but look closer and something much more sinister is taking place here. These are actually advertisements to torture and kill cats on camera, shared by communities who celebrate the performance of extreme acts of violence against animals.
Disorder, sexual sadism, and the motivation underlying it is the sexual arousal or pleasure in the humiliation.
This activity is Indian and would be considered human in most countries. But we found this kind of violent, disturbing content in mainstream platforms like X, YouTube, and Facebook, which means your children could potentially find it too.
Pretty easy to have videos requested in the US and produced in places like Indonesia and then distributed all over the world for maybe $20-$30. There are cultures that are in Turkey and Japan and Malaysia.
Who doesn't want to reveal her full name for safety reasons is a volunteer in the activist group Feline Guardians.
And so the faultiness is necessary.
Feline Guardian says a main nexus for the production of this content is in mainland China, where in less than a year they've documented a 500% surge, the equivalent of one new cat picture video every 3 hours. Chinese state media has named and shamed some individuals for alleged animal torture, but there have been few criminal prosecutions because of what legal experts say is a glaring loophole. The stand alliance comprehensive against increase. This Chinese volunteer, who asks not to be identified, infiltrates and exposes networks of animal abusers. Part of censorship is politics and pornography is actually very strict. But regarding animal abuse, there is no supervision of the state. In other countries, law enforcement has been cracking down. Turkey, a country renowned for its abundant street cats, announced a number of arrests of suspects accused of torturing and killing cats. While in the US, the FBI has conducted arrests in Utah, Wisconsin, and Texas in the last 2 years. In a month-long investigation, CNN infiltrated some of these animal abuse networks. And what we've learned is that to avoid detection, these members often speak in code and sometimes even disguise themselves as cat lovers. Three groups require newcomers to demonstrate their own acts of violence to get into these clubs. Activists and experts worry that some tech giants' decisions to reduce vetting in social media platforms may make it easier to share this truly awful content with the wider public. I've been watching CNN.
CNN has submitted questions to the Chinese government and the tech giants about the issues raised in this story. YouTube and Telegram said that content promoting violence against animals is banned on their platforms, and they try to remove it on a daily basis. Meta declined to comment other than to point to their policies, which include removing some content that is, quote, particularly violent or graphic. So far, the Chinese government and X have not responded.
And our money lead Americans in their spending in the wake of President Trump's tariffs. That's according to new data from the Commerce Department. It said consumers save more money in April compared to just 1 month earlier. Also, spending mostly on necessities, housing, healthcare, and groceries. And I want to bring in Stu Leonard. He's the CEO of Stu Leonard's Grocery Stores, a small regional chain in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Stu, you source much of the food from U.S.-based suppliers. Have you noticed any disruption in the supply chain because of tariffs?
No, there's a couple groups of Mexico and Canada, fresh food territory under their map. So we have salmon's really right now. We have really good fruits in our whole produce section here. No tariffs on that. We haven't raised the prices the same as they were. You wouldn't even notice. Now here's where you do notice tariffs. Things like this, with bananas, okay? We're getting them from South America, and then also from Chile. But California's lighting up right now. We're in the local produce in America right now. So a lot of things that we're buying from Chile and we're able to get from California, from Florida right now, and we're coming in the local New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York and producing some great stuff.
So here in the lead, we talk to small business owners just about every day about Trump's tariffs. Some are in favor, some aren't. One sector is seeing some relief is the domestic seafood. Do you think any of the benefits of that?
I tried this weekend in the Los Angeles. This is one of the nice 15-pound salmon. The price is not going up right now. And then the same thing with things like this. I know, I heard your customer. Here's something you would love. The big company like steaks, no price do not care if you're significant local trust. So I think what we're seeing right now is there's a couple things that are being impacted. Like for instance, they don't grow bananas in the United States. What am I going to do? I got to
sheriff on those things, but what I've been doing with them is splitting it. I'm feeding at the sheriff and the supplier getting at the sheriff. That's going pretty well. Not even, I'm just taking the sheriff on it with small consolidation. Because I don't want to, we don't want to go to the small business that's selling 60 letters right now.
Yeah, these reps are, I texted my wife, they're gonna be coming by to pick up. And it's just a one city steak in the Mattingly house. So it's two little grocery stores. Appreciate it, my friend. Thanks so much.
You mentioned putting on the defense case. Do you think Diddy's gonna testify? Do you have any idea of who might go and be on the defense?
I don't think he's really taking up. I don't think so because he's charging us. And he'll have everything else.
Well, you know, I'm not sure how many skeletons could allegedly be in one's closet and what has come out in terms of what they have alleged. Is that I have his mother, his children, his daughters, or his sons are there as well. What is it that he managed to his children? Some of them lost their mother tragically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not people take understand that as well. These are children, right? You know, they only live in Canada. To them and co-signs and stuff like that to show that they know. He wasn't there for farm, he wasn't there to put him up for school anyway. It's hard that.
I did have a conversation last time we had Children on the program, and he was calling in from prison, and he was talking about, similarly, he talked about what he did to testify. He seemed to think that it was in his best interest to testify, otherwise he feel like there's something to hide. And obviously, jurors are going to be instructed, you cannot prove against somebody who doesn't choose to testify. But one thing he did say was he believes that it would be okay if that President Trump would ultimately pardon him if he were convicted. President Trump was asked about that today, if he would pardon. This is the idea, but if he is right, the state if convicted, will the president pardon him?
I would hope that he's in.
Eddie, however you grill, Misha's the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weather, Big Green, Creek, and Black. It's good stuff. Pretty perfect.
My brand new collection, my soul, it's a perfect thing to have a need in your kitchen. And who would want that? Very sexy, value perfection. And that's sanity. So Skeptic, we don't want to live up in the kitchen.
Think so.
The all-round collection, 5-4. And I would say, is the place for you. I've got a system.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want wider teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical Light provides 2 shades wider teeth as well, providing 24/7 sensitivity protections. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelves.
It's time to get out of Dillard. For Cottage today in New York City. He had to leave as a special government employee to reach his limit of 130 days of service. This exit led to a joint pressure yesterday. Trump thanked him for his service to America. Plus noted he still expects to achieve the $1 trillion in subsidy. He'll be back.
I expect the president to provide it by whatever the president would like.
Some speculated the farewell was not so fond, especially after Musk several days ago threw some shade on the latest economic bill supported by the White House because of his concerns that it would end up with the deficit and debt. Back in November, I had a poll question for Comics.com. I asked when this bromance would end. Here was the result. Nearly half thought that it wouldn't last 100 days, but it did. Where he worked in the house longer than the first 100 days, but doesn't get done. I guess 27% came the closest. I know that many of you are afraid that is gone. I'm not. Don't get me wrong, I don't like the way that Doge went about its job, mostly anonymous, totally rogue, outside the line. Yes, erratic, seemingly unplanned as far as I can tell, inconsistent to the eaters. You're weak. They saved the government around $170 billion. Many challenge that number, but even if it's half that or less, it's better than nothing. On top of which, I'm willing to give Musk and President Trump some credit for sparking a conversation about waste, fraud, and abuse. The first that I can recall since Simpson Bowles was debated in President Obama's watch back in 2010. I just wish it hadn't been so misguided. Larry Sentner, writing for Politico, observed the following: "This is the creature of Silicon Valley, a scion of the PayPal agency, whose leadership and willingness to take big risks propelled him to unparalleled wealth and influence. And Washington, he would soon discover, was an entirely different beast. And in the end, it proved too wieldy for Musk to truly leave his mark. He was a man used to breaking things in order to put them back together in his image. But the features of Trump's Washington proved shattered resistance, sending the world's richest man scrambling back to his other ventures. I find that to be so depressing. Helping among the many who's lamented the absence of critical thinking, disruptive influencers within the bureaucracy. If only a Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos would apply their savvy to Washington, I've often said. Sometimes on radio, I go so far as to joke that Steve Jobs has lived and applied himself to problem, one that bedevils all of us, to come up with a permanent solution to the bane of our existence. And such is my reverence for justice that I actually knew what Musk at least stepped into the arena. He was willing to take his lumps to make a great effort and personal sacrifice. I think he really did want to streamline government and reduce our 37 trillion in debt. That's over 100 G's per person by the night. President Trump, I'm not so sure. He never spoke of our debt during the campaign. I've always worried that his objective was to remake government in his image. And if we reduce the debt along the way, that would be an added benefit. And I think any savings that Trump could demonstrate might be used as a justification for a tax cut in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, over which, as noted above, Musk have parted company with the president.
But the first step toward this,
like, disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the North Korean is doing.
Here's something else from that Politico piece that I quoted. It says, behind the scenes, though, Musk was clashing with cabinet secretaries whose agencies he was hell-bent on following. Think of these and sometimes profane interactions between Musk and other top administration officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, began to surface in news reports, and Musk and Peter Navarro, Trump's trading guru, quickly sparred over Musk's disagreement with Trump's sprawling tariff regime. Again, not in defense of a haphazard approach that generated many debunked claims, but I doubt I'm alone in appreciating that somebody was willing to stand up and demand accountability even from cabinet secretaries. That too, long overdue. I read two things this week with relevance to our deficit and debt. The first is from Peter Orszag. He was President Obama's director of OMB. He wrote an essay for the New York Times, and he warned the following: the wolf is now lurking much closer to our doors. Annual federal budget deficits are running at 6% of GDP or higher, compared with well under 3% a decade ago. Interest rates on 10-year treasuries have more than doubled, around 4.5% now, versus over just 2% then. And in the current fiscal year, the government is projected to spend more on interest payments than on defense, Medicaid, or Medicare. That's right. Our borrowing now picks up more each year than each of these big essential budget items. And with regard to the Big Beautiful Bill, Orszag said this: in its current form, the budget legislation moving through Congress would only exacerbate the challenges we face by further expanding the deficit. But the first step toward fiscal health is not any specific bill or policy proposal. It's to recognize that our fiscal risks are alarmingly elevated, that we won't make much progress on the trade deficit unless we reduce its twin, the budget deficit. The second reading of significance was actually in a work of fiction. On Tuesday, former President Bill Clinton and best-selling author James Patterson will release a new thriller. It's called The First Gentleman. I've already read it. It's about a husband of the nation's female president. He's a former NFL player. He's charged in the murder of a cheerleader. It'll be a great beach read. But here's the thing. Some plot in this novel involves the president's desire to get a grand bargain through Congress. And what's the grand bargain? It's a serious effort to address our long-term fiscal instability. I figure this was one of President Clinton's contributions to the novel, given that the last time the nation had a budget surplus, it was on his watch. In the book, there's actually a detailed plan to solve the nation's debt. I'm not going to give away the murderer or the other, but when I spoke to President Clinton this week, we did discuss the book's fiscal plan. It involves a 15% global corporate tax rate, as well as repealing the carried interest tax rate that many see as a loophole for fund managers. There's much more to it than that. And that's just one potential plan. The point is this: we must take our debt seriously. President Clinton notes that the problem has gotten worse in the last 5 years. Our debt is growing at an unsustainable rate. And Trump's new budget for the renewal of a huge tax cut will probably make that much worse. So I share President Clinton's concern for our fiscal well-being. Look, given the public perception of delays, much of it merited, I'm just worried that this effort poisoned the well for the next time somebody's willing to try it. Say what you will, but at least Elon Musk tried. So I'm sorry, Washington, that the establishment, that the status quo will continue, and we will never know whether it could end a different way with a different thing. Hopefully, we won't have to wait a few more decades for another.
Tonight, Elon Musk was serving to respond to a brand new report in the U.S. that he allegedly used drugs far more inexpensive than previously known. At the same time, he was rising to prominence in Donald Trump's inner circle in the final weeks of the 2024 A report that said people familiar with Musk's activities that drug consumption went well beyond including his telling people that he was taking so much ketamine that he was seeing bladder. There's Musk's response or lack thereof.
False reporting on your Applegate.
Now, for this, did done some years that he took ketamine, that he used it legally with a prescription. At the time, he said it was every other word, something like every exact word. But it was the time. Same day that President Trump bid farewell to Musk on his final day with Doge, which included Trump presenting Musk with this golden fuse, beautiful house that you see there. Up front now, Megan Tilley, who voiced the story for the New York Times. And Megan, I really appreciate your being here. I mean, this report is just unbelievable reporting that you have done. And I was saying you must have described this ketamine use in your before when you told her, yes, I use it, but every once in a while, it's an amount. You did interviews with more than a dozen people who know Musk and spent time with him over these past couple of years, and say what he said. That's right. My colleague Kirsten Bryan and I have been reporting on this for months, and what our reporting found was that by the time that he was giving that interview to Don Lemon in March of 2024, his ketamine habit, which was more extensive than he acknowledged. By then, he was using ketamine on a much more frequent basis and sometimes daily basis. And we also found that as he rose to political power last year, as he joined Trump on the presidential campaign trail, he was telling people that he was doing so much ketamine that it was causing bladder, which is a common effect of use of the drug. Obviously, as really disturbing to imagine what that would be. You also report you saw a photo of what you report in the story was Musk's daily meditation. What did you see?
Yeah, so we were able to obtain a photo of medication, a daily medication box to be traveled with, broken up to AM and CM that contained as many as 20 pills. And we found in that box that there were pills that had the markings of adult stimulant. And so what's significant here is that our reporting found that, not only was he doing so much ketamine that he was telling people that it was giving him bladder issues, but that he was also appeared to be using, judging by this box, many prescription drugs. Ketamine is a sedative, very powerful anesthetic, a stimulant. And we also found that he was doing ecstasy and other psychedelics like mushrooms. Wow, this is all incredible. Now you do note that it wasn't clear what was happening in the White House. In terms of the doctors, right? This is you're talking specifically from what you tried it out. But Elon Musk today refused to respond to your report today, and instead he chose to slam the New York Times, as we just heard him do. He said, "I posted tonight." I quote his post. The New York Times is rather grammar. All right, so I just completely dismissed the reporting. What do you say to that? Well, I mean, certainly I would, dismiss that attempt to dismiss our reporting. We submitted questions to him as early as Monday, asking detailed questions about our extensive findings on his drug use and family drug trauma and what other people have perceived as erratic behavior. He hasn't responded. And, he wouldn't even let the reporter get the question out on TV today, which I thought was interesting. I mean, he has yet to address our findings. He has refused to comment. And he's also, in the process, he has not denied our findings. He just obviously disparaged your institution. Before you go, one other thing. You have this incredible desire to have children. More and more of them. Now, we had seen a report of what is admitted to fathering at least 13 children. Your report would indicate that the number is, well, it's countless, right? You talk about a pop like Japanese pop star, and that he would have a child with to have one. So, from your reporting, do the people who know him that you spoke to, do they see a connection between the drug use and this desire to help the same? Yeah, some of them do, in fact. They say that, as they see it, the sort of messy drug use that is much more extensive than previously known. And it's not just that he's had this fixation on fathering more children, it's that he has often done it in secret and kept children secret from, other mothers. That's led to overlapping witnesses and legal battles over some of the children in this growing brood. And so that too has been just much more chaotic and messy than previously known. And I think combined, these two issues have been increasingly seen by some people close to him as signs of this erratic behavior and some silence such as reporting evidence shared and if he heard his living in his time, it turns out that he used to Dr. Fuzzy of the Bible says, tired God has been manipulated, even while they're driving. And he gets like this, but he has to stay secret. And that's what he is. He goes there too tired to drive, he doesn't go school. And he really just sort of like, usual outfit. Want to stay awake behind the wheel? He got you covered. In the morning, maybe this left you. In the U.S., there were an estimated 90 U.S. crashes and nearly 800 deaths due to drowsy drivers in 2017. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Doctors drowsy people get behind the wheel, they not on, but you still have to get yourself in
8 other complaints. Consensus recommends this tried and true standby tax code, either just on the home or take it with you on the go, or to be browsing in ways you can pick up some while you're on the move. And this one, because don't bother opening the window, and definitely don't try and tell us where to be anything for you. I've come up with inflation people coming. I didn't say no, I cannot do this as a may help for humans, but it's not. Taylor Washington, the work center. Taylor after being able to buy it. So I can't simply remember hoping to read one with the part that I've been coaching, but I've never found instruction now. There's a rights. And that actually moved to the paper class. It's actually for music. It was years ago that I did the first for my students. He's myself at times to be other perspective. And students to see her on Friday, who have gone something said, quote, I am happy for her. Now, according to Variety, the deal within the new 300 million and must have not heard back yet. So this circumstance is important to share with two types of moving her to be perfect for it to step up. Now, for those of you who are nervous, what happens to that consistent Taylor version? I'll illustrate that's yes. It says I look for a certain higher than this is what he says that's the law. He said that if you really said there's not he says there is he said maybe this place of God really us to be nothing. And now everyone's right San Francisco was here after the scenario things you need. Access and glasses. Oh, not to mention mirrors, wigs, and enough better that cover the fill them up. If you sharpen your knives and catch my keys, that's right. We're in the gas since 1936. You don't need it. Very near eliminate eerie I don't think that's where they don't really do forward is different. Why would a robot see it and try to California and learning experience that world AI was better IoT statement than CEO. You're giving your background. You're using no longer I think it's that AI and ultimately
right? And given we've seen over just the last 2.5 years, and if we don't have it, continuing to spending a big disruption in the years ago, the biggest thing erased on those three stepping stones because there's that starting your career, even that people will advance, see experience humanity. Absolutely. The reason for that is that entry level people at the beginning of their career, and then because they just when you practice, you know that they're learning what they're doing, you need to move up to more a position that requires more. So that's probably true that we're going to see a certain entry level jobs and then generally any kind of job involved having said that, the military is a really truly good early on in history. Maybe the other thing that many people have just a few years ago, which they adopted during because of really familiar code. It turns out that the that language is very good. You know, the first thing and the things and things talking to me. It's really
anxiety and the media about things that hundreds of media companies are there trying to tell the story, making things pages. And you work on normalizing pay that down to 10 per household. Any other media, etc.
the way I didn't get started on many things. Really, you know, real estate and normalize it. And the weather is something that I doing has been things be more creative still. So they were incredibly experienced and really helped me. Better than my hotel like people. So I because looked at the dressing room and I knew that we were being there and going to be great cafe. We trust the team and feel ourselves the ability as well. So you know, I remember I was from the last area like before farms, so one in the morning it's just unbelievable. And they just don't change out in the life. So then what they do is people know you can't see everything. I mean, that's kind of a struggle for employment. What do you think?
In place and power in the things, huge conflicts in the mind that they're going to see shifts to the police and who's successful one of the law. Yeah, so they're not able to do it in Barcelona. You don't have to do anything now, and you've got to talk and like in a way that's never been done before. So that incentive there, it's a good thing to be going to go very confident. Or other jobs, so I think we've got to build into all these providers there, but everyone is it's all the control events. They're in a position where they've not been here. It's a very fair place in its as well as though the sometimes that can be the fears that there's not knowing what it is like on a day. It's fears that you can get you over the line, but if they don't freeze, and they've got
Basically, those researchers, as you rightly said, given experience or period of that time, some testimony and God has been talking about this team being ready and they know they have themselves. How much do you that experience count? The number of things to run
Fortunately, they lost everything that they were there. They don't want that feeling again. You know, they are getting supported at the end of the end of the season. They are in the manager. So it's up to them to do it, just whether they can stop this. When they stop doing it, you know, and give space at the board, they stop. One that didn't be said, and because they're not coming. Now they have to get over the time of this team, even more the same trade again that North and Brian later. They cover that opportunity again with these two sides. Why can't they do it?
Do you think it will be more of the same?
No, they surprised us when they played Manchester City because they really good teams. They really shut them down and made them look forward and again, they're constantly with this. They're going to do that again, aren't they? Because you've seen Palestine women move and they've got Spence on the bench in case they need to change it around. Lewis and Vick is a wonderful manager. I think it'll be in those wide areas. I think in the midfield areas, they'll probably come in. But if they can stop a Dembele or Marvel or a Doué or whoever plays in that country, if they can shut down, because interesting, you've got that experience. Eventually, like
Would you honest in the country where we try to
that also the game with the occasion. I think there's simplified everything. Don't try and build the game on what it's not enough over habit. You've got to really we go back to normalising things. It's such an important factor because if you allow it to figure that people want it and the media makes it feel, and the accounts of it, I think people come down to the experience. No, really. We didn't impact the game, and the game for the past as well. One of the worst cases we don't know what to be honest. All that freedom, on it goes, we need to have this as a theory. Really, we're going to pull it out, pull it out, and 4 or 5 words to get one of the greatest things to win is we both do 2 votes for the game. Again, I really, I want these to try and think of it and try to make it. I think the first thing will be the best time that it will be a more players make it all.
Research centers
medicines. Same specific goes to the same. Otherwise, it goes to
We invest where there is a real medicine. It is the biggest area. And it is there that in here. In the way that we understand concept and the future. I believe that this new technology in not only this economic disease. So people can live with the cancer as they live with diabetes, as they live with their high cholesterol. They can live with their cancer for many years, with very good quality of life, and of course, again, it is a cancer, which we are not losing sight of it.
What technology do you think is the best chance at a cancer cure?
There are so many, and properly combined with different technologies, so that you can have
There has been partnership between the pharmaceutical industry and the federal government in many ways, and the funding provided by NIH to academic research centers that leads to new discoveries that then can be picked up by pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies and carried along into testing. And that's how we get 40% of those budget cut to NIH in terms of new ideas come to science and to create new medicines.
And it's concern also because of the same other companies that something advancing their funding into academia, into the nursing institutes. So if we break any of these chain for this large ecosystem, that's not good for us. I'm against it. And we are in discussion with the administration about many things that we need to be doing. And there are many things that we agree with them. And there are periodic things that we disagree.
What are those?
Brexit. We've discussed about the position of Secretary Kennedy and some of the directives that they are issuing. Clearly, we have there's a very big disagreement. And my approach is that we express our disagreement, but I don't want to exhaust the communication on the things that we disagree. Because when you speak with them, Secretary Kennedy, I have found several topics that we are in surprisingly aligned together. And we address those things as we agree to disagree on the things that we do.
The things they agree on.
They're speaking about fixing the field penalty. This is an area that it is extremely important for science, because when you have exclusivity only 9 years for small molecules and 15 years for a small molecule, then everybody will use them molecules. The president ordered and the secretary agrees that this could be fixed.
The US Supreme Court ruled on Friday that the Trump administration may suspend or deny the parole program for immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to temporarily live. The emergency decision is not final, and the underlying legal case will continue. CNN
This is the second time in less than a month that the High Court has sided with President Trump's efforts to revoke temporary legal status for some immigrants. The Supreme Court had previously cleared the way for the administration to revoke another temporary program that provided work permits to hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans. The Supreme Court's previous ruling was not signed, and more importantly, did not offer any reasoning behind the order of suspending the case on its emergency docket. The decision isn't final, and the underlying legal case will continue in lower courts. The ruling allows Trump officials to expedite deportations for an estimated 530,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela who received temporary protection status during the Biden administration. The immigrant community reacted with great concern for those affected, especially in Florida, where many of the immigrants from these countries live.
terrible, terrible, terrible for people who came here legally.
This is a very devastating legislation. And now we're going to see a lot of businesses employees work on a television. It's really going to
Many Republican political leaders applauded the high court's decision, including former Congressman Carlos Jimenez.
I think the state court actually rules in the right way. Anything that can be implemented by executive order, and should be taken away by executive order.
Two liberal justices, Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson, dissented from the decision. In her dissenting opinion, Justice Jackson wrote that it undervalues the devastating consequences, allowing the government to precipitously end the lives and livelihoods of nearly 500,000 non-citizens while their legal claims are pending. This kind of protection for immigrants fleeing violence or persecution was first used in the 1950s when the Eisenhower administration allowed tens of thousands of people
Experience to the concealer of the consequences and so I want you to break it down for us. What is going to take you from the situation I'm now leading these increases?
Thanks, Henry. It's an interesting question. We are actually in the center of the now. Lead market is interesting because we usually told the average customer is eating, the average American is eating around 60 pounds of beef a year, and 35 to 40 pounds of that is their beef. Now, Americans eat ground beef, and the USA, 8 to 20% is in. Even if it says only part of the USA, it's still likely between people who has advocates. Eating and beef pigs are getting from the United States is getting very, very integrated. We've had good success in it, and we're taking advantage of all of that integration.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that most of that is the younger generation. What do you anticipate, despite the fact that it's clear?
Yeah, I think supply demand, I mean, things like economics, exactly what the industry, 4 million had a cabin, some been working this year and then 2022. And that's because of the demand, which is capital attention, which is a terminology used in the industry that really describes whether or not a female manual either changes to forecast or it's going to be harder to we've been leading pressure and lower you do see some light at the end of the tunnel, but what America is doing is really not.
$5 one. This teacher earned a federal court culture healthcare that the court allows as a non-member to continue for that. I remind everyone of that because there's these developments, things with plans all.
So right now it doesn't change our plan because our mission is to make the best to be accessible to every Irish for no cash, quality price rates, adequate prices. And we've always been very transparent actually, and we can be very long term. So what we did announce last week was to our entire team, is we're basically a lot of conferences taking care of the uncertainty. They're going to limit the expectations of the dollar. And for perspective, our average price of $0.50, whereas with the legacy national credit plan, close to $10, with the piece rent over $20. So we have these types of value, but we want to be transparent to our community that we do have to take some price as part of our plan. Mitigated and the visual levels like the transparency, they will the paying the very scary
Europe, Thailand, other Americans. And we also have says and Italy and South Korea. So I try to with 20 years, which are two in China are inspired that no one has was the quality. And so it wasn't possible to do that. So it's been the first countries that it has right? It's really good fun. It's time to love the better. That's like for David, he managed to make too much the minute the U.S. is key by proposal. It isn't neat. Despite the USA is acceptable. So right now, what is the next? Military reality is victory was not even history is interest translates to war. So the reality is we need to and yes, has been deemed unacceptable. The media is for a negotiation or the U.S. negotiation to the schools. You understand this ability. Because you consider it's a fact that it's worth terrorism. If you murder is each one merit. Destination. What could have been done differently with these? I think that was very exciting. This to me has been really civilians and the sexual creation in the last years. I think all countries have dropped. Israeli should have had a major stake, and even as they pursued their military objectives.
a much greater impact on the humanitarian situation. So the international community had almost no influence on any country did trust Israel, and what it needed to come in was a consequence of that kind of pressure. But we complicated it's a complex situation to begin with. But the way that everyone's approached this is the first with airdrop, which was ineffective. Second, you would try to go with fear of the humanitarian supply. That's turned into now you have to make it's claimed to the community of a million and 3 million Palestinians in southern Gaza. And the last meeting is very confident in its performance. The key I think is very simple. It is requires more now, I would suspect, given the suffering of the population. Internet NGOs, credible and essentially deliver this assistance. Israeli would facilitate it to but it has to be delivered not just southern Gaza, not just central Gaza. It also has to be delivered to the north. Quite suspect because it appears that Israelis in the military specs coastal areas into the south.
As you can say, let's make it better. No, we're not doing it. You know, I'm not crazy on it. If you get a really right person like you with the right nursing, in the whole nursing way. That's kind of a younger there's a price that's taking care of the piece of the country. One of the things that we took the care of the country been taken care of, we are taking care of. Even times when the war happened, they won't find infrastructure, they won't let us up with education, and voucher. So I just feel like the Republicans are wrong on almost every issue that I put out, and on the national level saying.
Rather than be attacking. Because things are very regular. You might remember it. The music involved in earlier, and that's it being a few things different. Behind the band's name is purely well. The only argument that I have.
like that environment and so far. Thank you so much for joining us. So, for nice guy, I guess. Union, say it has been started talking meeting earlier this month. Voting, what does that tell you? What is that market? That city optimism about a good time in these 2 years.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true. I think that a lot of more it's being eliminate like they're at least using that. So, there's no other ways to the administrative thing is I can try to use certain avenues and imposing. That's what I think. So at the same time, there's they're probably going to feel this has to be India in effect you've got trade video where you can go over and much more
yesterday, they were also suggesting that they're very much aware that the president is determined to implement tariffs and whether they go with the reciprocal tariffs on a variety of the methods of work, they materially there's nothing really going to turn to if you stop so as we move it further, but we know the reciprocal, we know that the whole we're still being in place and have to include everything from the steel and automotive industries to certain pharmaceuticals, about what the next thing may look like. I think it is
one was the end of the day and we went into our pick up the parents and we're getting to it and know that you will have no computer so they can see it hold that from the rules of the area and therefore this will factor that in very you became the first tennis driver to win the greatest spectacular race in the Indian I don't know what that's what experience. Mental life, simple life, working in culture, be able to them because there was amazing. Like we had 350,000 people events and here we had in the village inside and my page is going to be on my community forever is amazing. This 8500 is great. I don't even know what kind of milk did you drink when that went. How did it? I talked about that. They used to be before that.
and of course, measures, but it was super sweet. It was the best milk I've ever and it was there again to say something. Oh, the next year we'll see. Listen, one of the business is the winner in the bricks. Those same bricks you did that with your investor. You're dropping
Tell young Lucia about your historic victory one day when she did it away.
it was fun to have her there kissing the brakes. Like we're telling her for like 60 months not to touch anything from the from the ground, from the street. And we're telling her to use the brakes. So she was like, "What's going on?" She was also just literally told her so she really like get the full experience and understand what's happening. But yeah, we'll always have those memories. We'll always have those pictures and videos to show her. So for me to have them both there with me was yeah, it's the best thing ever.
This journey takes you some pretty cool places. I understand you were at a Pacers playoff game recently. Got a big win there. What was that like seeing those guys in action?
It was awesome. I mean, I think that 90% of the people that were at the Pacers game were like a couple of hours before at the Indy 500. So everybody was already super hyped up. The energy was good. It was just a fun experience to be introduced in the middle of a playoff game, to get the support from all the fans and to allow a lot of people that doesn't know racing that this is happening, and hopefully they can cheer us on throughout the season.
Now I have a question for you, being that I know you are quite a soccer fan, played growing up, right?
Yeah.
If you could pick any pro soccer player to be in your pit crew, changing tires, filling the tank, whatever it is, who are you picking and why?
I'm picking Messi because he used to play in Barcelona, and he was so good at everything he was doing. So I don't know how he would do it, putting fuel or changing tires, but it would still be cool to do a pit stop and see Messi there trying to change my tire. Even if he was taking like 10 more seconds, I would be like, it's okay, Lionel, just take it.
Welcome to the Now Report. Thanks for taking the network at work. The real so the city's doing
We do a growth assessment.
So, generally, the lessons that we see in for the learning practice means that you have safety. But you can show the practice and stand up and tell you. No,
We're going to talk about it. The citizenship students there are only two genders as to the center of a federal law that divided Supreme Court. This thing started in Massachusetts. Seventh grader Liam Anderson wore his two genders to church to school. He was pulled out of class and sent home. He returned wearing this modified version that reads, "There are offensive genders." That too was banned. Liam's family reached out to Alliance Defending Freedom and the Massachusetts Family Institute filed a lawsuit claiming that his First Amendment rights have been violated. Here's part of a video the Alliance Defending Freedom made with Liam discussing the issue in business.
You're not school. The right is called free speech. It's protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. My school is decided by expressing its views on a wide range of political topics. My school's annual Pride Month celebration is a pretty clear example. My school spends all of June expressing its view on LGBTQ+ issues. And school officials encourage us to wear a pride month.
The law court sided with the school and ruled who could not be permitted to wear the shirt that said there are only two genders. Finding the message could be seen as demeaning to other students and potentially disruptive to the learning environment. The Supreme Court let that lower state ruling stand as a finding to the case. But two conservative justices, Samuel Alito, joined by Justice Clarence Thomas, strongly objected. In his dissent, Alito wrote the following: thousands of students will attend school without the full First Amendment rights. Battling is worth the court's attention. Alito accused the lower court of inventing a new test that dilutes the court's own precedents in Tinker versus Des Moines. It's a 1969 ruling. The court said that schools could only restrict speech that materially disrupts class or infringes on the rights of others. But in this case, Alito said that the school acted on vague concerns and suppressed the student viewpoint while encouraging other messages about gender on campus. He even referenced a social media post of one student wearing a t-shirt that read, "He, she, they, it's all okay." Alito noting that the decision below robs a great many students of that core First Amendment protection. Here to talk about it is Liam's attorney, David Portman. He's senior counsel for the Alliance Defending Freedom. David, schools are in a tough position, right? Having to police speech issues when they arise. There's that Tinker case where schools can restrict speech if it's perceived to be disruptive or invades the rights of others. But the guardrails, the boundaries are so clear in the
to take this case to help clarify those things. But what I would say is, even though officials are in tough positions sometimes, I would say err on the side of free speech. If you want to get into these cultural debates, if you want to promote it yourself to the school, then let the kids talk about it. They can talk about it in a way that's respectful, which Liam did, but you want to have the conversation because that's how democracy works. We don't want to encourage censorship. We don't want to encourage cancellation. We see too much of that now. We want to encourage them and teach them how to have healthy debates because these issues will come up the rest of their life.
Rare that a 12-year-old, a 7th grader would have such passion and an interest like this. Was it coming from him or from his parents?
No, absolutely coming from him. It's one of the interesting points when they contacted us for assistance and we looked into the case. It was completely Liam's idea. In fact, he asked his dad for permission. He said, "Dad, this is what they're doing at school. My friends and I just agree with it. What can I do?" Actually went online, found the t-shirt, ordered it, and wore it to school. And what's interesting about it is when the school itself is promoting this debate, I think the saddest part is it says, okay, you can jump into this debate if you agree with it. But if you dare take an opposing view, then we're going to silence you and not let you speak. And that's just not the way our education is.
Well, and that's what Justice Alito objected to. In other words, the school and social media, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the school and social media promoted a shirt that said, "He, she, they, it's all okay." Then Liam shows up and in first period, he's sent home because of his shirt that says there are only two genders. And then on a different day, he comes back with the censorship shirt. And this time, he changes his shirt rather than miss another day of school. That's the chronology here, right?
It is, and what's interesting about this issue is when the school gets into this controversial cultural debate of the day, if they take the wrong side, it hurts everyone. So in this instance, what Liam brings for is, my faith protects everyone. So take the situation in reverse, and you see this. We're against, and as soon as the school says there are many t-shirt, they should be allowed to wear this shirt too. So this is censorship across the board. It seems like everyone should be allowed to no matter where you are.
The appellate court found that his t-shirts demeaned characteristics of personal identity, such as race, sex, religion, or sexual orientation. Isn't that true? Wasn't he demeaning the characteristics from some of his classmates with his "there are only two gender" shirt?
No, in fact, it was the most respectful way you could address the situation. So Liam's going to school, everyone's encouraged to disagree with his point of view. And if you say it was demeaning to them, then why is their action demeaning to him? And especially the fact that the school took a side on the issue. What you do is you let students talk about it. They disagree, they do it respectfully, which you did. But what they should never do is say, your opinion is demeaning, but mine is not. Because if that's the standard, then none of us will get to speak because everybody's always offended on one side or the other.
Right, but I guess the t-shirt that says "he, she, they" is okay.
Like, who's upset about that? Who's feeling the brunt of something mean-spirited by that compared to there are only two genders, which I'm sure that many would take as an affront if they're in the LGBTQ plus community. You get the final word. Go ahead.
Sure, and what's the response to Liam when he gives a different opinion? Oh, by the way, what is the biological effect? So his t-shirt says the biological effect. He learns that it's feed and allergy class, but somehow vaccinating when he's better. And what I would end with is the fact that is it the meaning to Liam because he gives his point of view that's really true. Is that you're the bully, you're the one who's engaging in hate speech instead of having the conversation with taking pride on the cultural space.
Counselor, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Good to be here.
The transgender athlete targeted by the Trump administration and by protesters has won gold. 16-year-old A.B. Hernandez took first place in high jump and the triple jump in California's track and field championships. Her victory comes as Donald Trump continues his liberal and legislative attacks on transgender athletes. That puts individual athletes like A.B. in a spotlight, and she explains how she dealt with it.
Nervous right now, you know, state final here again. Just like, to get in my head and just relax. Harder this year.
CNN's Julia Vargas Jones has the latest.
To allow for one athletes to be able to compete in the finals and then awarding some medals when athletes that is enough after President Donald Trump to complain about the rules of the event. And Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, said that this was a good compromise. Earlier comments that just like existence of transgender is strange to fair. Some protesters agreed with the governor. What do you think of the solution that the CNS has presented? The government system, it's like one thing you're having sexual accommodation. We can do that space because we have so there was the competing did not that they went because the focus on the sports and not polarize a sporting event for high school students with political issues. A.B. Hernandez and her mother, Dr. Nancy, find defending her ability to be in the girls' team saying like coordinating that people as much protective as any of the other girls. They added that they have been very sensitive to Vargas Jones and
Joining us is Shark Tank Judge Evan O'Leary. He is offered the chair of O'Leary Ventures. Evan, nice to see you. Some of them saying on radio yesterday, and the listener response was none too happy. They say, "Oh, this was in for himself. He had access to our own private data and was true in his approach." We would say what?
No, I think he was on it in terms of his objective. You study money and facts. That should be a right. I believe it was brought forward ancient taxpayer psyche, a new idea of governance utility. Which at times is crazy. No one's ever done it like that. Right? What he did experience is what most people do. Is a very nasty religion. And the closer you get to the sun, the more your feathers get burned. That's right. He found out the hard way. That's okay. He's good learning lessons. I decided what he was doing for a year. I've realized how it is. I thought he did a massive job. And most people, even though were offended by the speed at which he went at it, and maybe the way he implemented it, at the end of the day, there's like to save money, period. And I don't know why I just get behind at it. The more you discuss what he did, the more you discuss.
So I think you've just answered my whole question from Kevin O'Leary's perspective. Which was the bigger impediment? You don't think it was his methodology. You think it's the bureaucracy and the built-in institutional fiefdoms.
Yes, I believe that's correct, but in the end, in argues, there's a value to the check and balance. I think about it's three different definitions because exactly they certainly have it. You have to necessary. I mean, you have to deal with it. You can't just make it and say it's a billion here, billion there. No, it has to be so clear. And that is where the industry drives things down. You can make a recommendation. You can't be excluded. You know, as an excuse for military state, you know, the military has giving like that president. And that's what we heard. But at the end of the day, it's like, imagine saving $1 trillion. If you in fact did that, it would tell you how inefficient government is, how wasted it is, what horrific outcomes will learn this. At the same time, you want savings. That might go and brand this impregnated into the mind taxpayers everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're red or blue. You don't have to say it.
Poisoned the way because of the haphazard, the slipshod way in which this was attempted. The next time somebody's willing to step into the lion's den and have a serious conversation about waste, fraud, and abuse, people are going to say, oh, well, they tried that with Elon Musk and it didn't go so well. Where do we go from here?
I think it doesn't go away. I think, you know, taxpayers, I don't believe, trust government as much as they did 20 or 30. The thing we have right now is with each other. You're aware of it. Yeah, people read. And I found something quite shocking in there that I actually get right. If you took government support money and swung business of the years progress, this is pretty not spiritual. It's something that's flipping through the bills. It's a pinball on a big, beautiful bill. But that's the kind of thing that's going to be the meat grinder now. And I think listening to this deficit just growing inside the door is pretty scary. You're right, rates itself. This is really almost 7% of GDP. And the only thing I will say and consider is when they scored this deficit out for the years ahead, they assumed the United States economy would grow less than 2%. I find that way on the side.
Quick final question. Give me the 30-second answer. Can he still sell sneakers to Republicans? I'm thinking of Michael Jordan, of course. But going back to Tesla now, it seems like he's alienated the progressive purchasers of those vehicles, and yet conservatives haven't embraced the whole thing the way that liberals have. So what's the future of Tesla?
Well, the Tesla shareholder, within 3 or 4 weeks, I just forget about it. They see it work. I think we'll do okay. I think the time of burning dealers down is being cut. And that's what matters. Is it good? The answer is yes. I think we reported the shareholders that good for these cars. They'll be happy to start to become owners driving.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you for being here. I appreciate your insight.
Thanks, Gary.
Explain $75 in submitting on the web page. The actual amount is likely to be much lower because this license was supported by government. So that will license to go. Because I need to take it seriously.
Ready? However you will, you've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local news has all the background and you free, like weather. That sounds pretty true.
That's very great for the savings.
Okay, this season is looking
So send off for his friend Elon Musk on the tech billionaire's last official day of work in the president praised controversial and so-called underwhelming cutting efforts like the Department of Government Efficiency code. Musk says he will continue to advise the president and Doge's work will also continue.
The Doge tool is like I think so certificate is coming in. I'm confident that it's will be going to saving. It's going to show.
So let's take a look at the facts. Musk once claimed that he could cut $2 billion from the federal budget. As of today, Doge has claimed only $175 billion in estimated savings on its web page. The actual amount is likely to be much lower. Analysis has found that less than half of those savings are verifiable and supported by documentation. Zach Wolf has been looking at Musk's legacy of Doge. And I wonder, first of all, is it true when Musk and Trump say, "Oh, I'll still be around, I'll still be advising," or is this a fairly clean break with the administration?
I mean, I don't usually go back to the office after they throw me a going away party, but I'm also not Elon Musk, so we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in what he can do because he was a special government employee. There was a timeline on how long he would work for the administration without divesting himself in his company, and he definitely does not want to get rid of Tesla and SpaceX and all of that. So I think that this felt like the end. But they have been very careful to say that he will still be there as an advisor. It'd be interesting to see what that actually means.
So who's running Doge now? Who's leading the way?
There are people at Doge. They created there's an existing trust created as part of Obamacare, and it's been staffed with people from but also people from also in the government and people from his company. So, and it does carry on as an entity, not going away just because Musk is still in place.
What is the status of their cuts, though? Are they continuing to cut? Are they continuing to take that, proverbial change to the U.S. budget, or has that whole process varied?
It's definitely slowed, as you can see from their website. If you go, they're just posting fewer and fewer things. As people pour into these, there's a lot of litigation going on. Just since Doge continued to do what it's been doing, it wasn't really created to take a hacksaw to the government. It was created to be basically a tech support organization. So can it continue to do this? So keep your eye on the courts. But also, what happens next will be, they won't have the power of Musk behind them. So it's not going to be quite as front and center, I think, in the Trump administration.
Current conditions are still fueling Canada's raging wildfires. The eastern provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan are considered under extreme danger. Forecasters say strong winds could worsen things this season with fewer residents from the rain this time parts of Western Canada in the days ahead. As Jen Sullivan reports, evacuations are continuing. Smoke spreads into the U.S.
100 wildfires were raging in Central and Western Canada. There's been thousands of people to evacuate.
The smoke is getting. We have to drive all the way.
15 officials declared an extreme risk of wildfires to the Northwest Territories and Alberta to Ontario. It's the highest level on the country's fire risk scale.
So then our police stay when we go back in the heat, filling the skies. Now that haze is pushing south, impacting air quality in major cities in the U.S.
States like Minnesota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, thanks to the cold front, it's pulling a lot of that smoke down into a lot of these areas and is likely going to stay there for the next several days.
The smoke is taking over Minneapolis, worrying residents who are enjoying the outdoors. This same situation happened 2 summers ago. This Earth News time-lapse video from June of 2023 shows the New York City skyline holds the pure and heavy smoke due to wildfires in Canada. Air quality then was considered hazardous.
Air concentration, you're breathing, some kind of overwhelms your body and leads to kind of the health you could expect from air pollution.
The health center out of New York Mount Sinai Hospital found, quote, matter from wildfire smoke and had health effects up to 3 months afterwards, well beyond the couple of days that previous studies have identified. That's why health officials are telling people to check air quality readings and stay indoors if it's not safe. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
And I'm Money Lead American. In the spending in the ways of President Trump's sensitive to new data from the previous test. We said consumers save more money in April because they're just doing on schooling. Personal spending is a necessity. Housing, healthcare, and grocery. Now we're bringing in Stu Leonard. He's the CEO of Stu Leonard Grocery Stores, a small regional chain in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Stu, you source much of this food from U.S.-based suppliers. Have you consider disruption in the supply chain because of tariffs?
There's a couple groups of territories. Mexico and Canada for 13 territory under the NAFTA. Also, we have like, families really, we have really doing sleep in our home 30 seconds. No tariffs on that. So we haven't raised the price. Prices are the same as they were. You wouldn't even notice it. Now here's where you can notice. Things like this with bananas, okay? We're getting them from America, and then also we were getting from Chile. But California's lighting up right now. We're sending the local produce to America right now. So a lot of things that we were buying from Chile and so forth, we're able to get from California, from Florida right now, and we're coming in the local. New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York are producing some great stuff.
So here in the lead, we talk to small business owners. This is about every day of the Trump tariff. Some are in favor, some aren't. One sector seeing some relief has been domestic seafood. You think any of the benefits of that? Right?
Well, oh yeah, instead of buying like salmon from Norway, like I saw you did this in the little thing here, this is one of our nice 15-pound salmon that we have. The price is not going up on this right now. I know, I heard your solicitor there, Bill, so here's something you would want to, a big tomahawk steak. No price on this. They're not tariffs or domestic local production. So I think what we're seeing right now is there's a couple of things that are being impacted. Like for instance, they don't sell bananas in the United States. Right here. What am I going to do? I got to tariff on those things. So what I've been doing with them is split. So including the tariffs and the suppliers getting that tariff. That's going pretty well. The thing I know. It's not even just taking the tariff on a small supplier. Because I don't want to hurt a small business that's selling for $2 right now.
We wrapped that up. I texted my wife, so we're going to be coming by to pick up. That's a one city steak in Madison. The two letters grocery store. Good, my friend. Thank you so much.
You mentioned putting on the defense here. Do you think Danny's going to testify? Because you have seen might go over the other chairs.
I don't think he's here to keep it happy. Okay. Well, I don't think so because he's charismatic, he's smart, and he don't have nothing to hide.
Well, with all the allegations of this, I'm not sure how many more skeletons could allegedly be in one's closet and what has come out in terms of what they have alleged. Is that it? I'm still here. So there is children, his daughters, his sons are there as well, not the youngest among them. What is it for the lives of his children, some of whom lost their mother tragically?
Yeah, and I want people to understand that as well. These are our children, right? That the intermittent parent is tough, right? We have to sit through maybe 10 feet, 15 feet away from their father. They can't help them. They can't fix it. They got like whisper to him and those signs and stuff like that to show them that they love him. Heartbreaking for the girl. He wasn't there for the graduation. He wasn't there for the prom. You know, he wasn't there to send him up for student minutes. And it's heartbreaking.
You know, I did have a conversation last night on the program, and who just calling in from prison and he's talking about testify. You seem to think that it would be his best interest to testify, otherwise he can go have to send to hide. You're you cannot be against somebody who doesn't do to testify. But one thing she did say was he believes that it will be okay because he thinks that President Trump will argue if he were convicted. President Trump was asked today, and if he was president, he didn't just misreact, but he comes in as convicted against President Trump.
I would hope that he did. It's so much good for him. Back in I don't know. This contract, including certain staff in the following period, was indulgent many an ultra-conforming intelligence to a beautiful masters and indescribable country. During a Memorial Day sale, what is an incredible comfort with savings of $800 on selection Varsity Master Sets, Stearns and Folsom, Comfort Statement. Learn more at Stearns and Folsom.com. Before the legacy of the Federal, you never know what is in
of 130 days. When they were doing yesterday, Trump for his service to America. He'll be back.
Sometimes provide rights, whatever they like.
Some speculate several days ago, some trade. November, I don't think how it's not this program would end. There's no payment. We're don't get me wrong, I don't do anything about it now. Not really worried. Yes, right. Better than nothing. I'm standing with the conversation. You. First,
Everybody is something from the side. Any country ready for political control the problem must be creating a Silicon Valley science whose leadership and willingness to take big risks tells them that Ontario Washington do the same discussion with the in the end, it's only the communities and race back together to that can be so distressing. Within the job, Bill Gates have Bezos, sometimes on the radio, I go so far as to take the street, telling me it is the fire shelter problem, one that and such as the reverence for God. Well, us in the arena, he's really thinking once he had a great effort at personal sacrifice. I didn't see really good reduced our 37 trillion in debt. President Trump was not so sure. He never spoke about debt during the campaign. He was very was to leave that spending as we reduce the debt and I think any savings that some of them might be open to the so-called beautiful bill. Those are the have no secondly, this applied to the national which increases fees like that everything else in that political piece calculators because behind the scenes with some of the secretaries who take the vision including Secretary of State Rubio and certainly Secretary Scott was said, began to surface in the agency that computer environment trade duty had to install disagreements with the Council's fallen again, not in defense of the place generated many devices. But I doubt maybe somebody was ready to stand up and demand secretary. That's true. I read two things this week relevant to our justice. The third was on Peter Orgeat. The title of the director the worst is that relative 3% of decade interest rates and 10-year treasuries that you would have now 46% versus just 8% debt. In the first fiscal year, the government is projected to spend and once again, rest and medication. That's how now here and these have been saved and with regard to the big beautiful bill, as I said there, how it's going to budget legislation moving through Congress would only exacerbate the challenges we face on further expanding the deficit. But the first step toward fiscal health is not through specific bill or efficiency proposal. It's to recognize that our fiscal risk that we don't have to get us from the trade deficit unless we reduce the spend deficit. The second reason of this is actually I'm going to take that President Bill will release a new structure. As a cheering, be a great in this time involves the president's desire to complete and what's the man it's a serious effort to adjust our new stability. This is in the President Clinton's contribution to the novel, even if the last time the nation had a budget socialist was not his. In the book, this combination is back. You can get away with was saying, second this, we did discuss. So both this, we went ahead and about 15%. Many see as a loophole for hedge fund years. There's nothing to finish in it. And that's this is the practices. The point is this. We must take our debt seriously. Any proof and note that the problem is not real in the last 5 years, the debt is growing at an unsustainable rate. And countries really make that point. I share President Abrams' concerns. The public perceptions of those, but this marriage, this is a distance, and somebody's willing to travel. Don't you know that these people must be established that the status in the schedule is different from those. Ultimately, we don't create a decade for another. At the same time, the judge and the Donald Trump tariff was in the parliament and comes to the court. A report today not deal. Couldn't even tell the people who listen to this academy that it was a there's nothing to start for here that we kept trying to find what it is, like use your people as protection. At the time, we said it was like on the same day that President Trump goes, concluded Trump and his older crews there. Now, really, this time, I really and I was saying how much this time and this you would interview with doesn't understand what it is. Here, and this is my what I was pointing out was that by the time that he was doing that in the year, when the New Yorkers were in that was more expensive than himself. By then, he was using spending on a frequent basis, and sometimes really. We also found that the first political correct where the presidential campaign felt he was telling people that he was doing so much spending that it was causing bladder. So the internet and what happened. What yeah, so he said and yes, in that box, those that are connections so this is many perceptions and there's and we also found that he was doing now here it wasn't clear it's still not clear. And instead of just I
told you, so New York Times. All right, so that's even different. As early as Monday, asking herself questions about our magazines on the studies and like the perceived as erratic behavior. He responded. And people even reported that the question about my TV today, which I thought was interesting, and he has looked to address our findings. He is good comment. And he's also in the process, he has not been needed. Right, he's just obviously the character. More and more. Now we have seen a report of like you do this. Your part when you do that is the government and this desire to have that's how we done do. In fact, they say that they see it the sort of messy approach with sense of and this it's not just a conversation on following the children as often done in secret and kept children secret and they're not children in this environment. And so that too has been just more and just the increasingly seeing signs of erratic behavior and well, maybe thank you so much for this technical well, if you've ever driven one time, it turns out it always comes down and down. Dr. Fuzzy Gabarga says higher risk in microplates, injuries to the life, I don't know if you're too tired to drive.
Super high. They may just feel generalized kind of fatigue or exhaustion. You got people something with their channels are out there. Want to stay awake behind the wheel? We got you covered. Basically less than 7 hours. If you Definitely less than 7 hours being able to in the U.S., there were an estimated 91,000 crashes and nearly 800 deaths due to drowsy drivers in 2017. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Drowsy people jump on the wheel, they still take more risks. It's too close to the car in front of them. Your judgment off. So what if you're ready to nod off, but you still have to get yourself from point A to point B? I recommend taking out of the road. So that will help confusing it. Dr. Gabarza also recommends this tried and true state advice. Either brew some at home and take it with you on the go, or if you get drowsy along the way, you can pick up some while you're on the move. And this means, she says, don't bother opening the room. And definitely don't down the hill and straight for Beyonce to stay in. I cleaned up the makeup. That is showing that that's not sufficient. It may help for a few minutes, but it's not sufficient enough to keep the dream.
It's Taylor's event forever. Taylor Swift officially owed her entire music catalog after being able to buy back children's music. Taylor announced in a letter posted on her website, telling her fans that this is completely true. Well, I can't thank you enough for helping to remind me of the parts that I have dedicated my life to, but have never held until now. Now, I made the right to for Caddis who comes after a year-long battle for the superstar that had full ownership of her music. It was 6 years ago that Peter Brown purchased the rights to the catalog, which Taylor says at times makes a surprise her. In season to lament Friday, Peter Brown simply said, quote, I am happy for her. The deal with the new $300 million range is about Taylor's rep having heard back, but Taylor did thank her fans for such caring care for the two best enable to be able to for instance. Those of you who are wondering what happened to his reputation to Taylor versions, well, Taylor said that he's but he did that. He has recorded her entire debut album, which he says that he said that if he re-releases those two, he said there is a secret. He said it won't be in a place of sadness and loneliness. He celebrates
This one here surprised me so how quickly we feel like home. Ohio, the work-life balance is amazing. The thing that really makes it my family, right now, my neighbors. I have a fantastic job. It's brand new baby. You guys, you know, got it. To 2000, which also knew about it. And it's not fully for everybody says that. So people actually concerning the directions. The question is snapback side, but that's a big kind of the site here. It's actually it's just as a sentence. Everyone gets in the best behavior and negotiate with these officers. However, if they are triggered,
Shipping out secret nuclear activities dating back to the early 2000s. That's according to a confidential report from the UN nuclear watchdog reported by Reuters. The International Atomic Energy Agency says at least 3 locations in Iran were part of an undeclared structured nuclear program, and that some activities use undeclared nuclear material. To reject the report, well, they're calling it politically motivated. Meanwhile, a separate report claims a jump in Iran's stock of enriched uranium. If enriched further, Iran could have enough uranium for 9 nuclear weapons, according to the agency. Three reports in the executive vice president of the Twenty Institute for Responsible State. He's also the author of Losing Enemy of Iran and the Triumph of Diplomacy. He joined us from Washington, D.C. We have President Trump saying this week he believes his administration is very close to a solution for a nuclear deal with Iran. Now there's this report that they have nuclear activity and grown its uranium stock. What do you see happening next year? How will world leaders react, and what does all of this mean for a potential deal with these?
We knew that the Iranian program was growing. In fact, it's been going dramatically fast ever since Trump pulled out of the deal that he negotiated. So that is in and of itself regular reports show that there were activities prior to 2003 that are questionable, which we also knew about, but more details were being provided and showing that the media were not being fully honest about them and have not fully accounted for everything since then. So those are obviously concerning developments. The question is, will this report be used to trigger snapback sanctions at the UN, which is something that the Europeans have the ability to do and are very willing to do? Now, the current snapback sanctions could be helpful towards making sure that everyone gets on their best behavior and negotiates and compromises. However, if they are triggered, then there's a high likelihood that the Iranians will walk out, not just the basic way, the entire non-proliferation treaty, and then we will have a major crisis. So I think the Trump administration sees it as valuable pressure, but if you actually have to actualize the pressure and go to the snapback, then we're going to be in a very bad situation.
Do you think in any way that shows that the consequences of violating any non-proliferation agreement are not strong enough? Iran is acting this way behind closed doors?
Well, this is what happened more than 20 years ago, and the fact that the war nuclear negotiations or these sanctions imposed on Iran is precisely because of the fact that it was clear that they had violated of the NPT. So it's not as if the products that have been under sanctions, but UN sanctions for 15 years. So I don't think that it shows that every 2 weeks. The question is, why are we having such difficulty actually making sure that we get to a solution that prevents them from using nuclear weapons? And then it is a deal that we stick to. Because we have a deal, Trump walked out of it. Now, I do believe that he has a very good chance of getting an even better deal because he's going to put more sanctions on the table. But it means that ultimately to drop their maximalist position. So one of the challenges right now is that the Trump administration says they will do zero enrichment, no activity level. That has never worked. Every time we have pushed for that, it has actually backfired because we've expanded that program and all kinds of realistic restrictions that we can get on that program have ended up being deleted.
Should I read it? It's just the main
always to be a far away from media, because that just kind of frightens the expectations, the kind of anxiety, and the enormity of what is about to come. All of the hundreds of different media companies that are there trying to tell the story makes you think there's an interesting. It's the occasion. And you want to try and normalize and play that down as much as you can. So don't turn the telly on in a hotel room, don't put your phone on anymore with all the social media, etc. Try and make it as quiet and as kill the system.
I didn't get excited on anything, but something like I mean, the amount of good players that I joined that won the trophy 18 months previous, to be honest. So they were incredibly experienced when it came to this. So they all helped me. They were in the hotel in 1980. It's not really, because I looked around the dressing room and I knew that they'd all been there and done it before, and I said, it's just the team and simply. So it was just a matter of you trying to perform to the best of your ability as well. So I remember I was telling the lads earlier, we had a couple of beers the night before, a couple of glasses of wine. Some of the lads were on massage till 1 in the morning, and so I couldn't believe it. But I was looking at them and they were so chilled out and relaxed. I thought, they don't know what you're doing. So I was completely comfortable with them.
Different psyches.
This is going to be a big one, though, isn't it? PSG, I don't think so. And because they're going to struggle to live up to what we saw in the semi-finals. But what do you expect to do?
Expecting PSG to win. I think there's the young, more dynamic team, faith and power in that team, huge confidence. I think the mindset has been a big shift. And the real belief's been brought by Luis Enrique, who's been successful, won a treble in Spain already with Barcelona. And he's on the cusp of doing that here now. And these guys get a chance to write their name up in life in a way that's never been done before. So that incentive there, I feel, it's a good change room to be in there. And I think they're going to go very, very confident. Not that Inter will have a chance. So I think we both feel that Inter, I wouldn't be surprised if they lifted it, but inside of me,
They're young. This is the first time for many of these players in this situation. And given the other thing QSI came in, it was all about the competition. And be confident that we're going to.
That's the one big question what you do have over them. I don't have many. The one is that can they deal with the pressure on the day? Like you say, there's huge expectations, but they're in a position where they've not been here. I think Martinez is going to play in the final. times a month. So, but sometimes that unknown brings the fearlessness. They're not knowing what it's like, what the pressure's like on a day. There's a fearlessness with that youth that can get you over the line. But if they don't freeze, I think they've got the tools to trust and to hurt it.
Second reason given into the credit that have the experience. It's 2 years on from that final defeat to Manchester City. It's something Simone Inzaghi has been thinking about, the experience, and this team being ready now. They know what they're letting themselves into. How much do you think that experience 2 years ago will count, given the number of players who were there?
They have to go into it. Unfortunately, they lost, didn't they? They don't want that feeling again. You know, they are getting to sort of the end of their era with this career. They are in the mid-30s, so this could be their last real good goal this tournament. Same with the managers, the Inter managers. So it's up to them to do it. It's just whether they can stop this team. They stopped Bayern Munich, who have great wingers and great sense of forward. They stopped Barcelona, didn't they? In session 6, then they stopped them. They knocked them out. And now they have to get over the line with this team because it's going to be more of the same type of game that Barcelona try and play. They cope with it absolutely against those two sides. But why can't they do it?
Do you think it will be more of the same? Where will the game be?
No, they surprised us when they played Manchester City. So they were brilliant against Manchester City. They really shut them down and made them look ordinary when Manchester City were in their comp 2 years ago. But they're going to have to do that again, aren't they? Because we've seen Paris Saint-Germain, their attacking abilities is amazing. They've got strength on the bench in case they need to change it around. Luis Enrique is a wonderful manager. I think it'll be in those wide areas. I think in the midfield areas, they'll probably dominate possessions. But if they can stop a Dembele, a Barcola, a Doué, or whoever plays in that front three, if they can stop them, you know, you've got a wonderful chance and you've got that experience defensively into Milan to be able to do that. But it's going to be difficult.
What would be your message in the dressing room, which the night before players get a chance to look out onto the pitch this evening, see the layer of things
That's the most important thing. But don't let this occasion pass you by. Don't get caught up in all the piranha goes around it. That old saying that play the game, not the occasion. I think there's simplify everything and don't try and build the game what it's not enough overhype it. Well, really, that we've gone back to normalising things is such an important factor. Because if you allow it to feel as big as people want it to, and the media make it to it, and the account, I've had it in games, not the big ones, but in some games in your career where you come away and you go, I had no real impact in that. We didn't impact the game, and the game kind of passed you by. It's one of the worst places to be. Don't allow it to be like that.
But what does it feel like when you get your hands on that trophy?
We'll bottle that feeling, and if go on the shelves, we wouldn't be standing here talking to you. And then we'll be on a boat somewhere of a private plane, 4 or 5 foreign wins in the boat, because everyone's buying.
Quickly, your prediction.
I'm going to go to PSG to win. I think it'll be close. I think 2 goals to 1 I'm going to go for. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if Inter win this trophy, but I'm siding with PSG.
Yes, I think Paris Saint-Germain will be the third time. They'll be a more glory player, and I'm going to go for 3-1. Goals.
That means it'll be no yes.
You'll pay the big man. Still as always, thank you. Enjoy it. Stephen Rea. From Munich, and I will be back with sign up for Rent.
Research centers.
Transparency is that.
40% proposed budget.
Wait, I'm gonna do. Sign up for Rent. Rent.com to get $20 off your first.
Faster liquid gels stronger and longer lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Relief Gel.
Because Advil targets pain at the field of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil is the pain relief. Since 1955, so these segments of the U.S. That's what is new in American medicine. We chose comfort, and most of all, we chose the car evolves. To your favorite. The continuous commitment of starting by a new model year 2026 remains unchanged.
Join us in celebrating 70 years in the U.S. and get exclusive offers on selected Volvo models.
We invest where there is a real medical. That cancer is probably the biggest fear of every family, and it is a word that when you hear, you get petrified. That's significant in the way that we understand cancer and it is safe. I believe that this new technology is solving the disease in new a chronic disease. So people can live with their cancer, as they live with diabetes, as they live with their microbiome. They can live with their cancer for many years with very good quality of life. And of course, again, it is cancer free. So if we are not losing
Technologies you think would best the best chance at a cancer cure?
there are so many, and so it's a big combination of different technologies so that you get them in step.
There have been some partnerships between the pharmaceutical industry and the federal government in these ways, and that's funding provided by NIH to academic research centers that lead to new discoveries that then can get picked up by pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies and carried along into testing, and that's how we get new drugs. Are you concerned about the 40% proposed budget cut to NIH in terms of the pipelines of new ideas that come to science and to create new medicines?
Yes, I am concerned. And I'm concerned also because at the same time, other companies like mine are reducing their funding into academia, into their national institutes. So if we break any of this saying, of this ecosystem, but we'll be against it. And we are in discussion with the administration about many things. That's one of the only ones. And there are many things that we agree with them. And there are clearly things that we disagree. For instance, we've discussed about the position of Secretary Kennedy and some of the directives that they are issuing. Clearly, we have very big gap and there's a very big disagreement. And my approach is that we express our disagreement, but I don't want to exhaust our communication only on the things that we disagree. Because when you speak with them, including Secretary Kennedy, I have found several questions which we are in surprisingly online. Yeah. And we are working to address those things as we disagree on the things that we divide.
The things that you agree on.
They're speaking about fixing the field candidate.
Okay.
This is an area that it is extremely important for science. Because when you have exclusivity only 9 years, for small molecules and 13 years for molecules, then everybody will know technology. So I think the president ordered and the secretary agrees that that needs to be fixed.
The same investigation has uncovered a rise in disturbing torture videos being sold online. It shows that in the past years, satellite network has expanded in scale and popularity in the world. CNN's Ivan Watson spoke to activists and internet sleuths for his report. But please note his piece contains graphic descriptions of violence, which some viewers may find distressing.
At first glance, these might seem like rescue cats at some kind of shelter, but look closer and something much more sinister is taking place here. These are actually advertisements to torture and kill cats on camera, shared by communities who celebrate the performance of extreme acts of violence against animals.
Disorder, sexual assault, and the motivation underlying is the sexual arousal of pleasure and warfare to humiliation.
This activity is dangerous. It would be considered criminal in countries. But we found this kind of violent, disturbing content in mainstream porn, like X, YouTube, and Facebook, which means your children could potentially find it too.
It's pretty easy to have videos requested in the US and produced in places like Indonesia, and then distributed literally all over the world for $20-$30.
There are twisters that are in Turkey and Japan and Malaysia and Europe.
Laura, who doesn't want to reveal her full name for safety reasons, is a volunteer in the activist group Feline Guardians.
We are seeing those, and so reporting this is absolutely necessary.
Feline Guardians says a main nexus for the production of this content is in mainland China, where in less than a year they've documented a 500% surge, the equivalent of one new cat torture video every 3 hours. Chinese state media has named and shamed some individuals for alleged animal torture, but there have been few criminal prosecutions because of what legal experts say is a glaring loophole.
A stand alone comprehensive law against animal cruelty.
This Chinese volunteer, who asks not to be identified, infiltrates and exposes networks of animal abusers.
Chinese censorship of politics and pornography is actually very strict, but regarding animal abuse, there is no supervision of the state.
In other countries, law enforcement has been cracking down. Turkey, a country renowned for its abundant street tents, announced a number of arrests of suspects accused of torturing and killing cats. While in the U.S., the FBI has conducted arrests in Utah, Wisconsin, and Texas in the last 2 years. In a month-long investigation, CNN infiltrated some of these animal abuse networks. And what we've learned is that to avoid detection, these members often speak in code and sometimes even disguise themselves as cat lovers. The more extreme groups require newcomers to demonstrate their own acts of violence to get into these clubs. Activists and experts worry that some tech giants' decisions to reduce vetting on social media platforms may make it easier to share this truly content with the wider public.
Ivan Morrison, CNN, Hong Kong. CNN has submitted questions to the Chinese government and the tech giants about the issues raised in this story. YouTube and Telegram said that content promoting violence against animals is banned on their platforms, and they try to remove it on a daily basis. Meta declined to comment, other than to point to their policies, which include removing some content that is, quote, particularly violent or graphic. So far, the Chinese government and sites have not responded.
There is so much concern about tariffs and what that's going to do to the experience for the consumer, and price increases and so forth. I want you down for us. How does that affect you? And you are sitting in a situation right now to pass costs and these increases to the consumers.
Hi, Lindsay. Thanks for having me. It's an interesting question. We are actually in the center of beef country. Now, the beef market is interesting. At the grocery store, the average customer is eating, the average American is eating around 60 pounds of beef a year, and 35 to 40 pounds of that is ground beef. Now, most Americans think ground beef is all sourced from the USA, but in fact, 8 to 20% is imported. And even if it says product of the USA, it still likely contains imported beef, so that's having an effect on price. Being in beef country, Vermont State sourcing all of its beef from the United States and being very vertically integrated, we've had good success managing our costs and taking advantage of all of that localization
to mitigate this. And
yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that this is a younger generation, this pro-heat sense. Tell me the supply and demand scenario in the United States. What anticipates it, despite the fact that we're going to see a cost increase?
Yeah, I think supply and demand and basic economics is exactly what's causing most of the pressure. We're seeing about 4 million head of cattle less
come to market this year than in 2022. And that's because of the demand of the heifer retention, which is a terminology we use in the industry that really describes whether or not a female animal is going to be retained to produce more calves, or it's going to be harvested from products. It's really been leading to the harvesting side, which causes pressure on the herd and lowers those numbers. So we're in the back of that now. We do see some light at the end of the tunnel, but what America is feeling is greatly for is really that price pressure coming from society.
On the price increase, you announced this last week, going up by $1 on August 1. This week we learned a federal court supported Trump's tariffs. Then an appeals court is allowing them to continue for now. I remind everyone of that because I'm curious, do these developments, this whiplash, if you will, your plans at all in terms of pricing?
Well, right now it doesn't change our plans because our mission is to make the best of beauty accessible to every eye with face. We're known for our prestige quality cosmetics and incredible prices. And we've always been very transparent with our community. So what we did in our evaluation.
We can create an experience in front. Every income taken back and resolve everything that works and share into the way you build rush. Recommend the rest of the short and you know, if you heard that we customize them and focus on the kids. Identifying company and opportunity. The CEO of this company has assured policymakers and the public AI technology that has a dramatic spike in unemployment in the very near future. The CEO says all entry-level corporate jobs could be eliminated and unemployment could spike to 50%. And he says neither the population at large nor the country's civil and political leaders are ready for what's coming.
Eerie the extent to which the broader public and politicians, legislators, I do think are fully aware of what's going on. A few of them are, I think for the most part, they don't really see what's coming.
Martin Ford is a futurist and author of Rise of the Robots. He is in Sunnyvale, California, and Martin, despite previous warnings from the tech world about AI, I think it was a rather eye-opening statement for so many when we heard that prediction from Anthropic CEO. I'm curious to hear, given your background, just how accurate you think you'll be.
Well, I think it's a very reasonable prediction. I mean, I've been writing about this for over 15 years now. And I've said all along that I think it's inevitable that both AI and robotics are ultimately going to displace a lot of jobs. I think this is going to be a very serious issue, you know, at some point in the future. And given the progress we've seen over just the last 2.5 years since the introduction of ChatGPT, I think that saying a big disruption is coming within 5 years or so sounds pretty reasonable to me. It may not be perfect prediction, but it's definitely, I think, a reasonable.
Specifically about which white collar jobs you think will take the biggest hit in the next 5 years. The biggest, it seems to me, because it seems to me that many of them that could be erased are those entry level or stepping stone positions that traditionally people will take when starting their careers, leaving the question of how people will advance and be ready for those more senior experience demanding jobs.
That's right. And the reason for that is that entry-level people at the beginning of their career tend to take on jobs that are more routine and repetitive, you know, because they just need practice, right? In order to sort of learn what they're doing and in order to move up to, you know, a position that requires more. So that's probably true that we're going to see a hit on entry-level jobs and in general on any kind of job that involves, you know, sitting in front of the computer doing a relatively routine, repetitive thing, whether it's writing the same report or sitting in front of a spreadsheet and so forth. Having said that, you know, one area that's really hit early on is computer programming, which is maybe a bit surprising to many people because just a few years ago, people were saying the best advice in terms of not to be was to learn to code is actually intelligence.
computer data encryption. But it turns out that these large language models are incredibly good at that. And that's one of the first areas that have seen being subject for people selling.
When people say, let's move to the center, I'm like, no, you're not doing this. I believe, and I'm a crazy optimist, but I believe if you get a right person like Obama with the right message, we can form a coalition to win. I would think we can do this because the younger, the younger people in the party have different ideas. Those are
Change is made. It is made to come.
the women needs really taking care of people. One of the things that has been that they taking care of it. Even from they won't fund infrastructure, they won't let them separate education, they will give you vouchers. So I just feel like they are wrong on almost every issue that I am passionate about, and on the national level, same. Because I think that line means the state foundation.
I've got a lot of that's the only one. It's the only. Sanders looked at that, they were saying, no, everybody that works with me knows that. It's kind of my OCD, and, it's like, if it ain't good, I think you can make it. That's the role you're gonna get. The Sextet adjusted and they're self-titled, they do out. We just didn't start. I mean, it's a lot of DC, but we got a lot of songs, and I mean, I'm really hopeful that we get together with the record on the road. Which is, I don't know, listening right there. So again, I would.
Let's take a closer look at how the tariffs are affecting the economy. To be Riley Financial. Art, I haven't seen you in years, so this is a welcome treat. Thank you so much for joining us. So this warning from the president, no longer Mr. Nice Guy, I guess, it's much of being Mr. Nice Guy, saying that China has been violating its agreement with the United States. It has been very much seen as a relate to the two sides that had started talking at constructive meetings earlier this month. That coupled with the revoking of Chinese students' visas, what does that tell you? What does that tell the markets about any optimism about a response between these two sides of the present?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think they also matter. It's not really important that the market is most events, but it's destroying the process, right? So, if they, you need to at least using that. So, there's multiple other ways to feel the first step, but the administration takes a step back and try to use other avenues for focus there. That's all going to take time. It's going to take time to even enjoy. Yes. So at the same time, the American negotiating a deal, they're well aware of the fact that it just take a couple of years, but they're probably going to slow walk as the president said. It's not going to get it. But it's definitely always.
Yeah, in effect, we've got, relation with Eric, we not in grade with the FDP deal, where we just don't know where we stand. So I think we've elongated the process. That's probably not a good. The market like we'll see this as not as negative as the post evaluation day when the answer chaotic. We should prepare for this, but much more of a, we thought we were getting close to the end of this game. We see what we make extended learning over time and multiple more days of life.
Yeah, and reading the markets yesterday, they were also a bit moved, perhaps suggesting that they're very much aware that the president is determined to implement tariffs, and whether they go with the reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day, if that doesn't work, they clearly turn to, and perhaps they will be more restrictive, but we know the reciprocal and the sexual tariffs will still be in place, and that include everything from the steel and industries to threaten tariffs against pharmaceuticals. What are you advising clients and consumers? What do you tell the American public about what the next few months may look like, assuming that they do go plan?
Yeah, going to play the likely at the end of the day will be 10% tariff on all imports except for Canada, probably it's a little between 25 and 35. So, and with that as a background, what we think we're heading to the river, I don't know how long it takes. I think it's really, just know that universe is fair. If you're everything we input, we're like a 3.5%. It goes to 15 or 16. All of that becomes 1 year of the road. And so therefore, that's a good home thing. But if we don't factor that into, what you can spend on sales. We saw that in the first quarter, which so I would likely see a slowdown in the second and third one, just in and the eventual higher. I think once this new federal student understanding that they didn't go out and I think we're coming out of this thing. It's just going to take longer than we thought. That's the frustrating part of what we see over and over. I think we're going to widen this out, thinking that a lot of folks see the team that stands strong to win the greatest spectacle and very safe.
It's the best thing in life, lots of experience. And I have a wife, beautiful wife, lots of wins, I have a daughter. But to be able to say that with them, a victory circle, it was amazing. Like we had 350,000 people on the grandstands, and to hear that energy, to feel it inside, and to know that my face is going to be in that trophy forever is amazing.
In 500 there's the true questions. I don't even know what kind of milk did you drink following that win, and how did it taste?
I just homemade. I thought that I think if I remember, we need to go for like full on marathon, go for like half measures, but it tastes amazing. It was super sweet. It was the best milk that I ever tasted. I wish that I was there again to taste a little bit more.
Oh, maybe next year. We'll see. Listen, one of the traditions is the women kissing the bricks. Those famed bricks. You did that with your wife, Esther. Your daughter, Lucia. What did you tell young Lucia about your historic victory one day when she's a bit older?
It was fun to go carry there kissing the bricks. Like we were telling her for like 16 months not to touch anything from the from the ground, from the streets, and now we're telling her to kiss the bricks. So she was like, "What's going on?" But it was awesome. I raised it. She was just a little bit older, so she could really like get the full experience and understand what's happening. But yeah, we'll always have those memories. We'll always have those pictures, those videos to show her. So for me to have them both there with me was just the best thing.
This journey takes you some pretty cool places. Got a big win there. What was that like seeing those guys in action?
It is awesome. I mean, I'm sure that 90% of the people that wear the faces in were like a couple of hours before at the 8500. So everybody was already super hyped up. The energy was good. It was just a fun experience to do this in the middle of to play a game, to get the support from all the fans, and to a lot of people that doesn't know racing that this is happening, and hopefully they can cheer us on throughout the season. Now, I have a question for you, being that I know that soccer is really going up, right? Yeah. If you could pick any pro soccer player to be in your pictures, changing times, doing the technical, who you think they want? I think Messi, because he used to play in Barcelona, and he was so good at everything he was doing. So I don't know how he will put him through and changing ties, but it would still be, it's the whole scene. It's the whole I know that we're on my so that it's information. The students know is the best that other faces the others there again it's a you don't see it, you don't see it. Listen, no education is a very person that says what teachers that will feel like that. You got it's fine. There's different debates that we've got to know from a 15 mind, not to expect anything from some of the ground on the streets and nothing else. Now we've got to make people get there's like what's going on.
So I think this is. Serious conversation. It's all the anything I say. And a good joke, so we're unique in the whole here. We go away, I think players, I don't believe cross that and get like what they did for this. $3 million balance, I think this will be on. There was lots of people and figuring that if you're aware, again, the point I agree with this good people later. Particularly something like something in kind of person if you put something to work on it, it's one fit, it's just a little bit. The other one, it's the main a lot of this, they're either going to be a problem or it's a
And I think this needs to be that or sent this to away and it's getting pretty scary and what it takes to people. This is really just within the DVD limits. And people will say, basically, this is what I consider years that had they simply stand up part of the goals. So that way, going back to the test layer, so it's and yet conservatives haven't embraced them. But what's the future of testing? Well, I guess that's a Cheryl, that's something on the valleys. We did create the way to put together. They see it from paradigm to base exponential. I think we'll be okay. I think in the 30 years, that's the and it's still matter. So the good father answer yes. I think we'll all be one. Have a really thank you for doing it. Take care.
Cases. Answers. Yes. It takes a special soulmate to want to take care of others. That's even as you. There's no other real difference in this lives. As a certified nurse assistant, you can help wear those real human conditions, real moments like these. Create your own story as a CNA. Create your own CNA story. Learn more at yourcnastory.org.
Office send off for his annual their failure official day for praise. What's controversial and said the way Watson says he will continue to advise the president and the diligence for the laws of the ability. I will only go to it's I think it's a places it's like so if they I will see $20 in savings. I think the production they trade us pretty important. Well, let's take a look at the facts. Once we could like $2 trillion from the federal budget as of today. Those claims only $175 billion in estimated savings on webpage. The actual amount is likely to be much lower, but in an analysis with getting less than half of those savings are verifiable or supported by documentation. That will be a process. Legacy of Judge. And I wonder, first of all, is it true that lots of Trump say, oh, I'm still be advising, or is this a fairly clean break administration? I mean, I don't usually go back to the office after the criminals with the point party showing up some money. So we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in what he can do because he was a special government employee. Timeline on how long he work for the administration point. Divesting himself in this company definitely does not want to get rid of Tesla and SpaceX and all of that. So I think that this felt like the end.
But they have been very careful to say that people will still be there. There's like a advisor, there will be what that actually means. So it's running Doge, who's leading the way. There are people like those, they created this existing office, creating it's like a lot of there, and it's that staff with people and allies and hospitals, also people from government and people's numbers. So, and it does carry on as an entity. It's not going away. It's because less of them. What is the status of the next day? Are they planning to take that for the change the PS budget or has that whole process definitely slow as they're supposed to do the things as people pour into these. There's a lot of litigation going on. And Doge continue to do what they were really created to take a hats off what got created to be basically tech support organization. So can it continue to do this? So either I have the courts, but also will be if they don't have the power of us to find me, so it's not going to be quite as we targeted by the company those by protesters is one goal. 16-year-old, maybe even those the first place to high jump and the triple jump in California is kind of championships. The three companies sell global focus over the fans on transgender athletes, individual athletes, like maybe in a spotlight, and she explains how she dealt with it.
I think if the championship coming to an end in California, the California Interstate Federation changed its rules to allow for women experts assisted the athlete to be in frames in the number of next from medal in athletes that would have placed the David Hernandez displaced as this after the president took the social media earlier this week to complain about the event. And the government of California, this was a good despite earlier comments like they have that since the existence of trans girls in sports raised the issue of fairness. The president agreed with the governor and came to this event to protest the international specification. What do you think of the solution that is here at the right now, where there is an access law, the basic it's ridiculous. Once again, you're having special accommodation for some why? Women, we got our spaces because we had to fight for it. We had to fight for our space so that we should have our own thing. This is for women. This is for people. The biological boy from the stone just and it's talking about these 16-year-olds who didn't marry the place. The vast majority of parents didn't show that 60% that they just focus on the sports and the rights of sporting events with high school students with political issues. David Hernandez has spoken multiple times defending her ability to be in the world team and saying at a school board meeting that she deserves as much protection as any of the other girls in the team. And they have added that they have been very supportive throughout this year. We are the Stone Senate course. That's good. Also, the speaking of assessment of their grocery. Now we're bringing in it's the CEO of the grocery store. It's a small chain in New Jersey, Connecticut State. We source much of the food from US based suppliers. There's the disruption in the supply chain as a term. If we had stand the top right now, the father,
number one, three for the whole, 30 cents. One parent. So we have this price, say that they were happy to go. Now here's the shit though, it's like, it's banana, okay? It's an example for South America, and then, also we noticed that the Chile, we don't have things that we might even have like that. But here's a local place for that. So a lot of things that we do down to Chile and we're able to get to California, but slowly open up. Even the local, we do like here the reason top seven is only despite it today on such terms. Some of it, some parts, one sector series of it, give them this secret, we consider benefits of that. Well, oh yeah, no, they don't care if it's the flow of what. So I think what thing right now is just a couple with artifacts like they don't put in they what am I gonna do? I gotta clarify those things. So what I can do is that place. So I'm to do that with their flyers and stuff. That's going to be not the time that I'm not even taking care of the small flyers. The way I think it's going to be it's just I wrap that up. I text my wife and it's going by to figure out. I say it's a one seat thing. Sports. It's the way it's not. It is pretty much that case. Do you think Diddy's going to testify? Do you have any idea of who might go? You have six. I don't think you do. And I think it's very nice. You have that. Still all the allegations put in that exciting. I'm not sure how many skeletons we can let them be in one spot and whatever happened, what they have alleged. If that ends, it's very children, please, daughters, what is it going to find? Some of them lost their mother's tragedy. It's helping people. You know, people be able to, setting up a city mayor. And, it's helpful. We did that. I was not thinking that add to it's falling in from prison, talking about similarly, talk about what's been testify. Seem to think that they can see to testify, otherwise you can just still instructed and will get somebody who doesn't choose to testify. But one thing he would say was he believes that it would be okay because they said President Trump who ultimately pardoned him if he were convicted. President Trump was asked about that today, which is good part of it. It's the idea. But if it's fine, you think it's fixed with the president's finance. I would hope everything. We see the person and teaching the scenario down for the people there. I bring their photos and show you that. What that's it. I believe the testing is everything. It's great for the money. What is this? That seems to be.
Several decades, shipping the latest economic growth by the White House, but the distance deficit and debt. Back in November, I got posed questions with that. So this is extra. It's really last 100 days. They worked with the White House. I guess 7% came to close. I guess that many of people I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the way it's about a job. Let's think about this outside the home. Yes. So I could go say this. Even if it's half that or less, instead of President Obama back in 2010. I just wish it hadn't been so misguided. I reset the right of the political the trust distinction of Silicon Valley, the slam, its leadership and willingness to take big risks, effective on parallel Washington D.C. government as its narrative difference, and in the end, including two unwieldy that must truly lead this world. As a man used to breaking things in order to the fact that it's conviction. The people sometimes shatter resistance, sending the world which is made screaming back to each other. I'm not going to be so expressed. Happy among the many, absolute critical thinking, disruptive influences within the bureaucracy. Only Steve Jobs will be to that basis of trying to sack the world. Sometimes great such as my reverence and job that I have to do. Well, let's at least step into the arena. What do you think it's nuts? They got those things. There are other genes that lose it, right? President Clinton, I'm not so sure. I spoke about debt on the campaign. I've always worried that fixed objective was to remake government expenditure. And if we reduce the debt along the way, well, that would be a benefit. And I think any savings we talk about is right, like we use as justification for the tax cut, the so-called big beautiful bill, over which, as noted above, must have added up the president. I was like, it's important to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the expensive monthly decreases and harmonize the work with the deficit. There's something else in that political piece that I quoted. It says behind the scenes, though, Russell's talking to the Southern secretaries, whose agencies tell them what to leave and sometimes obey their action.
Musk and other top administration officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, began to surface in June, and Musk and Peter Navarro, Trump's trading people, probably started a conscious disagreement with Trump's sprawling talent regime. Again, not in defense of that agricultural approach that generated many of the claims, but identifying a need to appreciate somebody who's going to stand up and demand accountability to become cabinet secretaries. That too, long overdue. I read two things this speech with relevance to our deficit and debt. The first was a Peter Warsack, who's President Obama's director of Homeland Security. He really has said to the U.S. and lead the following. The fourth is now working much closer to our annual federal budget deficits are running at 6% of GDP or higher, compared with growing at 3% a decade ago. Interest rates on 10-year treasuries have built at double around 4.5% now versus over just 2% then. And in the current fiscal year, the government is projected to spend more on interest payments than on defense, Medicaid, or Medicare. That's right. Help borrow a down-class trust or each year in each of these big essential budget items. And with regard to the big, beautiful bill, Warsack said this: in its current form, the budget legislation will be slightly exacerbate the challenges we face by further extending the deficit. But the first step toward fiscal health is not any specific bill or policy. It's to recognize that our fiscal risks are alarmingly elevated, and we won't make much progress on the expected deficit unless we reduce its twin budget deficit. The second reading of significance is actually a work of fiction. On Tuesday, former President Bill Clinton, we got something off the page. At least I think it's negative. I've already read it. It's about a Hudson Information's female president who's a former NFL player and is charged with a literally cheering. It would be a great feature. But here's the thing: a sometime in this novel, it involves the president's desire to get a grand bargain. And what's the grand bargain? It's a serious effort to address our long-term fiscal instability. I figured this was one of President Clinton's contributions to the novel, given that the last time the nation had a budget surplus, it was on his watch. In the book, it's actually a failed plan to solve the nation's debt. I'm not going to give away the murder of the penny plot, but when I spoke to President Clinton yesterday, we did discuss the book's fiscal plan. It costs 15% over 50% protection out tax salaries, as well as repealing the carried interest tax rate that many see as a loophole for hedge funds. It's much more to it than that. And that's just one potential plan. The point is this: we must take our debt seriously. President Clinton knows that the problem is off the books. In the last 5 years, our debt is growing at an unsustainable rate. And Trump's new budget for the renewal of the interest tax will probably go that but share the rest of the discussion of the student. Discussion of the narrative. I just feel like this is so I'm sorry, Washington, the establishment, the status quo will continue, and we will never know that in a different way with a different approach. Hopefully, we won't have to wait a few more decades for another decade. Tonight, Elon Musk will continue to respond to the brand new reporting reports that the allegedly used drugs far more intensely than previously done. At the same time, he was rising to some balance on inner circle with the final month of the 2024 campaign. A report that said people with lots of activities claims that lots of micro drug consumption went well beyond the show. Who can tell people and it's so much ketamine that it was expected to splatter. There's lots of discovered for this black it up. There is Now, of course, Musk did admit that here, they took kind of their negative moods, but that he did move a little description at the time. He said it was like, come out every other week, like that word.
There's one much time on the same day that President Trump did farewell to the side of the windows, which included Trump presenting much with his golden key to the White House that was there. Right now, I had 2 weeks before the story for the New York Times. And Megan, I really appreciate your reading of this. And I was just saying, Sky was kind of using yes, I use it, like, after he's got to the wild, it's all around. Do you think, more than a dozen people go nuts and with him over these past couple of years, and they say, what's said one thing? That's right, my colleague, Kirby White, and what our reporting found was that by the time that he was giving that interview, his ketamine habit, which was much more extensive than we acknowledged. By then, he was using ketamine on a frequent basis, sometimes daily basis. And we also found that as he rose to political power last year, at the point on the presidential campaign trail, he was telling people that he was doing so much ketamine that it was causing bladder issues, which is an effect of chronic is. And obviously, it's disturbing to imagine what that would be. You also reported us off photo of what the story responses to daily medication. What did you see? Yeah, so we were able to obtain a photo of medication, a daily medication box with broken up to AM and PM that contained as many as 20 pills. And we found in that box that there were pills that had the morphines and stimulants. And so the significant here is that our reporting found that, not only was he doing so much ketamine to these kinds of people that it was giving him bladder issues, but that he was also using, it appeared to be using, by this box, many, many prescription drugs. Ketamine's a sedative, very powerful anesthetic, Adderall's a stimulant. And we also found that he was doing ecstasy and other psychedelic treatments. Somewhat like that. You know, like, clear, I guess in terms of necessarily like we find it out. But even must say that use is today. And it said, here's a thing, right? So we just sort of today. And we said, use it to pay right by post. So the New York Times property. All right, so obviously just well, I mean, certainly I would dismiss that, attempt to dismiss our reporting. We submitted questions to him as early as Monday. So we held questions about our sense of findings, drug use, and withdrawal to receive this symptomatic behavior. He hasn't responded. And, people who didn't want the reporter get the question out today, if I thought this interesting, and he has yet to address our findings. He has refused to comment, and he's also in the process. He doesn't have to remain. But right, this is just a disparity of your institution. Before you go, one other thing, all this stuff was just decided more and more. Now, we had seen a report of that we admitted to moderate research. Your report would indicate that the number is, well, it's countless, right? We talk about a Japanese pop star, like we talk about it in. So when you're reporting, do the people who know what you spoke to, they see a connection between the drug use and this desire to have countless children? Yeah, some of them do, in fact. They say that because they see it, the sort of messy drug use that is much more extensive than previously known. And it's not just that he's had this fixation on fathering children, it's that he has often done it in secret, kept children secret from other mothers. And that's led to overlapping romances and legal battles with some other children in this growing group. And so that told us this much more than previously known. And I think combined, these two issues have been increasingly seen by some people also have as signs of just erratic behavior and messy behavior that has been built outside of the federal bureaucracy. And back to this. So Megan, thank you so much. There's such a federal building. I haven't sort of talking about today, so I haven't read it. I could really grow it. So thank you so much. If you've ever driven while tired, really, it turns out it's almost as bad as driving while. Yeah. Dr. Fenty at the budget says tired drivers often rifle sleep even while you're driving. How do you know if you're too tired to drive? Sometimes people suffer. They just feel generalized and too exhausted. So you have to go to and go like that. Want to stay awake behind the wheels? We got you covered. Remote, basically less than 70 minutes. In the US, there were an estimated 91,000 crashes and 800 deaths for drowsy drivers. That's 17. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Dr. Wilder says when drowsy people get behind the wheel, they tend to be more risks. They feel out of the oncoming traffic more often and drive too closer to the car in front of them. Your assessment, you don't worry about the valve. So what if you're ready to nod off, but you still have to get yourself from point A to point B? That's the other side. Dr. Devon also recommends this driving to the same bike. Either bring some at home or take it with you as you go, or if you get drowsy along the way, you can pick up some while you're on the route. And this might surprise me. She says, don't bother everything in and definitely don't come and pay you. So if you're in an unsafe state, if I think of the reason, but it's a journal that's not sufficient. They have for a few minutes, but it's not sufficient for using. It's payload with against the hill as payload slip professionally overhead and finally move it after being able to bind that for music. Taylor and everything is entered that posted on the website. Players efficient and great. Well, I can't thank you enough for something to reunite me with the talk that I am dedicated my life to, but have never told the until yet. That's really like speaking out of after years of battle for which Sika said that so it was 6 years ago that Peter was on purpose to write stupid catalog, which Taylor said at the time because it's crazy. In a statement to CNN on Friday, Peter Jones simply said, quote, I am happy. Now, according to that, if we were within the mid-300s land, I had reached out to Taylor's rep, have not heard back yet, but Taylor did think the fans was supporting of Eric's which he said enabled to be able to purchase for his fan capital. Now, for those of you who are wondering what happened to reconciliation with Taylor version, well, Taylor said that she's actually unable to put it for that album, which she did say that she can't re-record it for the entire debut, which she says that she lost. He said that if she re-releases those songs, he said there is a chance. He said it really is supposed to be 7 years ago.
driving emissions and so too, cannabis, the 18 wildfires, the Western provinces. So, total Saskatchewan to consider under extreme danger. Forecasters say strong winds could force the Kansas to get their food together. So, rain this type of part of Western Canada in the days ahead. It's just solving the force evacuation. So, thinning as snow spreads west. There was 200 firefighters on the way to the full central Western Canada. There's thousands of people to evacuate. The smokers getting in the every we have to drive out for Friday. Canadian officials say an extreme risk for wildfires for the Northwest Territories and Alberta to Ontario. That's the highest level of the country's fire risk scale. Or they said that I have a place to stay when you go back in there. It is so filled with skies. Now that haze is pushing south, impacting air quality in major cities in the U.S. It's like that, so that North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, thanks to this cold front, it's pulling a lot of that snow down into a lot of the areas. It's likely going to stay there for the next several days. And big snow taking over Minneapolis, worrying residents who are enjoying their homes. They're rather already for that. This same situation happened just years ago. This open turbulence video of June of 2020 shows the Atlantic skyline disappearing and snow due to wildfires in Canada. They're calling bed. It's considered hazardous. It's fire restriction every day. Kind of overload your body and to conditions to get started with medication. A recent health study out of New York State Hospital found married from wildfire snow and had health effects up to 3 months afterwards, well beyond the possible days that previous studies have identified. That's why health officials are telling people to check air quality levels and stay indoors. It's not safe. That's what it was for. Is that right to say? I'm going by 2 minutes to go back to the slides to still ever get a job. See what if I can get that? And we are referring back to the small activity and it's just every before the main day. I was like,
anxiety, and being really worried about all of the media companies that are there trying to tell the story. Makes you think that it's not a massive occasion. And you want to try and look for that and play that down as much as you can. So don't be any console room, don't any more with all the social media, etc. I'll make it as quiet and as chill as possible. Okay. Besides about anything to say what I like that. I was ready for once actually. I we also found the wrong way. One of the good way of having children so 18 months previous, to be honest, so they were incredibly experienced when it came to this, so they always helped me very relaxed at the hotel the night before. But actually, not really, because I looked around the restroom and I knew that they'd all been there with the before and thought, it's just teammates and things, so it was just a matter of trying to perform to the best of your ability as well. So I remember I was telling the lads here, we had a couple of beers the night before, a couple of glasses of wine, and some of the lads were like themselves at 1 in the morning, and so I couldn't believe it. But I was looking at them and they were so chill down and relaxed. I thought, see, they know what to do, so I was completely comfortable.
It's going to be a big one, isn't it? PhD, I think so. I mean, you suspect they're going to struggle to live up to it in the 75. But what are you expecting to do?
Pace and power in that team, huge confidence. I think the mindset's a big shift. And the belief in what players are really big. Being successful when they travel, in Spain already in Barcelona, and that's what they're doing here now. And these guys have a chance to win, and they will be nice, but in a way that's never been done before. I think I said it there after it's a change of beer there, and I think they're going to go very confident. Not that Inter won't have a chance. I don't think we don't feel that Inter will be surprised there, but on the side of
against negotiates. The fact that they know this is the first sign for many of these clients in this situation. And the pressure, and since QSI came in, it was all about doing this competition. And I think it's a direct one. That's been what the pressure on the government, the bodies, and make it really pressure today. And so that's your expectation. But they're issue where they're not being able to. I'm not feeling like in the final. But sometimes that unknown abilities, you're not knowing what it's like, what the pressure back all day, and the feelings to react to that, you can get you over the line. But if they don't freeze, I think they've got the time to real hurt.
First thing we came on to doing, as you rightly said, thinking we can give them into the credit, saying you could have the experience. It's 2 years on from that 5 months of fix to Manchester City. It's something to really excited to be talking about experience. And this team being ready now, they know what they're having themselves into. How much do you think that experience 2 years ago will count, given the number of players who were there and being there?
They have to look at it's important. They watch them, they know the last time they don't want that feeling again. They are getting to sort of the end of the era with this week. They are a lot of them will be there. Submission will be there last week. A lot of this team, taking the manager and the mixer manager. So it's up to them to do it. It's just whether they can stop this team. They stop buying unit. You have great wingers and great centre forward. They stop Barcelona, didn't they? In certain extent, they stopped them, but they knocked them out. And now they have to get over the line with this team looking forward to the same type of game that Arsenal by and play. They cope with it after the game against those results. Well, why can all they do it?
Okay. Do you think it will be more of the same? Where is the game?
Look, they surprised us when they played Manchester City because they really did Manchester City. They really shut them down and they could look forward to let Manchester City win the opposite years ago. But we're going to have to do that again, aren't we? Because you've seen Parasite United, their attacking abilities for days, and they've got strength on the bench in case they need to change it around because in case they're looking for manager. I think it'll be in those wide areas. I think in the midfield areas they'll probably dominate possession. But if they can stop it and get Ballet or Barcelona play or whoever plays in that front three, if they can stop them, they're going to do this themselves. They've got that experience and things defensively into the line to be able to be like what's going to be.
What would be your message in the dressing room right before players get a chance to look at it this evening? See your way of being Italian and readable.
If you allow us to figure that people like the media make and then I've had it in games, not the big ones, but in some games in your career where you pick them away. So we didn't impact the game, and the game policy by one of the workplaces. We don't allow it to be like that.
But what would it go like to get you on that trophy?
But they thought that and it's on the show. The kind of people that think it's really show. And we'll thank you for it.
When they put in the ring.
Yes, I think we can tell something that they get stupid the first second. Albeit the more always play it under the lot.
No people. And that's what he said. Thank you. Enjoy the game. Even though I'm a little bit.
If it chooses to change the scenery, one of the things that changes.
No.
We invest where there's a real it's only the biggest scary of that was a family, and it is the world that we hear with the people that ever find significant. We think of the same concept and the impact for this community. And so we not know is economic easy. So people can live as they live with diabetes, as they live with high cholesterol. They can live with their cancer for many years, very good quality of life. And of course, the United States, it is conservative, which we are going to fix.
What technology do you think what's the best chance at a cancer cure? Research centers that leads to new discoveries that then can get picked up by pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies and carried along into testing, and that's how we get things out. Are you concerned about the 40% proposed budget cut to NIH in terms of the pipeline of new ideas that come to science and to creating medicines?
So if we break any of these, say, for this galactic system, that's a good point. That's it. And we are in this capital, and we're getting about condition that's and many things that we agree with them. And there are things that we disagree.
What are those?
It makes sense. We discussed about the position, secretary, some of the directives that we are recent. Here, we have very big gap, but it's about separate. And my approach is expressing disagreement. Like, I didn't want to exhaust argument against the only the things that I disagree. Because when you speak with them, it's similar to the surprisingly alike. And we are working to address proposally as we agree to separate the things that we do.
What are the things that you agree on?
There's the thing that fixing the faces an area that it is extremely important for some. Because when you have exclusivity in here, of small molecules and easier for that molecule, then everybody will have them away. So I think the president holding the president and secretary agrees that that needs to be here.
Iran is being accused of carrying out secret nuclear activity dating back to the early 2000s. That's according to a confidential report from the UN nuclear watchdog as reported by Reuters. The International Atomic Energy Agency says at least 3 locations in Iran were have been, quote, undeclared structured nuclear program, and that some activities is undeclared nuclear material. Iran reports rejects the reports outright, calling it politically motivated. Meanwhile, a separate IA claims they jumped in Iran's south of enriched uranium. If enriched further, Iran could have enough uranium for 9 nuclear weapons, according to the agency.
Julia Parson is the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's also the author of Losing and Envy for Battle Iran and the Time of the Devastating. We have Spencer Travis in this week. He believes his administration is very close to a solution for a nuclear Iran. But now there's this report that they would nuclear activity in Roman's uranium stock. What do you see happening next year? How will world leaders react, and what does all of this mean for a potential deal with France? Well, first of all, we knew that the Iranian program was growing. In fact, it's been growing dramatically fast ever since Trump pulled out of the deal that Obama negotiated. So that may be in of itself good. The other part of the report showed that there were activities prior to 2003 that are questionable, which we also knew about, as the more details were being provided and shown by it were not fully honest back then and have not fully accounted for everything since then. So those are obviously concerning developments. The question is, will this report be used to trigger snapback sanctions at the UN? Which is something that the Europeans have the ability to do and are very inclined to do. Now, this threat of snapback sanctions could be helpful towards making sure that everyone gets an investment will get and negotiates the process. However, if the kind of trigger, then it's not just a basic of the kind of timing of the operation trigger, then we will propagate the prices. So I think the Trump administration seems to have valuable pressure. If you should not be the pressure of this and find that we're going to be able to go about security. Do you think in any way that shows that the consequences by violating that cooperation agreement are not strong enough? Or is that a different people? Well, it's a man for more than 20 years ago, and the fact that there was nuclear negotiation is precisely because of the fact that it was clear that they had narrative points of view. So it's not as if the punishment had been there, the line would have execution against the So I don't think that it should have been too weak. The question is, why are we having such difficulty actually making sure that we get to a solution that prevents them from having a nuclear weapon and then it deal that we stick with? Because we had a deal, talked about a lot of it. Now, I believe that he has a very good chance of getting anything better because he's going to get sanctioned on the table. But it needs that all sides need to drop their this position. But one of the challenges right now is what the Trump administration said earlier that succeed on the Richmond block. They have to get off. That has never worked. Every time we have pushed for that, it has actually backfired because the Iranians have expanded their program and all kind of realistic restrictions that we can get on the program and ended up being closed.
I've never said states. The video is expensive. And what I'm trying to do to the experience pricing and so forth. I want you to break it down for us. How does that affect you? And are you sitting in a situation like how we would have to is it consistency?
Now, beef market is interesting, but the grocery store, the average accessibility needed, the average therapy, it's about 60 pounds of sugar here and 35 to 40 pounds of out of ground beef. Now, most Americans think that so in fact, 8 to 20% is imported. Even if it says USA, it's still success, continue to panic.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that especially with the younger generation, it's also the protein to satisfy and protein needs.
Supply and demand, basic economics is exactly what's happening most of the flight pressure. We see about 4 million head of cattle less come to market this year than in 2022.
And that's because of the demand, like the heifer retention, which is a mineralogy industry that really describes whether or not a female animal is going to be retained its milk cows or it's going to be harvested for product. It's really been leading to the harvesting side causes and sexual animal. It lowers this. So it's really benefit that now. We can see some light at the end of the tunnel that what America is feeling in grocery store is really that price pressure coming from supply chain.
On the price increases, we also have the $405 on this one. This week we were a federal court halted from sales. Then the appeals court allows us to remind us to use for that. I remind everyone of that because I'm curious, during these developments, this weekend, if you go, change your plans off and the prices.
Well, right now, I think the taker's plan is our mission is to make the best accessible to every island. Thanks to those for quality cosmetics and incredible prices. And we've always been great at the great amount of things. But what we did announce last week is our entire time so is we're facing a lot of cost pressure, including tariffs, a lot of uncertainty. We're going to absorb those costs, we're going to get the price of the dollar. And then for perspective, how it's price for about $12.50 relative to legacy mass cosmetics brands, close to $10 and brands over $20. We have an incredible value for really transparent marketing that in some prices is part of our plan to mitigate this, and the overwhelming result is all the transparency. They love the fact that there's only $50 million. They have to get all the way to the various scenarios there can be. Again, this is a great long term view. It's very balanced. We have a graph of what this is, and as get popularized, so that's why I think what that's was in Europe, Thailand, other markets, we're going to be back with this role. Now, but it's not a separate industry, it's a village, and it's it is with our suppliers, no one is not saying that we're so we really thought it's not as simple as switching back to the but it's just simple that way. We see the distance and switching the center from the airport here. I agree with the line, here with access to materials, the test and remember you. We mentioned you every second of subscription to reach the members that will connect with the phone. Apply free at W2. A months long, the CNN investigation had uncovered a rise in disturbing culture videos being sold online. It shows that in the past years, shadowy network has expanded its scale and popularity around the world. CNN's Ivan Watson spoke to activists and internet sleuths for this report. But please note that this piece contains graphic descriptions of violence, which some viewers may find disgusting. At first glance, these might seem like domestic cats in some kind of shelter, but the closer and something much more sinister is taking place here. These are actually advertisements for tortured and killed cats on the average, shared by
communities celebrate the performance of extreme acts of violence against the enemies.
There's a psychological disorder of sexual sadism. And the motivation underlying it is the sexual arousal of pleasure and watching the humiliation.
This activity is deep and it be considered criminal in many cultures, but we found this kind of violence, disturbing content that mainstream platform with pets to Facebook, which means in children, it's important too. It's pretty easy because the videos is busted in the US. It's produced in the system. And then the sticker video for the rock for the violence. He's a volunteer in Live112. We got see, right? And so we forced him as an absolute society. Real Life Darkness says a main nexus for the production of this content is in mainland China. In less than a year, they've documented a 500% surge. We go to the 1 week cat version video. Chinese state media has named and shamed some individuals for the culture, but there have been huge amounts of execution, because of what legal experts say is a blending. But stand at the level of the basic field begins to keep the news. This Chinese volunteer, who asks not to be identified, infiltrates and exposes networks of animal consumers. China's censorship of politics is actually demonstrated regarding animal rights in the supervision of things. In other countries, law enforcement has been attacking that. Turkey country for now, and so street pass announced a number of arrests of suspects. And killing habits. While in the US, the FBI has been doing arrests. It's and since in the last 2 years. In a month-long investigation, CNN infiltrated the Southern animal networks. And what we learned is that protection networks often speaking code that sometimes can disguise themselves as another. The most extreme movements require new others to demonstrate that the violence to get into these threats. Activists and experts worry that some big giant's decision to reduce netting social media platforms may make it easier to share this truly awful moment with the wider public. CNN has submitted questions to the Chinese government and the tech giants about the issue of race and race. It's the most helpful to settle that they are not responding to all damage by COVID on a daily basis. That are the life. Other things, we want to their policies, which is really something, but it's particularly violent as that. So far, the Chinese have been passed. It's not.
People say, let's do it. So they're like, no, we're not doing it. I believe, and I'm a crazy activist, but I believe it is the right, like Oklahoma with the right message. We can form a coalition to win. I think they need it's because the younger
It's made. It's made.
They won't find infrastructure. They won't find education. So I just feel like they're every issue that I ask them, and at the next same. Because I think that would be okay. state foundation said. The state of war station standing behind the band saying, "Oh, no, yeah, we open up, yeah, that was funny." All this, yeah, it was now, everything in the room has been made back, it's a, everyone knows, you know, like, if it ain't, you know, people can wait, that's the award that, that's the sense that with justice, that subtitle take me out. I was getting started. It was a lot of songs. And then really opened up to the record. Which is kind of a reason in life. Again, I'll take a closer look at how the tariffs are affecting the economy. Out of this at the financial. I had a feeling here so today. Welcome, great. Thank you so much for joining us. So this morning from the president, Mr. Nice Guy, I guess, or someone who thinks Mr. Nice Guy, saying that China has been violating peace agreement with the United States. It has been very much seen as a relief. The two sides had started talking and constructive meetings earlier this month as that couple with their provoking of things to the citizens. What does that tell you? What does that tell the markets about any optimism about a big smart two sides here?
Yeah, I think it's the latter is probably that's the rest of the process, right? So it being like there, at least you do that. So now there's multiple other ways to address this, ways to feel the first step. The trend to take a step back and try to get the family organizations to take that significant. So at the same time, if there's some type of negotiating and people we're probably going to know what in effect, you guys cancellation of the tariff, where we can get into the trade. We can't be maybe you go, we just don't know what we stand. So if you want to get into the process, that's probably going to take so people say it's not as negative as the people say, well, it's chaotic, people there for now, but what's more than we're getting close to the end of the game.
Yeah, and reading the market actually yesterday, they were also discussing that they're very much aware that the president is coming to implement tariffs and whether they go with the reciprocal tariffs on the way today, and that doesn't show they clearly they to and they will be more restrictive, but we know the reciprocal we know that the sectoral tariffs will still be in place, and everything from the steel and automotive industries to directed tariffs against pharmaceuticals. What is the time they come in and soon as we tell the American public about what the next months may look like, assuming that they do go with planting.
Yeah, it's always going to be like the end of the day, those against the tariff and all imports. I think it's going to probably go between 25 to 30 feet. So it's kind of the background of what we're heading to.
positive ability to both tools demand and we thought of it as so you'll likely see a slowdown in PSL. It looks like it was just good for the world and the eventual higher prices. If once that people sell it, you may understand even if you didn't go up and bring it away to the like this will come out of that and okay shit. It's gonna take longer than that's the first way to find the most to move a little bit. I think we're actually kind of wide it down thinking I think that is out there tight behavioral system. I see what you mean. Yeah, the greatest sector to the way you say is in this it's the best thing you like, but I've loved the experience. I have a wife, beautiful wife, wonderful twins, and I have a daughter. But to be able to show up with them, victory circle, it was amazing. Like we had 350,000 people on the grandstands and here, that energy to feel it inside and, you know that base is going to be on 150 people a day. It's amazing. This is the kind of, you know, it's I don't know what to do. Following that, and how did it taste? I took a cell phone. I felt that I needed to go for like full on narrow fitness over like how I heard but it's amazing. It was super sweet. It was the best. I always tasted. It was I was there again with this everything. Maybe like share. We'll see. Listen, one of the questions here is the winner is in the bricks. Those famed bricks. You think that would feel like that. So your daughter would see it. You're actually able to see that down with the spell 50 bricks. Biggest times with my hair, they're basically bricks. Like you're sitting there for like 60 months to like dedicate from the grass, from the street, from the aisle. We're telling her to get the bricks. So it feels like what's going on? But it's also I think she it's a little bit older, so she could really like get the full experience and understand what's happening. But yeah, we're always have to understand. We always have to speak so the studios is over. So for me to have them go there with me was it's just the best thing. The story takes you some pretty cool places. I understand you have a basic playoff game. It is not just I think that 90% of the street of where the basic state where that capital hours before at the 8500. So everybody made already see that I love the end. It was good. It was just a fun experience to do it in the middle of the big game to get the support from all the fans and see that things is happening and hopefully they can cheer us on. Now the question for you, being that I know for a focus soccer players, right? If you could pick any those soccer players to be in your picture, and the tires, going the head, whatever it is, who you think they are? I can see Nancy, because he used to play at Barcelona, and he was so good at everything he was doing. So I don't know how he wouldn't be in different parts, but it would still be good. Maybe a big stuff and see Nancy there trying to taste my time. Even if he would stay like 10 more seconds, I would be like, it's okay, we don't want to stay with him. Yes, there may be a strategy, but the same things people snap. Everything about it. It's like, hey. A middle school student's teacher stated there are only two genders has been at the center of a federal lawsuit and a divided Supreme Court. This case started in Massachusetts. The seventh grader Liam Morrison wore his two genders shirt to school. He was pulled out of class and sent home. He returned wearing this modified version that means there are censored genders. That too is banned. Liam's family reached out to Alliance Defending Freedom and the Massachusetts Family Institute to file a lawsuit claiming that his First Amendment rights have been violated. Here's part of a video the Alliance Defending Freedom made with Liam discussing the issue in his names. Even at 12 years old, I have no opinions, and I have the right to express those opinions, even at school. This right is called free speech. It's protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. My school is enshrined by the expression of freedom and topics. My school's annual Pride Month celebration is a pretty clear example. My school spends all of June expressing its view on LGBTQ+ issues, but the school officials encourage us to wear Pride gear to celebrate Pride Month. The lower court sided with the school and would appreciate my shirt said only two genders. The message could be seen as demeaning to other students and potentially disruptive to the learning environment. The Supreme Court let that lower court ruling stand. But two conservative justices, Samuel Alito and joined by Justice Clarence Thomas, strongly objected. In his dissent, Alito wrote the following: thousands of students will attend school without the full panoply of First Amendment rights. That alone is worth this court's attention. Alito accused the lower court of inventing a root test that dilutes the court's own precedent, Speaker versus Burgoyne. It's a 1969 ruling. The court said that students could only restrict speech that materially disrupts class or infringes on the rights of others. But in this case, Alito said that the school acted for vague concerns and suppressed the student viewpoint while encouraging other messages about gender on campus. He even referenced a social media post of one student wearing a t-shirt that read, he, she, they, it's all okay. Alito noting that the decision below robs a great many students of that core First Amendment protection. Here to talk about it is Liam's attorney, David Portman, senior counsel for the Alliance Defending Freedom. David, schools are in a tough position, right? Having to police speech issues when they arise. There's that Tinker case where schools can restrict speech if it's perceived to be disruptive or invade the rights of others. But the guardrails, the boundary lines, are not always so clear and defined.
They're not always clear, which is why expecting the court to take this case to help clarify those boundaries. But what I would say is, even though school officials are in tough positions sometimes, I would say err on the side of free speech. If you want to get into these cultural debates, if you want to promote it yourself, which the school did, then let the kids talk about it. They can talk about it in a way that's respectful, which Liam did, but you want to have the conversation because that's how democracy works. We don't want to encourage censorship. We don't want to encourage cancellation. We see too much of that now. We want to encourage them and teach them how to have healthy debates because these issues will come up for the rest of their lives.
Rare that a 12-year-old, a seventh grader, would have such a passion on an interest like this. Was it coming from him or from his parents?
No, absolutely coming from him. It was one of the interesting parts when they contacted us for assistance and we looked into the case. It was completely Liam's idea. In fact, he asked his dad for permission. He said, Dad, look, this is what they're doing at school. My friends and I don't agree with it. What can I do? They actually went online, found a t-shirt, ordered it, and wore it to school. And what's interesting about it is when the school itself is promoting this debate, I think the saddest part is it says, okay, you can jump into this debate if you agree with us. But if you dare take an opposing view, then we're going to silence you and not let you speak. And that's just not the way our education system should work.
Well, and that's what Justice Alito objected to, among other things. In other words, the school and social media, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the school and social media promoted a shirt that said, he, she, they, it's all okay. Then Liam shows up and in first period gym class, he's sent home because of his shirt that says there are only two genders. And then on a different day, he comes back with the censorship shirt. And this time, he changes his shirts rather than miss another day of school. That's the chronology here, right?
It is. And what's interesting about this issue is when the school gets into this controversial cultural debate of the day, it helps. If they take the wrong side, it hurts everyone. So in this instance, what Liam's arguing for is, look, my free speech protects everyone. So say you take the situation and reverse it, and you have a school district that says, we're going to promote there's only two genders. And a student comes to school and says there are many genders, or Pride t-shirt
they should be allowed to wear their shirt too. So this is censorship across the board. It seems like everyone should be on Liam's side, no matter where you are on this particular issue.
The appellate court found that his t-shirt demeaned characteristics of personal identity, such as race, sex, religion, or sexual orientation. Isn't that true? Wasn't he demeaning the characteristics of some of his classmates with his "there are only two genders" shirt?
No, not at all. In fact, it was the most respectful way you could address the situation. So Liam's going to school. Everyone's encouraged to disagree with his point of view. And if you say it was demeaning to them, then why aren't their actions demeaning to him? And especially the fact that the school took a side on the issue. What you do is you let students talk about it. They disagree. They do it respectfully, which you did. But what they should never do is say, your opinion's demeaning, but mine is not. Because if that's the standard, then none of us will get to speak because everybody's always offended by one side or the other.
Right, but I guess the t-shirt that says he, she, they, it's all okay. Like, who's upset about that? Who's feeling the brunt of something mean-spirited by that, as compared to there are only two genders, which I'm sure that many would take as an affront if they're in the LGBTQ plus community. You get the final word. Go ahead.
Sure. And what's the response to Liam when he gives a different opinion on, by the way, what is a biological fact? So his t-shirt says a biological fact. The school has it in their policies in biology class, but somehow that's the meaning when he says it. And what I would end with is the fact that, is it the meaning to Liam because he gives his point of view that's biologically true to say, you're the bully, you're the one who's engaging in hate speech instead of having the conversation with the kids and not taking side on it.
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Good to be here.
On Thursday, the Supreme Court issued a ruling narrowing the scope of a key Policy Act, one of the country's foundational environmental laws signed by President Richard Nixon. The decision could speed up approvals for highways, airports, and pipelines. The conservative court has dealt many setbacks to environmentalists in recent years, including shutting down regulations intended to protect air pollution drifting across state lines. Sam Sankar is Senior Vice President at Programs at Earth Justice and joined us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being up early for us here on this important topic here. So thank you. Very broadly, the environmental report at the heart of this was some 3,600 pages long, and the argument by environmentalists was that still, it didn't take everything into consideration. So, in the words of one of the lawyers who represented those who supported the rail project at the heart of this, 88 miles of track should not require more than 3,600 pages of environmental analysis. So, in such a highly partisan and divided Supreme Court, it seemed like a rare unanimous ruling. Even the liberal justices agreed. Your organization was a key participant in this case. I don't want to relitigate the whole thing right now because we only have 5 minutes, but what do you think the court got here?
Well, first of all, let's step back for a second. As you said, NEPA is one of our foundational environmental laws, and the Supreme Court that we have right now has been making it a habit of trying to cut back on those laws. The case here at issue was about 88 miles of railroad that actually will allow the extraction of over approximately 350,000 barrels of oil that could only be taken care of at a couple of refineries down in Louisiana. And those refineries are in areas that are already suffering from serious air pollution and health problems. So our position was that the oil, that this small spur of railroad was the only thing that was standing between the health effects and the climate effects of that oil. Now, what the court ruled was that, what the liberal justices ruled was that the refinery impact at the very end of this didn't need to be considered under the statute. What the conservative court ruled was that government agencies should get tremendous latitude in doing their reviews under the National Environment. That degree of deference is going to, it could radically upend the way President Trump attempts to implement his pro-fossil fuel and anti-clean energy agenda.
Yeah, so explain that. And this case, as you say, specifically involved whether agencies have to consider these upstream and downstream environmental impacts when reviewing these types of projects. So why is this distinction so important for environmental protection?
Well, the court's decision was less about that distinction than it is about the degree to which courts are going to review environmental analyses more generally. So what the conservatives on the court said is they wanted to go way beyond the contours of this case into the degree of deference that courts give to the agencies that complete these reviews. And what Justice Kavanaugh said is it should be tremendous amounts of deference. That's ironic since the Supreme Court has been cutting back on the deference that it has been giving to federal environmental regulatory agencies in recent years. And what we see is that this is a sort of one-way only deference. If the agencies are trying to regulate industries, they get very little deference. Agencies are greenlighting fossil fuel projects, they're going to get a tremendous amount of deference because, let's be clear, the projects that is going to be trying to accelerate the fossil fuel infrastructure projects. Even before this decision, the president was busy trying to shut down this project and make sure energy pollution is delayed as much as possible.
On task service, the stations, President Trump and several cabinet members. The suit is over Trump's executive order targeting funding for the service. Chief media analyst Brian Stelter has the latest.
You know, the media keep its public support. First off, now, yes, President Trump, saying that Trump's executive order to defund is unconstitutional. Started on May 1st when Trump signed an executive order directing the Corporation of Public Broadcasting to take away those congressionally allocated funds. The corporation, though, nonprofit entity set up by Congress almost 60 years ago in order to dole out money to local radio policing. The corporation says it doesn't take directives from any president. It is set up to be insulated from that kind of interference. And the corporation has already sued Trump over a separate but related matter because Trump tried to fire creating programs. So now you have 3 different lawsuits, all kind of in a group, struggle to save media in the U.S. Now, here's what the White House is saying about this. Here's the statement that they issued. On Tuesday, PBS on Friday. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is creating media to support a particular political party, the taxpayers' dime. Therefore, the president is exercising his to limit media. Yes. And that's the lawyers. So Trump does not have a I've read the law that said these Trump in 1967, and it specifically tries to guard against presidential interference. This is now very much a question for the courts. But the claims that the White House is making about political bias are core to this story. PBS and NPR deny the charges that the Republican Democrats have a liberal lean. Those claims that have been made by Republicans for decades. In fact, past Republican presidents have said they would try to defund NPR PBS, and they haven't succeeded. Trump is trying much more aggressively to do so. NPR PBS say that Trump's cognitive bias, while founded, for example, now he is committing viewpoint discrimination because they say the First Amendment can't have a president trying to bully a network and changing its own view in order to keep its funding. Here's the part of the quote of the PBS lawsuit. PBS disputes those charged discussions in the strongest possible terms. But regardless of any policy disagreements over the role of public TV, our Constitution laws forbid the president from serving as the arbiter of the content of PBS's programming, including by attempting to defund PBS. So the battle lines are pretty clearly drawn here. You have lawyers for PBS, NPR, and the corporation all agree to defend the role of TV, including to look at especially in rural areas of public conflicts, saying those stations are the ones that actually need taxpayer dollars. Big stations in big cities, donors, foundation supporters, stations might suffer without taxpayer support. It is the smaller stations that rely more heavily on government support each and every year. Of course, in the U.S., taxpayer support for public media is relatively minuscule, at least if you compare that to Western democracies in Europe. There are far more substantial sums that are spent on public supported media. In the U.S., it comes out to about $1.60 per taxpayer per year. PBS officials, they say that's a great deal for American taxpayers. clearly Trump and his say otherwise. This is now yet another month in the administration's balance with the police. All right, see you now. Boom.
Why did we ship baskets of paper balls?
Boom.
Same reason we play scratch in California lottery, because a little play. Exceptional offer. Alaska, San Francisco. President Trump today held a office send off for his friend Elon Musk. On the leaders today working in the White House. President praised Musk's controversial and so far underwhelming cost-cutting efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, says he will continue to advise the president and that DOGE's work will also continue. First team, I will only go something. It's like a way of life. So permeates throughout the government. That over time, see savings. $2 trillion from the federal budget. As of today, DOGE has claimed only $175 billion in estimated savings on the page. The actual amount is likely to be much lower, but an analysis has found that less than half of those savings are verifiable or supported by documentation. Well, I'm looking at Musk's legacy at DOGE, and I wonder, first of all, is it true when Musk will say, "Oh, I'll still be around, I'll still be around"? Fairly clean break administration.
I mean, I don't usually go back to the office after the Going Away party, but I'm also not in Musk, so we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in what he can do because he was a special government employee. There was a timeline on how long he could work with the administration without divesting himself from his companies. He definitely does not want to get rid of Tesla and SpaceX. I think that this felt like the end, but they have been very careful to say that he will still be there as an advisor. It'll be interesting to see what that actually means.
So who's running DOGE now? Who's leading the way?
There are people at DOGE. They created it was an existing office created as part of Obamacare, and it's staffed with people from allies of Musk, but also people from elsewhere in the government and people from his company. So, and it does carry on as an entity. It's not going away just because Musk is going.
What is the status of their costs? Are they continuing to cut? Are they continuing to take that proverbial chainsaw to the U.S. budget, or has that whole process slowed and run into other barriers?
It's definitely slowed, and as you see from their website, if you go, there's just fewer and fewer things. People pour into these. There's a lot of action going on. Just can DOGE continue to do what it's been doing? It's created to take a hacksaw to the government. It was created to be basically a support organization. So can it continue to do this? So keep your eye on the courts, but also what happens next will be they won't have the power of Musk behind them. So it's not going to be quite a strong center, I think, in the Trump administration.
The transgender athlete targeted by the Trump administration and by protesters is one goal.
16-year-old Amy Hernandez placed in the triple jump in California's championship. On transgender athletes, that puts individual athletes like Amy in a spotlight, and she explains how she dealt with it.
Nervous around the finals back then. Just like relax, but it's a lot harder this year.
CNN's Julia Vargas Jones has the latest.
A very controversial track and field championship coming to an end in California after the California Interscholastic Federation changed its rules to allow for one extra cisgender athlete to be able to compete in the finals and then award an extra medal to an athlete that would have placed A.B. Hernandez not placed him. This after President Donald to social media earlier this week to complain about the rules of the event. And Gavin Newsom, governor of California, said that this was a good compromise, despite earlier comments that he had said that just the existence of trans girls in the schools raised the issue of fairness. Some protesters agreed with the governor and came to this event to protest the legislation. What do you think of the solution that the state has put forward now, where there is an extra law? So it's ridiculous. Once again, we're having special accommodation for someone. Why? And if we got our spaces because we had to fight for it. We had to fight for our space so that we can have our own thing. This is for women. This is for girls. He is a biological boy. From that protester, a 16-year-old junior in high school. The vast majority of the parents here did not share that sentiment. They said that they wish we could just focus on the sports and not polarize a sporting event for high school students with political issues. Amy Hernandez and her mother have spoken multiple times defending her ability to be in the girls' team, even saying at a public school board meeting that she deserves as much protection as any of the other girls in her team. And they have added that they have been very supportive of her throughout this championship. Julia Vargas Jones, CNN, Clovis, California.
And there's that's great data. Consumer spend more money in April compared to 1 month earlier. Also, spending less on necessities, healthcare, and groceries. Now we're bringing in Stu Leonard, CEO of grocery stores, a small retail chain in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut State. These stores responsible for U.S.-based suppliers. You notice the disruption in the supply chain because of tariff?
Have like, salmon's really hot right now. We have avocados, which is really the number one fruit in our whole produce section here. We're getting them from South America, and then also we were getting cherries from Chile. California is lighting up right now. We're in the local produce in America right now. So a lot of things we were buying from Chile and so forth, we're able to get to California, to Florida right now, and we're coming in the local New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York.
So people leave and talk small business owners just about every day about Trump's tariffs. Some are in favor, some aren't. In fact, we're seeing some way domestic seafood. Do you reap any of the benefits of that?
So I'm eating an asset there and suppliers being there. That's going pretty well. All the time, though, I'm not even, I'm just taking the pure farm for small suppliers. Because I don't want to, we don't want to hurt a small business that don't. Wrap that up. I texted my wife, we're going to be coming by to pick up. I was saying it's a one cent steak in the Mattingly house. Thanks so much.
On the defense case. Do you think Diddy's gonna testify? Do you have any idea of who might go on this?
I don't think he's going to keep it off. Because I just don't think so, because he's president and he had everything.
Well, you know, with all the allegations that come in, I can tell you, I'm not sure how many were skeletons people let be in one spot and what has come out because of what they have alleged. To that end, I would see his family. His children, his daughter, of course, his son today as well, not the youngest among them. What is it been like for his children, some of whom lost their mother tragically? This stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I know people understand that, you know, these are children, right? That these are really parents, right? You have to simply, you can't hold them, you can't kiss them. They got to whisper to them in the first time, so that to show that they love them. And you know, this heartbreaking for them. He was there for the recognition, he was there for the time, you know, he was there to, you know, see us, you know that. And, you know, it was heartbreaking.
You know, I did have a conversation last night program, and he was calling in from prison, and he was talking about similarly, talking about whether they need to testify. He seemed to think that it was in his best interest to testify, otherwise it's like it's not. And obviously jurors are going to be instructed that you cannot hold against somebody who doesn't choose to testify. But one thing he did say was he believed that he would be okay because he thinks that President Trump will pardon him if he were convicted. President Trump was asked on that day if he would pardon him. He didn't dismiss the idea. But if one is pardoned, do you think if convicted, will the president pardon him?
I would, um, I would hope that he do. Because it's your day, kidney.
And your personal plan. Free to download on iOS and Android.
Joining me now is Shark Tank Judge Kevin O'Leary. He is, of course, also the chair of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, nice to see you. I offered some of these same thoughts on radio yesterday, and the listener response was none too happy. They say, oh, Musk was here for himself. He had access to our own private data, and he was full in his approach. You would say what?
No, I think he was honest in terms of his objectives. He said he could save money from taxpayers. That should be a bipartisan. He brought forward his taxpayer site, the new idea of the facility, which I find extremely interesting. No one's ever done it like that way. But he did experience this. Washington is a very this side, or your feathers here. Perfect. Okay. Even though thoughts were offended by the speed at which you had added, and maybe the way you implemented it, at the end of the day, taxpayers will save money, period. I don't know why everybody think that. The more you think of what he did, the more you should have thought.
So I think you just answered my whole question from Kevin O'Leary's perspective, which was the bigger impediment. You don't think it was his methodology. You think it's the bureaucracy and the built-in institutional fiefdoms.
Yes, you're correct, but in the end, we've learned there's a value to the check and balance of Washington. Certainly have. You have to deal with all of them. You can't just mandate save a billion here, save a billion there. You have to actually build the system. And that's where the system drives you down. You can make a recommendation. You can't be executed on it. You know, it's the 30 days. You need more power. You only try to even if he can't jam it. That's what we hear. Imagine saving $1 trillion if you went back and did that. People tell you how inefficient the government is, how waste it is, what a horrific outcome to learn that. You want savings. That's why Doge and brand now it's called an impregnated into the minds of taxpayers everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're or little. Who doesn't want to save money?
I'm worried that the approach has now poisoned the well. Because of the haphazard, the slipshod way in which this was attempted, the next time somebody's willing to step into the lion's den and have a serious conversation about waste, fraud, and abuse, they were going to say, oh, well, they tried that with us and it didn't go so well. Where do we go from here?
I think it doesn't go away. And taxpayers, I don't believe, trust government as much as they did 20 years ago. And that's easy to say. And there's lots of other problems with tax code as well. I'm not sure you're aware of this. You might want to look at it, but I'm a huge advocate for small business. I read this bill, people read it, and I found something quite shocking in there that I'm actually lobbying against right now. If you took government support money as a small business called the blessing program, the IRS was audited for 9 years. The law says 3. They're going to change the law to make it and do this thing. This is something that's something to do. It's a temple. A big beautiful bill. So that's the kind of thing that's going to meet grinder and have the house. I think overall, listening to this deficit is growing outside the door. It's getting pretty scary. You're going to know this is really almost 7% of GDP. We're trying to keep the limits. And the only thing I will say to consider is when they scored this deficit out years ahead, they assumed the United States at 2%. I find that way outside. There's a company grows back percent.
Quick final question, give me the 30-second answer. Did he still sell sneakers to Republicans? I'm thinking of like a Jordan, of course. But going back to Tesla now, it seems like he's alienated the progressive purchasers of those vehicles, and yet conservatives haven't embraced the whole EV movement the way that liberals have. So what's the future of Tesla?
I think it's just a shareholder, something along with shareholders. Within 3 or 4 weeks, people forget about Washington. SpaceX, Tesla. I think we'll do okay. I think it's kind of burning dealer trend, eating Tesla cars. Those ways are all electric. There's the better one in the world, and that's what matters the most. Is it a good product? The answer is yes. I think we'll all be rewarded as shareholders. If you own one of these cars, you'll be happy as it starts to become autonomous driving.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you for being here. I appreciate your insight.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Who tonight on Musk refusing to respond to a brand new report in the New York Times that he allegedly used drugs far more intensely than previously known. At the same time, he was rising to prominence in Donald Trump's inner circle in the final months of the 2024 campaign. A report that said people familiar with Musk's activities claims that Musk's, and I quote, drug consumption went well beyond occasional use, including him telling people that he was eating so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. Here's Musk's response, or lack thereof.
There is a New York Times for culture reporting yesterday. This is the same organization. I also for this. That's very much.
Now, of course, Musk did admit here that he took ketamine for negative moods, but that he used it legally with prescription. And the second he said it was like a small amount, once every other week or something like that. Those were his exact words. But over the time, Musk and his final day with Doge, which included Trump presenting Musk with his golden key to the White House that we see there. But now, until he wrote the story for the New York Times, and then I really appreciate reading this artist just and I was just saying to myself, try this so much. However, he once in a while and small amounts. You did interviews with more than a dozen and with him over these past couple of years, and they say and what our reporting found was that by the time that he was giving that interview to 9/11 in March of 2024, his ketamine habit, which was much more extensive than he acknowledged. By then, he was using ketamine. And we also found that as he rose to political power last year, as he joined the trail, he was telling people that he was doing so much ketamine that it was causing bladder issues, which is a common effect of ketamine use. And obviously, it was survey to imagine what that would be. You also produced a photo of what you reported as was not feeling to medication. What did you see? So we were able to obtain this photo of medication, daily medication, drugs with the AM and PM that contains as many as 20 pills. And we found in that box that there were pills that had the markings of Adderall. And so what's significant here is that our reporting found that, not only was he doing so much ketamine that was telling people that it was giving him bladder issues, but that he was also appeared to be using, judging by himself, many prescription drugs. Ketamine is a sedative, very powerful anesthetic. And we also found that he was doing ecstasy and other psychedelic like mushrooms. This is no different. Now, you do know that it wasn't clear what was happening in terms of the this is what you find out. The Aaron must have refused to respond to it today. And instead, he chose to stand as we just heard him do that. And he said, so the New York Times is pure propaganda. We dismiss all of the reporting. Please do that. Well, I mean, certainly I would dismiss that attempt to dismiss our reporting. I mean, we submitted questions to him as early as Monday, asking detailed questions about our extensive findings on his drug use and family drama and what other people perceived as erratic behavior. He hasn't responded, and he wouldn't even let the reporter get the question out on TV today, which I thought was interesting. He has yet to address our findings. He has refused to comment, and he's also in the process. He has not denied it. But right, he's just this is your institution. Before you go, one other thing, you have all this more and more. Now we've seen a report of what he's admitted to other research children. Your report would indicate that the number is countless, right? You talk about a Japanese pop star, and that you would have a child with any. So from your reporting, to people know the research, they see connections
others and this desire to have. Yeah, some of them do, in fact. They say that because they see it, the sort of messy drug use that is much more extensive than previously known. And this, it's not just that he's had this fixation on fathering more children, it's that he has often done it in secret and kept children secret from other mothers. And that's led to kind of overlapping romances and legal battles over some of the children in this growing group. And so that too is just more chaotic and messy than previously known. And I think these two issues have been increasingly seen by some people firsthand as signs of just erratic behavior and messy behavior that he has been juggling while simultaneously slashing the federal bureaucracy and managing these companies. So Meg, thank you so much. It's such a cool reporting. I know this is what we're talking about today, so who hasn't read it, I know it's a little. Thank you so much. If you've ever driven while driving, really, it turns out it's almost as bad as driving drunk. See that? Tired drivers often micro sleep even while they're driving, just for a few seconds. Actually sleeping. But to drive sometimes can be very slow. Exhaustion. So, people in the straight turns or exits. Stay right behind the wheel. We got you covered. You know it. Basically, less than 10 hours. There were an estimated 91,000 crashes and nearly 800 deaths due to drowsy drivers in 2017. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Dr. Department said they come out in front of oncoming drive too closely to the umbrella. So what if you're ready to nod off, but you still have to get yourself from point A to point B? Dr. Devaja also recommends this tried and true standby, caffeine. Either brew some at home and take it with you on the go, or if you get drowsy along the way, you can pick up some while you're on the move. And this might surprise you. She says, don't bother opening a window. And definitely don't come on Taylor Swift or Beyonce. Say, wait, if I crank up the music, they won't help me, Taylor. That isn't showing up. That's not sufficient to control it. It may help for a few minutes, but it's not sufficient to keep you forever. Taylor Swift officially owns her entire music catalog after being able to buy back the rights to her music. Taylor announced the news in a letter posted on her website telling her fans that this is her greatest dream come true. Quote, I can't thank you enough for helping to reunite me with this art that I have dedicated my life to, but have never owned until now. Now, Taylor owning the rights to her catalog comes out a years-long battle for the superstar to have full ownership over her music. It was 6 years ago that Scooter Braun purchased the rights to her catalog, which Taylor said at the time came as a surprise for her. In a statement to CNN on Friday, Scooter Braun simply said, quote, I am happy for her. Now, according to Variety, the deal was in the mid-$300 million range. I have reached out to Taylor's rep, have not heard back yet, but Taylor did thank her fans for supporting her Eras tour, which she said enabled to be able to purchase her entire catalog. Now, for those of you who are wondering what happens to Reputation Taylor's version, well, Taylor said that she actually only recorded a quarter of that album, but she did say that she has re-recorded her entire debut album, which she says that she loves. She said that if she re-releases those two albums, which she says there is a chance, she said it won't be from a place of sadness and longing, but it will just be a celebration now.
Dry conditions are still fueling Canada's raging wildfires. The western provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan are considered under extreme danger. Forecasters say strong winds could worsen things again, but cooler weather and rain is coming to western Canada in the days ahead. As Jen Sullivan reports, evacuations are in the U.S.
Nearly 200 Royal players are raging across central and western Canada, forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Stuff was getting really heavy and had to drive out. Friday, Canadian officials declared an extreme risk for Royal players from Northwest Territories and Alberta to Ontario. That's the highest level of the country's player risk scale. Are we still going to have a place to stay when we go back in there? The heavy smoke filling the skies. And now that haze is pushing south, impacting air quality in major cities in the U.S. States like Minnesota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, thanks to this cold front, it's pulling a lot of that smoke down into a lot of these areas and is likely going to stay there for the next several days. The thick smoke taking over Minneapolis, worrying residents who are enjoying the outdoors. You're having one run for a while. This same situation happened 2 months ago. This Earth-Cam time-lapse video from June of 2023 shows the New York City skyline disappearing in heavy smoke due to wildfires in Canada. Air quality again is considered hazardous.
This higher concentration that you're breathing could overwhelm your body and can lead to health issues from air pollution.
New York's outside hospital found cold matter from wildfires, so it can have health effects up to 3 months afterwards, well beyond the couple of days that previous studies have identified. That's why health officials are telling people to check air quality levels and stay indoors. It's not safe. Jen Sullivan, the right to say, I joined right to hey, no, actually, most of us will never get a chance. What is like to get I'm not trophy. And Rio said, day before the event, what was your motive? It is a big occasion, though. It's really very exciting. Just many things. It's very good. We don't have to be honest, so they were incredibly experienced when it came to this. They almost helped me, very relaxed in the hotel. Yeah, because I looked around the dressing room and I knew that they'd all been there and going to be. That's the ability as well. So, I remember I was telling the lads earlier, and some of the lads that have a massage at 1 in the morning and shit. I couldn't believe it. But I'm so chilled out and relaxed. I thought, actually, they know what to do. I was power in that same huge conference. I think the mindset's a bit of a big shift, and the rule police been brought by Lewis and Reed, who's been successful on the treble in Spain already in Barcelona. He's on doing that here now, and he's had a chance to run it in lights in a way that's never been done before. So that incentive there, I feel.
they're young. This is the first time for many of these players in this situation. The pressure given since PSI came in, it was all about being a competition. How do you think that they're reacting like that?
That's the one big question that we have over, and I don't have many. One is, can they deal with the pressure on the brain? Like you say, that there's huge expectations. But
as you rightly said, hey, you've had different things at the credits, they have the experience. It's 2 years on from that final defeat to Manchester City. If something Simone and Zari's been talking about the experience and this team being ready now, they know what they're letting themselves in for. How much do you think that experience from 2 years ago will count, given the number of players who were there in their country?
they lost last time they got that feeling again. You know, they are getting sources again.
Academic research. Structure that we do and it's similar to it's kind of clear. It's a lot of foliage, a lot of reject story for it's a two full responsible state.
hit nuclear activity, its uranium stack. Thanks for having me. It's an interesting question. We are actually in the center of the beef market is interesting. At the grocery store, the average customer is eating, the average American is eating around 60 pounds of beef a year and 35 to 40 pounds of average ground beef. Now, most Americans think now beef is all service from the USA, but in fact, 8 to 20% is imported. And even if it says a product of the USA, it's still likely contains imported beef. So that's having an effect on price. But being in Vermont state sourcing all of its beef from the United States and being very vertically integrated, we've had success managing our costs and taking advantage of all of our localizations.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that we could expect it's the younger generation that wants to be protein to satisfy the protein needs. Tell me about the supply and demand scenario in the United States. What do you really anticipate, despite the fact that we don't see a cost increase?
Yeah, supply and demand, basic economics is exactly what's causing growth in our life. You can see about 4 million head of cattle less come to market this year than in 2022. And that's because of the demand, right? The heifer retention, really all really describe whether or not a female animal is going to be maintained in smokehouse or it's going to be harvested for product. It's really been leading to the harvesting side, causes pressure on the herd And global is going to stand for so beautiful. So it's like coming back with that now. We do see some light at the end of the tunnel that what America is feeling in the grocery store is really that price pressure coming from home.
Pricing thing. This, you know, since last week, the $105. It's this need to follow the process. Then when it feels good, you know, it's really that to take you through. I remind everyone that there is these developments, this midlife, change your plans at all.
Well, right now we have to change our plans. What's our way to make the best accessible to every island, makes it own that quality cosmetics and incredible prices. And we've always been very different. It's a great long term. So what we did in our thought was through our entire commission, right? So is we're taking the right cost structure for the tariffs, not one services. We're going to do our those we're going to multi for the dollar, and then what was captured our average price products relative to cents relative to legacy max cosmetic brand close to $10 and brand with $20. So we have an incredible value, but we really transparent in our community that we do have to put some prices as part of our plan to mitigate this and the overwhelming impact of the love the transparency. They love the fact that they're only $1 and that can be unrelated to that. They're very serious, they're heavy, and very very nice. It's a good thing was in Europe, Thailand, and other markets. But we're trying to significant what 40 years if we had things lined up, flyers, no one had that same level of flyers. And so we worked it out. It's not as simple as switching back to the life that 18 years since it was all day.
And once long as CNN legal state has covered a rise of disturbing torture videos being sold online. It shows that in the past year, this shadowy network has expanded in scale and popularity around the world. CNN's hiding that they spoke to activists and states for report. The police said that this piece contains graphic descriptions of violence, which some viewers may find distressing. At first glance, these might seem like rescue caps of some kind of show, but look closer at something much more sinister is taking place here. These are actually evidence of torture and kill cats on the shared by the individual to celebrate the moments of extreme acts of violence against individuals.
This activity is still in many countries, but we still this kind of balance of the stated effort and instant effort with effort. Yes, percent serious. If there's one that wants a bigger, we can have a Secretary of State leader, if they extend some of the those rights to animal health, but there will be criminal prosecution. And if we were against it, this Chinese volunteer, rasps enough to be identified, infiltrates and exposes networks of animal abusers. The Chinese censorship of politics is actually very strict, but regarding animal abuse, there is no supervision of the state. In other countries, law enforcement has been cracking down. Turkey, a country renowned for its abundant street rats, announced a number of arrests of suspects accused of torturing and killing cats. While in the U.S., the FBI has conducted arrests in Utah, Wisconsin, and Texas in the last 2 years. In a multi-year investigation, CNN infiltrated some of the animal networks. And what we learned is that to avoid detection, these networks often speak alone, and sometimes even disguise themselves as behalf of others. The more extreme groups require informers to demonstrate their own acts of violence. Activists and experts worry that some tech giants' decisions to reduce vetting on social media platforms may make it easier to share this truly awful content with the wider public. I want to see it. CNN has some of the questions to the Chinese government and the tech giants about the issues raised in this story. It's a platform saying that really violence against animals is banned on their platform and it's entirely remove it on a daily basis. That other time, other than the points their policies, which include removing some content that is particularly violent or graphic. So far, the Chinese government and X have not responded. But for Elon Musk, it's time to get out of build. I was in college today in New York City. We had to leave as a special government employee Musk was of 140 days of service. Musk's exit regular Trump Musk impressive yesterday. Trump thanked Musk for his service to America. Musk said that he still expects to achieve $1 trillion of cuts that he promised, and both things will be back. My state to continue to provide advice that will be best for life. Some speculated the field several days ago in some shade of the latest economic bill supported by the White House as a misconcern to add deficit and debt. Back in November, I had a poll question at Snowcounty.com. I asked when this romance would end. Where was the result? Nearly half thought that it wouldn't last 100 days for the year. Where he worked in the White House, one thing of the person with the I guess 57% in the process. I know that many of you are thrilled that you have less. I'm not going to figure out. I don't think I'm going to figure out. Yes, right. Simply understanding as far as I can tell. Inconsistent as to the Phoenix Empire, if you have summarized your week, although you're not. So, according to Go, save the government for about $170 billion. Then he challenged that number. Even if it's half that or less, it's better than nothing. On top of which, I'm willing to give Musk and President Trump some credit for starting the conversation about wastewater abuse. What's bracket the policy since it holds is debated.
Vice President Obama fought back in 2010. I just wish it hadn't been so misguided. Irie Center, writing for Politico, observed the following. Musk was a creature of Silicon Valley, the scion of the pay cow, whose leadership and willingness to take big risks propelled him to unparalleled market movements. Washington soon was entirely different. And in the end, it proved too unwieldy to Musk to truly lead his life. Was a man used to breaking things before to put them back together in his own image. The defeats of Trump's Washington with shattered resistance, sending the world's richest man scrambling back into his own life. And that would be so depressing. Kept the American already. Entity, absence of critical thinking, disruptive influencing within the bureaucracy. If only a Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos would have find it sadly to Washington, often said. Sometimes on radio, I know sometimes that Steve Jobs had lived with 5% problem and it presents all of us in a kind of a permanent solution to the debate about systems. Potholes, and such is my reverence for Jobs that I actually need. Well, Musk at least stepped into the arena. Look at famous Musk made a great effort at personal sacrifice. I think he really did want to streamline that and reduce our 37 trillion debt. I think 100 G's for personalized that. President Trump, I'm not so sure. He never spoke of our debt during the campaign. I've always worried that his objective was to remake government with its image. And if we reduce the debt along the way, well, that would be a good thing. And I think any savings that Trump could demonstrate might be used as justification for the tax cut the so-called big people with. Over which, as noted before, has added I was actually disappointed to see the massive spending there, frankly, which increases the confidence and not just decrease it. And undermines the work that they're doing. There's something else in that political piece that I wrote. Says behind the scenes, though, Musk was crashing the settlement secondaries, whose agencies held them what it means and sometimes they fail to direct the Musk and others, administration officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Pacino, began to service in news reports, and Musk and Peter Navarro has bravely heavily started a Musk's disagreement with Trump's sprawling talent regime. Again, not in defense of a haphazard approach that generated many debunked claims, and I doubt I'm alone to appreciate that somebody is willing to stand up and demand accountability even from cabinet secretaries. That too, long overdue. I read two things this week with relevance to our debate system together. The first is of Peter Wilson, who's president of Russia's director of the Norway League. He wrote an essay in the New York Times and began with the fact that the North Pacific working the taxpayers required. Annual federal budget deficit already at 6% of GDP or higher, compared with well within 3% a decade ago. Interest rates on 10-year treasuries have more than doubled. We're at 4.5% now versus over just 2% then. And in the current fiscal year, the government is projected to spend more on interest payments than on events, Medicaid, or Medicaid. That's right. Our borrowing now costs us more each year than each of these big essential public items. And with regard to the big, beautiful bill, Forsyth said this. In its current bill, the budget legislation will slightly exacerbate the challenges we face by further extending the deficit. But the first step for fiscal health is not any specific bill or policy proposal. It's to recognize that our fiscal risks are ironically elevated. And we won't make much progress on the trade deficit unless we reduce the extreme budget deficit. The second reading of significance was actually a work of fiction. On Tuesday, Philip President the best-selling author James Patterson will release a new series that the first general I've already read. It's about a husband of the nation's female president. He's a former NFL player. He's charged with the murder of a cheerleader. It's going to be a great feature. But here's the thing, a subplot, it is novel. It involves the president's desire to get a grand bargain. And once the grand bargain, it's a serious effort to address our long-term fiscal stability. I think this is the president. It's not the case to travel, given that the last administration had a surplus that was on his watch. And the book is actually a detailed plan of what the nation's debt. going to give away the more than that. But when I spoke to President Clinton this week, we did discuss what's the the cost of 15%. That's just one. This is seriously. President Clinton knows the problem is not worse the last 5 years, and yet it's down at an unsustainable rate. And Trump's new government will the instruments that will probably make that much. But I share President Clinton's concern for our fiscal well-being. Well, given the public perception of Doge, like it was narrative, I just worry that this happens goes in the well for the next time somebody will try. Say what you will, but at least Elon Musk tried. So I'm sorry, Washington won. But the status quo will continue, and we will never know what the different way with a different approach. Hopefully, we won't have to wait a few more decades for another happen. Chicken comes in gas. That's the speaker of the speech in the state of Illinois. The original Trump was not having the whole thing. Behind the band's name, and the world, it's the only reason we have to that was yeah, it's gonna have it's like telling my it ain't that's the really good so it just they're sent by the big trial. I was getting started why people got around that song. I mean, really hope that it gets making a record. And we get all about this. I don't know, who's doing like that.
Let's take a closer look at how this guys are effectively. Art, I haven't seen you in years, so this is a welcome screen. Thank you so much for joining us. So this morning, the president, Mr. Nice Guy, I guess, it's Mr. Nice Guy saying that China has been violating its agreement with the United States. It has been very much at the relief. The two sides have started talking and constructive meeting this month. With voting of students. What does that tell you? What does that tell the market about any optimism about a big one of these?
Yeah, I think it's the latter is probably more important because that's the market for the mentioned with content, right? So, it being right there, at least be doing that. So, pretty cool way to practice it. I feel the administration takes back and getting these focus. That's all going to take good things back to keep it. So at the same time, the care for the negotiation it's going to probably in effect, we got from there. So we had a particular trade. So if you have to maybe no reason for no understand. So I think we elongated the concept. There's something that I think is promoting writing. So people said, one is negative and the positive story, whereas the other is massive chaotic. You could work out one out, but what's more way? So we're getting close to the end of the game. Yeah, I didn't know
and reading the market reaction yesterday, they were also a bit heated, suggesting that, they're very aware that the president is willing to implement tariffs, and whether they go with the reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day, if that doesn't work, they clearly have other avenues that they are going to, and perhaps they will be more restrictive, but we know the reciprocal, we know that the sectoral tariffs will still be in place, and everything from the steel and automotive industries to present tariffs against pharmaceuticals. What are you advising and consumers from the American public about what the next months may look like, assuming that they do this plan?
Yeah, those are the days, because this is a really, likely at the end of the day, those 10% tariff on all imports. Okay, everybody for 45 to 50. So, with that as a tactic, we're getting to it's no longer thing. As a consumer, you know that, like, like, it's viewers, with all of that, when we were putting the fact of that is that, we saw that in the first quarter of this year, or towards the band, and we saw that in the year. So we'll likely see a slowdown for the second quarter, just before the war, and the potential higher prices. And once the people got a true understanding that they need to go up and employment rates pretty high, I think we're coming out of that in okay shape. It's going to take longer than we thought. We would just keep that's the frustrating part for most of the movement is that I think we're kind of wide to stop thinking that something when you guys are so high, may well push it. Activity was so fast down. It was a great spectacle in where you think, what's the word? 85. Oh man, I don't know. It's the best thing in life, but I love the experience. And I have a wife, beautiful wife, love the wind, that I was over, that to be able to trade off with them, a big circle. It was like, we had 350,000 people on events, and it's like this year, that energy to feel it inside, and like my face is going to be on that people right there. It was amazing. The Indy 500 is great traditions. I don't know what kind of business we're following that win, and how did it taste? I chose owner. I like that. I mean, at 85, I think you can go for like full on management and go for like how I can get that. It's amazing. It was super safe. It's events. I really think so. And I guess they again, it's only to me. Maybe next year, we'll see. Listen, one of the traditions is the winners can see the Brits. Those same Brits you think that if they're like that, and God will see it. What did you tell them to see about it? Start thinking one day. It was fun for my parents. They're kissing the brakes. Like, we're telling her for like 60 months not to watch anything from the ground, from the street, and now we're telling her to kiss the brakes. So she was like, what's going on? And it was also just anything older, so she could really like get the full experience and understand what's happening. But yeah, we'll always have those memories, we'll always have those pictures and videos to show her. So for me to have them both there with me was it's just the best thing ever. This journey takes you some pretty cool places. I understand you out on places, playoff campus. Got a big roof there. That like seeing those guys tonight. It is also, I mean, I hate that I could say once you get the places where the capital guys and buildings this one. So it's like very super house stuff. The industry was it's fun to do it because the playoff game, get the support from all the fans and to allow a lot of people that doesn't know racing that things is happening. What DJ can hear is on drugs. The other question is being that I know for a focus soccer fan for growing up, right? If you could pick any soccer player in your 60s, favorite time, during the 10th of every during this method of life. The 50 years to play at Barcelona, and he was so good at everything he was doing. So I didn't know how he would feel
really seeing it big pride, but it didn't see people and do it so like see Nancy there, like these lights are. Even if he was taking like 10 more seconds, I would be like, it's okay. I was just taking it. Sit next to your face, right? Don't come alone. Wait. Hey. A middle school student station stating there are only two here. Seven of the federal lost all lives of people. This case started in Massachusetts. Seventh grader William Morris on his two genders returned to school. He was pulled out of class and sent home. He returned wearing his modified uniform. There are sensitive gender that's in his van. Reed's family reached out to the Alliance Defending Freedom of Massachusetts Families filed a lawsuit only with his First Amendment rights were violated. Here's part of the video of the Alliance Defending Freedom made with me and discussing the issue this way. Isn't that appropriate to lose? Even at school. The threat is for free speech. It's depicted on the First Amendment. My schools should handle especially for the wide range of others. My school's annual Pride and celebration is very stable. My school spends all the time expressing its feeling of deforestation, but school officials and curations and leaders here's the big time. The whole side of the city. Supreme Court got that well of legal stand. I think it's only justice and sin. And give the Senate the week. School without the rights. David, schools in a tough position, right? Having speech issues when they arise, just that, like, it's the schools that restrict speech if it's received as disruptive or invades the rights of others. Like with the guardrails, with the every in other words, they help clarify those boundaries. But what I would say is, even though official position sometimes, I would say never have a sign of free speech. If you want to get into these cultural debates, if you want to promote it yourself, who is? They don't think they talk about it, they can talk about it in a way that respectful is did. If you want to have the conversation because they talk about it. You don't want to encourage censorship, you don't want to encourage cancellation. You see too much of that. You want to encourage them and speak that kind of have to get faith because these people put up
rare that a 12-year-old or 7th grader would have some passion for Jesus like this. Was it coming from him or from his parents? Yeah, absolutely. It was one of the interesting points when they contacted us for assistance and we looked into the case. It was completely Liam's idea. The fact that he asked me down, when he said down, this is what we're doing. I read that I didn't agree with it. What can I do? They went to find down the teacher recorded it and for the school. And what they think about it is when the school don't get the body of this debate, I think that is part of it. But okay, you can jump into this debate, get to agree. But if you dare take it, if they're taking it opposing you, then we're going to feel about what you think, and that's not clear in any. Well, and that's what Justice Alito objected to, among other things. In other words, the school and social media, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the school and social media are going to shirt that says, it's all okay. And Liam shows up in the first in gym class. He's sent home. He has a t-shirt that says they're only genders. And then on a different day, he comes back with the censored shirt. And this time, he changes his shirt and miss another day at school. That's the chronology, right? It is, and the thing about this issue is when the school gets into this controversial cultural debate of the day, it helps if they take the wrong side and hurt everyone. But in this instance, what Leah's arguing for is, look, my free speech protects everyone. So say you take the situation as the first, and then you have the school district that says, we're going to promote this way to kids. And the student comes to school and says, there are many kids who are my t-shirt. They should be allowed to wear their kids. So this is something that's across the board. It feels like everyone should be able to five and have very boring. The appellate court found that his t-shirt revealed characteristics of a personal identity, such as race, sex, religion, or sexual orientation. Isn't that true? Doesn't he give the characteristics of some of his classmates of his their own definition? No, not at all. And this is the most respectful way we could create situations. So Liam goes, everyone thinks correct, and if you say it was the meaning to that, then why is it why are you taking it against? And especially the fact that the school can decide on the incident was ridiculous. We have to just talk about it. They disagree. Actually, he did. But what they should never do is say, your opinion of meaning will find its not standard. And that's something everybody's only defending the Bible. Right, but I think so that we see them okay. Like who's upset about that? Who's feeling of something spirited by that, as compared to there are more things to get, which I'm sure that they can make as a fun. If the feeling comes to you get the mind that won't go ahead. And something responsible when he gives a different opinion. By the way, but it was my own perspective. So his t-shirt has a biological effect. I mean, he follows these things. I always have to somehow fascinated if he says it. And what I would end with is the fact that it is the meaning of it, because he gives his point of view that's biologically true to say, you're the bully, you're the one who's behaving at hate speech instead of having a conversation with kids and not being decided on the whole thing. Counselor, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, thank you for the meeting. There's the environmental stuff. What is the scope of views of national environmental policy? Environmental laws like those of Richard Nixon, Susan could speed up those that might always scare folks pipelines. The conservative court was dealt many setbacks for environmentalists. When they shut down regulations and technical protect wetlands and scare pollution drifting across state lines. Fonseca is the senior vice president of that program. So, Earth Justice and is now from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being on the early for us here on this topic. Thank you. Report it's with some 3,600 pages long. The argument by environmentalists was that story to take everything into consideration. So, in the words of one of the lawyers represented the supported the rail project, which are this 88 miles of track, she got the fire out of the 3,600 pages to the fire the whole battle. So it's a bit of a parties and divided it seemed like a rare unanimous difficult justice. Your organization wasn't being participant in this case. I don't want to indicate the whole thing right now. Really, I
what do you think the court got wrong? Well, first of all, the conflict of it, as he said, they could like our foundation down in the law. Supreme Court would be halfway now, but still making it a habit to try to come back up as well. The case here at issue was about 80 miles away, but actually, approximately 315,000 barrels of oil per day, kind of dense waxy food that could only taken care of. Those refiners are in areas that are already what that government agencies get tremendous knowledge. Now, the collegiate reference is the radical run that away the profile for fuel energy. Yeah, so explain that in this case, as you say specifically about whether agencies have to consider these downstream profits after reviewing these types of projects. So why is this distinction so important for environmental protection? Well, we can almost sit on that other thing about what's a more so therefore, said that a lot of the own way, with this case, we think the degree of deference and force in the agency that completely. What Justice Kavanaugh said is it changed something that this intensive. And ironic, it's a critical of the deference that it was giving to the federal environmental regulatory agency in recent years. And what we see is that this is a one way only downward. If the agencies are trying to regulate industry, they can very good different outcome. And the agency goes to relay fossil fuel traffic, they're going to get it from mechanism like that. Because let's be clear, the project that will come precedent again try to accelerate the fossil fuel into the project. Even before this is certain that everyone completely trying to shut down the one where they should have the clean energy revolution is delayed and it's not the and public broadcasting service and scandal stations are suing President Trump and several cabinet members. The suit is over Trump's executive order targeting funding for the service. So just think media house right stuff to the slaves.
Right now, the media is explaining the media stuff that support. Some organizations really have to work on the air. The PBS really filed First Amendment lawsuits against President Trump. Saying that Trump's executive order from the key funding efforts from the Constitution. This battle soon as a matter now coming to serious. It's in a second off they put it from Sunday executive order directing the corporation of public broadcasting to take away those directionally allocated funds. The corporation, though, is a private nonprofit living critical Congress 60 years ago in order to clear out money for which this radio pieces. The corporation says it doesn't take directly from any president. It is set up to be insulated from that kind of interference. And the corporation has already seen some over a separate and related matter because some type of fire bringing the building. So now you have 3 different lawsuits all kind of in the group over the struggle to save of the media with the threats. Now, here's what the White House is saying about this. Here's a statement. All policy on Tuesday, the PBS, corporations of other broadcasts creating media that support a particular political goal, the taxpayer not. Therefore, the president of the representatives of all political will make public yes. And that will my lawyers saying Trump does not have that authority. I've read the law that says he can't have the country together, and it should simply try to withdraw against presidential interference. So this is now very much a question for the courts. So the claim that the White House makes about political bias are clearly to this story. PBS and NPR deny this particular ugly bias. Claims that it was made by Republicans for decades. In fact, past other papers have simply had a being done at the U.S. and they never succeeded. But this time, no Constitution. NPR feel like he's, yes, great, it comes to talking about it, so I found it. Or if you get one of the highest, he's not discrimination. Because they, under the First Amendment, the president kind of fully arrested, the changing its point of view in order to keep it funded. But here's a part of the code of the TBS lawsuit that's how it's that. Hey, TBS excuse is trying to present the strongest aspect. Regardless of the size of the states of the world of the our Constitution does forgive the country considering the evidence of the TBS funded, including by attempting to keep it being done in the past. But the guidelines are pretty clearly drawn. Lawyers, PBS, FPL, and the corporation all ready to defend the role of public media, including in local states, especially in rural areas of the Republic of Scotland, containing news stations that actually need the taxpayer dollars to vote. Big stations in big cities with lots of banners and foundations and borders. Those stations might suffer without taxpayer support, but they'll most likely stay on the air. It is the smaller stations with the amount of heavily the government security in the U.S. Sayers of the media is relatively inexpensive compared to other vested democracies, particularly in Europe. They are required to get the step of the security media. The U.S. comes out to about $1.60 per taxpayer per year. PBS and they say that's a great deal for American taxpayers. Fairly strong. And the other one is now
Say that. Boy, this can be like us on the like very fast people there like really praise. That's controversial and so for underweight that's the answer. Like success. So that was annual see $20 savings in production. Well, let's take a look at the facts. Once paid for PV $2 trillion in the federal budget as of today, bills is paying for $75 billion in estimated savings. Actually, it's likely to be lower in an analysis that's valued less than half of those savings are verifiable with supporting by that work looking at one's legacy of good. And I wonder, first of all, is it true that when we speak to them and say, oh, it's okay, well, I'll still be advised, it's a sick, spirited, clean break administration. I mean, I don't usually go back to the office after the party, but that's about it. So we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in what he can do because he was a special government employee. There was a timeline on how long he worked for the administration, but
divesting himself of his company. He definitely does not get rid of Tesla and SpaceX and all of that. So I think that this felt like the end. But they have been very careful to say that he will still be there as an advisor. It'll be interesting to see what that actually means. Who's running Doge? Who's moving away? There are people I know. They created this existing office created as well as out of here. It's been staffed with people from both, allies and us, but also people from the government and people from his company. So, it does carry on as an entity. It's not going away just because us will feel. What is the status of their cuts? Are they continuing to cut? Are they continuing to take that proverbial chainsaw that you have done it, or has that whole process slowed? It's either go. It's definitely slowed as you see from your website. They're just posting through the things as people forward these are like what we had. And those consumer things created to government created basically flexible organization. Continue to be so people have works. So what's next will be if they won't have the power response behind them, so it's not going to be quite a strong center, I think, in the transgender athletes targeted by the public information and by protesters with one goal. 16-year-old, maybe and those first place I jump and the triple jump and if becomes itself global projects of different paths. The athletes, equal athletes like maybe in the spotlight explains how she dealt with.
So those are state items. Just so check out so go ahead of this stuff longer this year. A very controversial topic it's coming to an end in California after the California Industry Federation changes rules to allow for women experts for their athletes to be able to compete in the finals and then avoid connects from the medal. So now that would have placed this behavior in the world of the world's sports. This social media are able to speak to complain about it. And yeah, recently the governor of California finally did a little bit today good despite earlier comments that he had read when just existing senate rules leading with sports ways to issue fairness. It's a great with the government to find to potentially the solution that the city has where they get from it, it's not it's ridiculous. Once again, you're having special accommodation for some why? Women, we got our space if we could get a fight for it. We have our space. Shit has an open space. This is women. This is their house. People buy one to avoid. And we're so these things in there, the vast majority of the parents here didn't show that, but they wish they could just focus on the sports and not polarize a sporting event for extra states with political issues. David Hernandez and I have spoken multiple times defending our ability to be in the room, seeing and saying at the skateboard that she deserves as much protection as any of the other girls in the team. They have added that they have been very supportive of throughout this year. So we have this CNN. No, let's put it so it's going to say all the way to people. Also, it's necessities. How to help their groceries. Now we're bringing in Steve Leonard, it's the CEO of Steve Leonard Grocery Store. It's a small camp in Old Jersey, Connecticut student. We sell much of the food for the US based suppliers. There's a disruption in the supply chain. Well, what the food and
So we built three of these that are so if we have like, campus village, big advertisers, doing mobile foods and everything, the whole let's say, so we have a very good site, so it's, they really want me to vote. But here's this, like, with Chile, we have California, not even like that. But here's a whole so a lot of people go to Chile, and we're able to get the California from Florida right now. Here's the local, we do the big question. Here we outside of the sun is about every day, and that's something. Sunny day, sun, that's like it's in the big things they see. If we can get a better, it's about. Well, oh yeah, what about, it's a family from Norway, like, I'm going to a little thing, I can kind of relate to 3 times, if you have. Right, I guess it's like that. The kids, I just really like to, here's like the English lesson, when they do the big time one today, no, taking care of the right way, that's it's a one city state about last sports that's the way putting on United States. You think Diddy's gonna set the time? Do you have any idea if someone might go the application? Almost everybody knows. He said, it's not. You don't have that. Well, with all the allegations coming in, I've played. I'm not sure how many skeletons they can listen to. Have led. Is that it? Children, food, water, that's happening. So I'm not what is it with life? Some of them lost their mother practices. It is stuff. I'm not really thinking, and it's really look. When I did that, it's fine. It's not talking about similarly, that's why I wasn't testified. Seem to think that it was best to testify, otherwise the drug was in the eye. Obviously, there were a perspective, and that somebody doesn't testify. But one thing we did say was, it would be okay because we think the president wants to open argument if we were convicted. President Trump was asked about that today, and we did question. It's yeah. But yeah, it is fine. We think it's the president fighting. I was open. Same.
Yes. It's true.
Hearing out shot many judges ever go really good sports, also the chair of the really conventions. Ever nice to see you. I often some of those same thoughts maybe yesterday. And the listener responses, none too happy. They say, oh, the was in it for itself. We had access to a more private data. It was in terms of we say it's in fact it's like you idea of our being that my street is but he did experience it with watching him debate very folks you get to decide where you're going to get your that's very thing. He found out the hard way. The learning lesson. I decided we brought people last 3 years and realized what it is. I thought he did a good job. And most people, even though I'm still offended by the speed at which you had it, he implemented it. At the end of the day, you guys care what you see, period. I don't know why everybody may get behind that. The way you think it will, the more you do it. So I think you've just answered my whole question from Kevin O'Leary's perspective. Which was the bigger impediment? You don't think it was his methodology. You think it's the bureaucracy and the building institutional defects. Yes, I believe that. But in the end, what we want is it's a value for check and value. But that certainly has problems. You have to deal with all of them. You can't mandate, say the 50th here, say the 50th there. And that's where the system, right? Yeah. You can make a recommendation. Why? Can't be executed. You can put power. But you have to push for 30 days. You have no power. You have to get exactly right. But even we can't jacket problems. And that's what we learned. But at the end of the day, the guy couldn't get back into it. Imagine saving $1 trillion. In fact, did that. It will tell you even the government even wasted it. We're coming out to learn that and save savings. That's why that brand now quite negative finds taxpayers everywhere. It doesn't matter. We don't want to save money. I'm worried that the approach at that point is well. Because of the haphazard, slipshod way in which this is attempted, the next time somebody's willing to step into the lion's den, have a serious conversation about baseball, the issue, we can say, oh, we tried that with us, and it didn't go so well. Where do we go from here? I think it doesn't go away. I think taxpayers, I don't believe across the government as much as they do when they're free. Yeah, right. And it's almost a $3 trillion deficit in this long. And it was lots of good fun. And I'm sure you're aware because you don't get it from a huge advocate of small business. I read this bill, people read it, and I found something quite shocking in there when I actually talking against right now. You give the government support money to the small business, small business program. The IRS wants to audit for 9 years. The law says 3, they're going to teach all they get 9. If you're representing the
It's something to the bill. It's unbelievable. I have a big, beautiful bill. But that's the kind of thing that's in the meat from figure this out this. And I think overall, listening to this deficit just going and all the work outside the bill is getting pretty scary. You're right, Grace. This is really almost 7% of GDP. It's trying to keep up their limits. And the only thing I will say is that they still understand it's like years again. They assume the United States of America go less than 2%. I find that way, way, way. Maybe 20 years back. Quick final question, give me the 30-second answer. Can we still sell secrets to Republicans? I'm thinking of Michael Trump, of course. But going back to Tesla now, it seems like alienating the president of those vehicles. And yet conservatives haven't embraced the whole movement the way the liberals have. So what's the future of Tesla?
Well, as a shareholder, and such a lot of other shareholders, because we did 3 or 4 weeks, people would forget about the blocks. Because they see it worth hard about SpaceX Tesla. I think we'll do okay. I think the kind of learning dealers that Tesla car, those days are over. If you want electric car, which is better on. And that's what matters the most. Is it a good product? The answer is yes. I think it's all be the point. And these cars will be happy to start. Right. Kevin O'Leary, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks, Derek. Good tonight. It's a brand new appointment. The electric is right. Far more expensive than previously. At the same time, he was right to the front. So Donald Trump's inner circle and the final elected campaign. Or report that says people with lots of activities claims that lots of drug consumption went well beyond the application of the police, including him telling people that it was so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. Where's Musk's response or lack thereof?
Same old thing.
Now, of course, Musk did admit that a lot of last year that he took ketamine for negative foods, but that he said legally with prescription. At the time, he said it was right amount of every other person. But what was nice, the same day that President Trump did that with Doge, which you couldn't Trump debate. It's gold, it's the White House, it's there right now. And until we wrote the story for the time, and Megan, I really appreciate this. And I was just saying, let's describe this heavy list. Yes, they use it for collecting the wiles, use it, doesn't people. I'm with him over these over years, and they say that's right. And what our reporting said by the time that he was getting that interview, his ketamine habit, which was much more extensive than we acknowledged. By then, he was used to ketamine on a much more frequent basis, sometimes daily basis. And we also found that as he rose to political power last year, at the point on the presidential campaign trail, he was telling people that he was doing so much ketamine that it was causing bladder issues, which is a common effect of chronic and obviously, surveys that into the fact that you also pose as the on the right. What did you see? Yeah, so we were able to medication box state broken up to AM that contain as many as 20 pills. And we found in that box that there were pills that had the malfeasance found and added stimulants. And so what's significant here is that our reporting found that, not only was he doing so much ketamine, this is not people that it was getting other issues, but that he was also appeared to be using other stocks and many prescription drugs,
ketamine is a sedative, very powerful anesthetic, was a stimulant, and we also found that he was doing ecstasy and other psychedelic mushrooms. So right now, you do those like what they're what's happening is it's like to two others, right? This is you're talking specifically of what you tried it out. But you know, must say refused to respond today. And instead, he chose to stand in the friends as we just heard of the video. Instead, I posted to the pretty quite with his code. The New York Times proper. I sometimes it just included the season all over. Well, I mean, certainly I believe that if I would dismiss that, attempt to dismiss our reporting, we submitted questions to him this early as Sunday, asking detailed questions about our extensive findings and reviews and withdrawal and the procedures of that behavior. He hasn't responded. And if we even let the reporter get quite now, there's not this saying he has yet to address our findings because everything is been and he's also in the process. He has not been right, because he was given obviously it's their institution. Before you go, one other thing, have all this stuff. You're quoting the face. It's got my side. So, and this desire. Yeah, some of them do. In fact, they say that because they see it, the sort of messy drug use that is much more sensitive than they see. And this, it's not just that he's had this fixation on fathering children, it's that he has often done it and kept focus, right, and other mothers, and that's led to overlapping romances and legal battles with some other children in this growing group. And so that too was just much more chaotic and messy than previously known. And I think combined, these two issues have been increasingly seen by some people close to him as signs of this erratic behavior and messy behavior that he has to deal with like this. It's that the federal bureaucracy and we can so Megan, thank you so much. You're such incredible woman. I think it's sort of talking about today. So I haven't had it. I think it's well. Thank you so much. If you've ever driven while tired, really, it turns out almost as bad as driving while you know. Dr. Posey at the bottom says tired drivers often rifle sleep, even while they drive. I know if you're too tired to drive, sometimes.
he releases those two albums, as he says, that it's past place his status and yes. Nearly 200 million.
The section that had anxiety and the anomaly of what is about like all of the media companies that run and tell the story makes you think about it what's the occasion. And you wait down, look for that, pay that down, obviously, stuff open, it's only over the October and over the enormous of the media. It's part was should have cost of
I can get excited about many things and so on like that. I was really nice, actually. I'd be upset to start the ball, but I mean, the Real Madrid players that I chose as one of those facility they 18 months previous, to be honest. So they are incredibly experienced when it came to this, so they almost helped me very relaxed in the hotel the night before. But next time, really, some of the families get screaming and knew that they don't be there before. It's just a team, it's different. So it was just a trying to perform to the best of your ability as well. So, well, I remember telling the lads earlier, we had a couple of beers the night before, got the rest of the wine. Some of the lads had had a massage, went one in the morning, and so I couldn't believe it. But I was looking at them and they were so chipped out on the lot. So they got up and did it. So it's a kind of big expect they're going to struggle to live up to what we saw in the 75 years. So what are your expectations? We've been successful in trouble in Spain and in Barcelona. And one of us are doing that here now. And these guys are a chance to write a name up in lights in a way that's never been done before. That's something like that. So if they're up for what's it's a care and they're going to go away from not that. But it's we have a chance to be known for, but it's it's kind of not have inside of
the fact that they're young. This is the bad side for many of these players being in this situation. The pressure, when since PSI came in, it was all about winning this competition. And everything was put directly right. That's what we did. They should want to get over the whole it's really appreciated that. And so that's huge attention. But they're very in a position where they got big leaders. That's not being a player playing in the Bible. But sometimes that has no ability. They're not very good. So I want to put the question like when they the experiences we have for that you they can get you over the line. But if they don't freeze, I think they're going to feel I think we came into it exactly right. It said, given it's a mechanic that they have the experience, it's 2 years old to that's something to 6 to 6 years, something similar inside the speech of the last experience. There's two things, maybe family. Two big experience 2 years ago. And given the number of players who won that,
they lost they go last time they don't want that feeling again. They all get sort of get the air of the history. They are in the phase. So this would be the referee for what this time saying the manager as an interim manager. So it's up to them to do it. It's just whether they can stop this team. They stopped Bayern Munich. You have great wingers, the great centre forward. They stopped Barcelona, didn't they? In the sense to say they stopped to take that one out. And now they have to get up to the line. If this team is going to be more the same type of game of Bayern play, they cope with it after the game against those sides. We're quite confident to do it again.
Do you think it will be more of the same? Where is the game?
Well, they surprised us when they played Manchester City because it wasn't completely to Manchester City. They really shut them down and made it before Manchester City. They continued. We're going to have to do that again, aren't we? You've seen Parasite Man and the abilities of the amazing. They don't step on the bench in case they need to change it around because they indicate a little bit manager. I think it'll fly there because I think in the midfield there, they've got a wonderful team. But if they can stop it and get by the Barcelona, they're going to be players if they can stop that. If you've got a good chance, they've got that experience defensively into the landscape to be like this one to difficulty.
What would be your message in the dressing room the night before players get a chance to walk out into the pitch this evening? See the lay of the Italians,
You allow it, the bigger the people wait, and the media thing. And they told that how many games, not the big ones, but the graduation, well. We didn't have the game, the game, so it's not so bad, on the website, it's down around, stop, little big men, quite big. It's all that to you. It's not the show, we can't get it. We're gonna show them how to take something in the front of the 4 or 5 points in the back, that's what it's like. Finally, quickly, you're predicting. I'm gonna go fit. I'm gonna think it's big old boy to go forward. But again, I would be supplying the middle with just like outside of the creation. Yes, I think I think it's stupid if there's something won't be able to know these players. I'm gonna go which one. No, we know these and that's what you say. Speak to the way enjoy the game. Peter Rio will be and I'm going to see more. Right. I'm down. Gary. We invest in raising video and right now, cancer is probably the biggest scare for every family. And it is a lot of here, like every time, that significant advance in the way that we understand myself and with people. I believe that there was this new technology and also looking in this economic disease. So people can live as they live with diabetes, as they live with high cholesterol, they can live with their cancer for many years, very good quality of life, and of course, the end stays the distance of it, which we are not losing sight of it. What technology do you think that's the best chance at a cancer cure? There's so many important days of different technologies so that we get a maximum care. I want to ask you also, there has been a partnership between the pharmaceutical industry and the federal government in many ways about funding provided by individuals to academic research centers that leads to new discoveries that then can get picked up by biotech carried along with the testing and that we get. Are you concerned about the 40% proposed budget cut to NIH in terms of pipeline of new ideas that turn to science and to creating other things? Yeah, and the pressure is because of the same advancing the funding with the division of the national institutes. So if we break any or each people say that's what it's system, that's a good program. And we are in this country today, and that many things that's not will be on the world. And many things that we're doing, and the things that we disagree. What are those? And we discussed about
the position of separate damn thing. It's like a pizza here, we should get it because it's a separate. And then we go to the but I didn't want to like so stand as a family in the second. Because if it's it's the same surprisingly way. Yeah. I wanted to address the first thing as we think we separate the things that put you on.
What are the things you think are real?
Yes, thinking about fixing the field panel. This is an area that was extremely important for some because when you can, especially the only thing here, it's really very important that we get for that point. But everybody will have to so big they I can think in terms of the way it's Iran Phoenix is a very significant it's like relocation undeclared structured nuclear program, and that some activities use undeclared nuclear material. A lot of focus rejects the reports of white Italians critically innovative. Meanwhile, a separate plane state jumped in Iran's Saad enriched uranium. If enriched further, Iran could have a lot of uranium. It managed nuclear weapons, according to the agency. Good, I'm saying things that would place President of the Defense Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He's also the author of Unity and Envy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Examples the Washington, D.C. Trio. We have President Trump saying this week he believes his administration is very close to a solution for a nuclear deal with Iran, but now because it's the vote that they have nuclear activity on its uranium stock. What do you see happening next year? How will world leaders react and what does all of this mean for a potential deal? Well, first of all, we knew that we wanted it was fairly state really had it ever since Trump pulled out of the deal as not being negotiated. So that is any of it's great. The other part of the report showed that there were activities prior to 2003 that are questionable, which we also knew about, but the only details were being provided and showing that were not equally honest back then and have not fully accounted for ethically since then. So very obviously concerned about it. The question is, will this report be used to trigger some which is something that the Europeans have the ability to do and are very inclined to do. Now, the threat of snapbacks would be helpful for making sure that everyone gets on the best behavior and negotiates and contracts. However, if they are triggered, then there's a high likelihood that we want to drop out of not just the case of but the entire arbitration treaty, and then we will have a major crisis. So I think the Trump administration sees it and we will structure. But if you actually rationalize the structure and work this impact, then you're going to be in a very bad situation. Do you think in any way that shows that the consequences of violating any non-proliferation agreement are not strong enough that Iran is acting its way behind this deal? Well, this is what happened more than 20 years ago. And the fact that they want nuclear negotiation, all of these sanctions imposing Iran is precisely because of the fact that it was clear that they applied in the times of the So it's not a different punishment for the thing that we don't need to be sanctions that he does. Or if he gets. So I don't think that it shows that it was too weak. The question is, why are we having such difficulty actually making sure that we get a solution that against them and navigating correctly, and then you can feel that we see because you had to be able to get that we have a very good chance of getting it better because we need to more sanctions and we found the paper. But it means that all sides need to drop their maximum in this position. But one of the challenges right now is that the Trump administration is very able to succeed on the ritual of that. No activity at all. That has never worked. Every time we have pushed the last, it has actually backfired because we are able to extend the program. And all the time that we have this state restriction that we can get on the program, that I got to
I think that's nice. There's so much good about tax and what that's going to do to the experience of the consumer, pricing and so forth. I want you to break it down for us. What's that affect you? And are you sitting in a situation right now where you have to pass these increases to consumers?
Hey, thanks for having me. We are actually in the sense of now. Being talking is interesting because the grocery store, the average customer in around 60 pounds of beef and beer and 5 to 40 pounds of everything. Now, most Americans think ground beef and all sorts of stuff, let's say, about 8 to 20% is imported. And even if it says a product of the USA, it's still likely contains quality. So that's having an impact on price. But being in a lot of states, seriously, all of this in the United States, and we've had success managing our costs and taking advantage of all of that organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that it's between the younger generation also the project satellite and heritage. So we got the supply of those states, and we really feel anticipating despite the fact that we don't see impossibles.
Yeah, I think supply and demand, basic economics, is exactly what Southern works at the right for social. Yeah. But it's still less actively this year than it's going to be. And that's because of the demand of the heifer retention, which is a terminology we use in the industry that really describes whether or not a female animal is going to be retained in these moles or it's going to be harvested for hottle. It's really been leading to the landscape side as it's pressure on the board. That's the guy that quality cosmetics and we're going to feel those our average price for about $6.50 relative to legacy mass cosmetics brand close to $10 brand over $20. We have an incredible value that some price is part of our plan to mitigate this and the overwhelming things about with all the transparency. They love the fact that we're telling them stuff about it. They have to tolerate the various scenarios where it can be. Again, that's a very valid thing. It's very valid. We have a rapid story with business and we have been optimizing that supply chain for China to that sort of US, in Europe, in Thailand, and other markets. We're going to continue to practice this in the world. Something that if they did our team and our suppliers, no one can pay for other quality costs. And so we really thought so I simply just switching back and forth the night that it be business in that way.
months long, the CNN investigation has uncovered a rise of disturbing culture videos being sold online. It shows that in the past years, shadowy network has expanded in scale and severity around the world. CNN's Ivan Lofty spoke with activists and internet sleuths for his ability, but please note this piece contains references to Russians of violence. These are the secret. So waiting to shoot and some people can she's actually expressed share celebrate the importance of extreme acts of violence as that is. And the motivation of person behind it is the sexual harassment of or so at Facebook, which means your children who can party to. And it's pretty easy to have videos requested in the US and produced in places like Indonesia, and then distributed literally all over the world for $30. There are Twitchers that are in Turkey, Japan, Nigeria. There's no reveal before they receive the message. He's a volunteer in the activities of the areas. We obviously and so the foods and accessories. Daylight Darkness shows a main nexus for the production of this content is in mainland China. In less than a year, they documented a 500% surge, equivalent to the 40 culture video every year. Chinese state media has named and shamed some individuals for alleged animal torture, but there have been few criminal prosecution because of what legal experts say is a glaring hole to the the standard alone comprehensive against the case. This Chinese volunteer, who asks not to be identified, infiltrates and exposes networks of animal abusers. The Chinese censorship of politics is actually very cheering. Regarding animal abuse, the basic supervision of the state. In other countries, law enforcement has been cracking down. Turkey, a country renowned for its abundant street cats, announced a number of arrests of suspects accused of torturing and killing cats. While in the US, the FBI has conducted arrests in each of the states and cases in the last 2 years. In a multiple investigation, CNN infiltrated some of the animal abuse efforts. And what we know is that to avoid detection, these levels often speak in and sometimes even disguise themselves as the act of others. The more extreme groups require youth others to demonstrate their own acts of violence to get into these clubs. Activists and experts worry that some tech giants' decisions to reduce betting on social media platforms may make it easier to share this truly awful content with the wider public. Ivan Watson, CNN. CNN has submitted questions to the Chinese government and the tech giants about the issues raised in this story. The Telegram said that promoting violence against animals is banned on their platform, and they try to remove it on a daily basis. Meta, the type that others ban to point their policies, which include removing some content that is particularly violent or threat. So far, the Chinese government can't pass that perspective. But for Elon Musk, it's going to get out of hand. This is the city. And it second days of service. Musk's exit led to a joint plus the press yesterday. Frank Musk from service to America. Musk still expects to achieve $1 trillion cuts in Congress and both things will be back. Flex space continue to provide advice with the president right. Some speculated that their developments of massive violence like the Musk 7 days ago with some shitty
Well, the latest economic model supported by the White House was a business with ag deficit and debt. Back in November, I had a polling question that's the county.com. I asked, when this poll would end? There was the result. Here's the cat crop. It wouldn't last 100 days, but it did. Where he worked in the White House longer than the first 100 days, and I guess 37% came to close. I know that many of you feel like you must be wrong. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the way he goes about his job. Let's see the time. Outside the lines. Yes, no right. Seemingly unplanned as far as I can tell. Inconsistent as to the edicts required against someone in your week. So, a period of those to be saved the government at $100 million, then he challenged that number. Even if it's half that or less, it's better than nothing. On top of which, I'm going to give us and President Trump some credit for starting a conversation about wastewater abuse. Therefore, I get the law since it holds was debated. And President Obama said back in 2010. And I should have been so this guy. Ivory Center, writing for the political served the following. Plus was a creature of Silicon Valley, the scion of the PayPal fund, whose leadership and willingness to take big risks propelled into unparalleled wealth and influence. Washington, you can see discovery was an entirely different piece. And in the end, proved too unwieldy for must truly need his love. He's a man used to breaking things in order to put them back together for his own image. The thesis of Trump's Washington was shattered resistance, sending the world's richest man scrambling back to his own adventure. I find that to be so depressing. Among the entity, absence of critical thinking, disruptive influences within the bureaucracy. If only a Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and the private sat in Washington could have said. Sometimes on radio, I get surprised to Steve Jobs and politically private sector. The problem was that the devil's all of us in the middle of the United States change our existence. Potholes, and such as my reverence to jobs that I actually mean it. Well, Musk at least stepped into the area, looked at his months, made a great effort at works and sacrifice. I think he really did orchestrate that. Things for 37 trillion in debt. That's over 100 G's per person by the way. President Trump, I'm not so sure. He never spoke about debt in the campaign. I've always worried that his objective was to remake his image. And if we reduce the debt along the way, that would be a good thing. And I think any savings that Trump could demonstrate might be used as a justification for a tax cut in the so-called big beautiful bill. Over which has no default, must make all the trouble the president. I was like disappointed to see the massive study. I think which increases the benefits of this decreasing and our money's worth for producing the thing. There's something else in that piece that I quoted. It says behind the scenes, though, Musk was playing it with some of the secretaries whose agencies he held back the power. What it means and sometimes they interact with Musk and other administration officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, began to service in news reports, and Musk and Peter Navarro, trading bureau, heavily started in Musk's disagreement with Trump's sprawling talent regime. Again, not in defense, but I have absolute approach that generated many give up claims. But I doubt I'm alone appreciated that somebody was willing to stand up and demand accountability to become acting secretary. That too, long overdue. I read two things this week with relevance to our deficit and debt. The first is from Peter Roshan, who is President Obama's director of OMD. He wrote an essay for the New York Times and he wrote the following. The world is now working much closer to us. Annual federal budget deficits are running at 70% or higher, compared with 12 to 3% back in ago. Interest rates on 10-year treasuries have more than doubled. We're at 4.5% now versus over just 2% then. And in the current fiscal year, the government is projected to spend more on interest payments than on defense, Medicaid, or Medicare. That's right. Our borrowing now costs us more each year than each of these big essential budget items. And with regard to the big beautiful bill, Bozak said this in its current form, budget legislation, It's not exacerbate the challenges we face by further extending the deficit. But the first step toward fiscal health is not any specific bill or policy proposal. It's to recognize that our fiscal risks are rapidly elevated, and we don't make much progress on the trade deficit unless we reduce its twin, the budget deficit. The second reading of significance is actually a work of fiction. On Tuesday, former President Bill Clinton and Red Senator James Madison will release a new film. It's called The First Gentleman. I've already read it. It's about a husband of the nation's female president. It's a program about how it's charged with a shooting. It'll be a great thing. But here's the thing. It comes in the next instance. It's a serious thing. It's not a little. I think this is the best. Someplace, surplus is large. In the book, is actually a failed plan for the solve the nation's debt. And give away to order when I stepped the president presidency, we did discuss the books, fiscal plan, because 50% over mention out tax dollars, as well as a little that carries interest tax rate. If many see it's a loophole for hedge funding, it's much more to it than that. And that's just one potential plan. The point is this: we must take our debt seriously. President Clinton noted the problem was out the books the last 5 years. Our debt is growing at an unsustainable rate, and Trump's new budget will remove a huge tax cut that probably make that case. So I share President's fiscal reading. Well, given the public perception of things, given the narrative, I just don't read that this happened. Goes in the world, but the next time someone's doing it. Say that you will, but at least you must try. So I'm sorry, Washington. The status quo will continue, and we will never know what we're doing. Different way with a different approach. Hopefully, we won't wait a few more decades for another event. Shake it close and think fast. Speak in the road, speak to the state of words. If you can trust with the town about it, about it. So it is. If you like, something that you could always involve in areas of it. Well, we have pretty good chance of what we think of it. Behind the band's name. That's the role the sex that they just released, they're so tired, they feel out. Always they tell right, they a lot of scenes. I mean, really, they feel like they're getting a record. And we get all that. They just, well, I wish we were there.
We'll take a closer look at how the parents are affecting the economy with strategists and S&P Financial. Or I haven't seen you in years, so since today, welcome screen. Thank you so much for joining us. So this morning from the president, I don't know if it's Mr. Nice Guy, I guess, or somebody Nice Guy saying that China has been violating freedoms of agreement with the United States. They have been very much seen as it relates to three sides that have started talking and constructed meetings earlier this month. That possible with the revoking of Chinese students, what impact will be those targets about any communism about a big conflict two sides here. Yeah, it's where they are. It's the line of the story
we both found other ways to grant that for a field. The first step, the administration takes that bag and will try to use other candidates with those things. That's all going to take. It's going to take them to be with the ways. So at the same time, if there's India, we're back to your fans there. Give us the explanation there. If we basically where it's just like, oh, yeah, you know, what is the first thing? People say, well, it's negative and substance to the racism and after the day out here. Because they're just out, but much more vague that we got with it.
Yeah, and reading the market yesterday, they were also a bit suggesting that they're very much aware that the president is willing to implement tariffs and whether they go with the reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day. If that doesn't they clearly have other avenues that they are looking to, and perhaps they will be more restrictive. But we know that reciprocal, we know that the sectoral tariffs will still be in place. That is everything from the steel and automotive industries to threatening tariffs against pharmaceuticals. What are you advising clients and consumers, so we tell the American public about what the next months may look like? Assuming they do planting.
So, and with that, I think, and to continue to know that everything is so that all of that we saw that we thought we'll likely be a flow that will get down for the and the potential higher. I think once truly understanding the initial evidence for it, it's coming out of that okay shape. It's going to take longer than we thought. It just be, that's the frustrating part. But that's just going to that. I think we're just kind of wide this out thinking that I think what we said about the line. See what people said. It would be great spectacle where you say, what is really in 85 hundred?
It's the best thing in life that I'm close to experience. And I have a wife, beautiful wife, lots of work that I was over. But to be able to stay up with them on Victory Circle, it was amazing. Like we had 350,000 people on the event stands here back in the village inside, and I think it's going to be a lot of people over there. It was amazing.
The 8500 is real good. I didn't know what kind of thing. If I was that way, then how did it taste?
I changed the whole note. I thought that, I think 8500 we need to go for like full on meals, and not go for like hot measures, but it tastes amazing. It was super sweet. It was the best milk I really tasted. It was there.
Maybe next year we'll see. Listen, one of the features is
it was fun. It's like you're sitting there for like 60 months up to the streets, and now we're not. But it was also it's really cool there. So she could really like get the full experience and understand what's happening. But yeah, we were always have those memories, we always have those pictures, those videos, which are so for me to have them work at BP was just the best thing ever.
This journey takes you to pretty cool places. I understand you have a base of playoff champions. Okay, what was that like seeing those guys in action?
It was awesome. I mean, I think that 90% of people that wear the faces, they wear
like a couple of hours before at the 8500. So everybody was already super hyped up. The energy was good. It was a fun experience. The thing to do is take a bit of the play of game. It was supposed to know the a lot of people that don't always see that that things is happening. Years on the decision. Now the question would being that I know for a private soccer game, really good, right? If you could pick any old soccer game to be in your picture, change the tires, fill the tank, whatever it is, who are you thinking about? I think that's everything. So a middle stage stay the federal loss and rights. This thing started with Massachusetts, seventh grader. Trying not to jump, trying to survive. It's part of the living of the alliance and we discuss it if you know business. Even for the and even at school. The chart is going for its way as well as the drink about the first man station. My school is a child exception to the wide range. My school is a private operation. The local decided to pursue what we want that said, only two genders, funny, the message stated is the meaning of other students potentially disruptive to the learning environment. The Supreme Court let that law court would stand. I need to increase. But two conservative justices secretly by Justice Lance was strongly objected in its dissent originally the following thousands of students and attend school without the full category of rights. All of this work was towards attention. The leader appeared to know over the test that the roof was no precedent the versus the boy. It's 1969 the leader said that students theory is not class the rights of others. But in this case, the leader said that the school acted on very vague concerns and suppressed the speech youthfully while encouraging other messages about gender on campus. Even reference to saying he was one student for the teaching that read he, she, they, all okay. Alito noted that the decision of the world allows the great instance of that fourth instrumental protection. Here to talk about it is his Senior Counsel for the Alliance for Freedom. David, so what sort of tough position, right? Having this speech issues
when they arise. There's that particular case where schools can restrict speech if it's perceived to be disruptive or invade the rights of others. But the guardrails, the boundary are all secluded in the back.
They're not always there with the eye, it's important thing to pay to help clarify those boundaries. But what I would say is, you know, official very much the digital, I would say there, it's not a great thing. If you want to get into these cultural debates, if you want to promote it yourself, people did, but I think it's talking about it, they can talk about it in a way that's respectful, and clear and did, but you want to have the conversation because that comes about. You don't want to encourage censorship, you don't want to encourage manipulation. You see too much of that now. You want to encourage them and speak them and have open things because these individuals are not going to go up. Rare that we don't talk about the second grader without some actual conflicts like this. It's coming from him or from his parents. Yeah, I absolutely think it was one of the interesting points when they contacted unprecedented and we looked into the case. I feel completely Liam's idea. The fact that he asked his dad to download what they're doing at home. My friends and I didn't agree with it. What can I do? They actually went online and the teacher reported and forwarded to school. And what's interesting about it is when the school now is promoting this debate, I think the saddest part is if they don't pay attention to this debate, if you agree to this, but if you dare to use their thing and opposing you, then we're going to stop you to bother you. Well, and that's what the steps of the legal objective to, among other things. In other words, the school of social media, you practice on the school of social media, the location said, you should say it's all okay. And Liam showed up. In gym class, he sent home as an issue that said that all genders, and then on a different day, he comes back with a censored shirt. And this time, you know, he changes the shirt back this another day at school. That's the chronology, right? It is, and I think the thing about this issue is when the school gets into this controversial cultural debate of the day, if they take the wrong side and hurt everyone. So this is Malia's argument for it. Look, why they think that that's everyone? So say you take the situation in reverse, and then you have a school district that says, we're going to promote this only 2 genders. And then soon comes the school says there are many genders, 4 or 5 teachers, they should be allowed to render their thing. So this is kind of different. The point is, like everyone should be on the inside, and I'm where you are.
The appellate court found that his t-shirt, the unique characteristics of personal identity, such as race, sex, religion, or sexual orientation. Isn't that true? For instance, some of his classmates that his immorality and gender shirt. No, not at all. There could be the most respectful way. It's a great situation, but Liam goes, everyone encouraged to disagree with his point of view. But if you did, it would be meeting for that, but why is it why is there any again? And especially the fact that the school could talk about the issue like you did, you just didn't talk about it. They disagree. They do exactly what you did. But what they should never do is say, here are maybe two meetings of when it's time. And if that's the standard, then none of us will speak, but if everybody's always offended, I would decide on it. Right, but I guess the t-shirt that says, we should it's okay. Like, who's upset about that? Who's feeling that something is spirited by that as compared to their elimination if they're in the LGBT plus entity, it doesn't find a word, go ahead. Sure, and I agree it might be on by the way, but it's t-shirt that is highlighted. And what I would end with is the fact that it's the meeting of Liam, because he gives his point of view that highlights the truth and say, you're the school lead, you're the one who gave to get 8 feet instead of having a conversation with kids and not taking pride on the cultural state. Counselor, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, thank you. Good mayor. I'll say any scope of the scope of the environmental stuff. Or look at the scope of reviews and the national environmental policy. Would speed up the people's from highways, airports, and pipelines. The conservative politics know many setbacks the government lists in the standards, including getting around regulations and different type wetlands and use air pollution drifting across the state lines. Secretary is senior vice president and program said those justice and good staff of Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much for being up early for last year on this so important topic. Exactly. This is 3,600 pages long. And the argument by environmentalists is that still it should take everything into consideration. So the rules of one of the lawyers represented, which is supporting the rail project at the heart of this, 88 miles an hour did not define what the analysis. So it's something of how is it like the violence Supreme Court? It seemed like a lot of just a bit of this space. I don't want to look at the whole thing right now. We only have 5 minutes. What do you think the court got last? Well, first of all, the Congress, as we said, we could grant a lobby and the Supreme Court that we have right now has been making it a habit of filing. It feels really what conservative court was that government agency gets from tremendous doing everything that. Yeah, so explain that in this case, as you say, specifically involved whether agencies have to consider these upstream and downstream environmental impacts of reviewing these type of projects. So why is this distinction so important? Well, it's something even if you back with them for whether there's about three which work that work with this environmental analysis generally. So what the surgeons at the court said if they wanted to go to range on with this case, these are the degree of deference that courts give to the agency that and what Justice Kavanaugh said is it should be clear that this is that's ironic. It's a critical bill. I comment on the deference that it is giving to the federal environmental regulatory years. And what we see is that this is a runway of deference. If the agencies are trying to regulate the regulatory deference, when the agencies are relay fossil fuel projects, they're going to get a tremendous amount of that. Because let's be clear, the projects that the trouble is going to try to accelerate the fossil fuel infrastructure projects. Even before this decision, the president completely trying to shut down the infrastructure and make sure that the clean energy revolution is delayed as much as possible.
Democratic Senator Presidency of Connecticut. Thank you for being here, sir. You turned my conversation with the White House Budget Director, Russ Welch, about the President's tax spending bill in front of the Senate. You're going to be dealing with the
well, what's about maybe go into the absolute tax class because it's 15 million tax cut so corporation billionaires tax cut 1%. It also adds an legislation deficit, and I've heard it try to claim that that's not true. I gaslighting inflation was doing. I mean, it is a fact. The difference between passing this bill and passing this bill is in addition to $40 trillion to the national debt. And that's not me saying that. That's the credit rating agencies that impact on our economy. Moody's gets downgraded the United States credit. People hereby depend on the value because they look at this bill. They look at the attack on the middle class. The emission spending power that will come with the deficits. And they said, if implemented, this bill can make the United States much weaker. So the bill is what it is. It's it's been attempt to enrich Donald Trump, that's always all a lot of things and children things at the expense of ordinary Americans. So they should just say the truth.
You mentioned Ryan, did you catch that? I think when I asked you, my understanding is that the downgrade of the credit rating at the long term and Democrats contributed to that.
Well, but they're making explanation back. They're looking down at the plan that have this massive and it's supposed to be next year, but to bring about administration is big legislative achievements outside of the context of COVID will be actually defined things, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act or infrastructure bill, which has significant revenue in it as well. So these days, as a combination back without it providing support because they see this coming bill as one of the biggest additions to debt and one of the biggest attacks on the real class consumer power in this country.
Senator, I think your colleagues said the town hall quote, we are all going to die. That was constituents about some of what you're talking about these cuts to Medicaid. Then she, as kind of doubled down, she had a bit of a sarcastic. I made an unpracticed return that everyone understood that yes, we are all going to perish from this work. So I apologize. And I'm really, really honored that I didn't have to bring this other two areas.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing my colleagues and we have worked quickly, it does take a lot about this bill. I think you're putting that audience that they're going to die, they was just rather die in old age, should be 85 or 90 instead of dying at 40. And the reality is that it's your health care. We're much more at risk of early death. And when rural hospitals close, this bill, when clinics close in Iowa, and rural America because of this bill, more people will die at a younger age. So the reality is this bill is about life or death. And for what? Because that's the problem for many of us. It's about cutting medical bills. With the million people out there in healthcare, in order to fund a tax cut for the super wealthy corporations, and the fact is just only the memoration. Except that Donald Trump only even knows it's the only knows for the CEOs and the instructions for the other things rewarded of that and no one else. I wish to get the other side.
It's crypto in the US. I've been very outspoken about the president. It seems like calling it steroids and more. But I wanted to talk about the defense. It's really regulations and so many other issues. Is there some, I'm not saying that it's a focus of the presidency, but on issues like this, does there need to be regulation?
If I have a real chance, right now, in the United States Senate, stop the bills. And that is it. You all, in the Senate, they bill regulate the difference. In fact, one of the very good differences about this issue is public elections. The problem is the existing version of that bill. It exempts the president from the ethics of violence. It says it's yet unlike that there's no need an issue of always stable, but it's okay for the president to do it. That's not something any Democrat should do. We have a chance to to amend that bill with no final passage to make sure that the president is treated just like every other powers of the other administration. So yes, if Congress passes a bill in the next few weeks that exempts the president of the United States from the ethics social comments around issues like cryptocurrency, then yes, we are calling for ourselves. There was this specific kind of corruption. And we have a chance to get this right in the United States Senate. If there was coming in the league, and I hope the Democrats and Republicans can stand up and say, it's just not right. Or the president essentially asking for people to put out these money against Congress. And they think that access to the White House, that is not okay. Whatever the virus was, it's not okay. And I think it's a next year. Thank you.
Send off for a friend Elon Musk on the spectator official day for praise. That's controversial and so far underwhelming cross-cutting efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency and Musk says he will continue to provide the president and that he'll do for the lawsuit. The voting good, I would only recommend it. The document was based on what it's it's also a place to put it available. So they that I will see putting out some savings in production and they create us waste of production. So let's take a look at the facts. Once the peak is about $2 trillion from the federal budget as of today, Doge is paying over $175 billion in estimated savings that's paid. The actual amount is likely to be much lower. The analysis is found that less than half of those savings are verifiable or supported by documentation that will repeat us legacy of Doge. And I went to first of all, is it true that lots of people say, oh, it's still be around, it's still be $1,000, or is this a fairly clean place? I mean, I don't even go back to the office after the college, so I would see is really only candidate because he was a special like I see himself, this company definitely does not get rid of SpaceX. It's still at the end. But they have been very careful to say the feed will still be there as if this is private. That actually it's running good. It was moving away. They created an existing office as far as about it there is it's staff with people can go together and it's a bus but also the art so that those carry on because possibly what is the status of the grid state? Are they continuing to take that proverbial chainsaw? Do you have money or has that whole process definitely slowed as you see because they're just posting through the banks as people pouring these, there's a lot of litigation going on. And
Doge continued to do what we created to like a hacksaw to the government was created to be basically tech support for the information. So can it continue to do this? So keep your eye on the courts, but also what happens next will be the big thing that have the power of trust. But it's not going to be quite a strong center. I think the transgender athletes targeted by the public information and by protesters with one goal. 16-year-old, but even though this first place, I got triple gap and found that this championships with every minute of star. It is every single class. Transgender athletes, video athletes, like maybe spotlight explains how she dealt with it.
Those right now about state finals, like they're just like check out a little bit of how to do swamp stuff. With a lot of those, yeah. A very wonderful fellowship, like we should coming to an end in California with the program is going to just federation change the rules to allow for one extra transgender athlete to be able to compete in the finals. And they know what it means for medal in athlete that would have placed the Navy Hernandez. It's like I think now there are the president took the social media out of the tweet to complain about some of the events. And Gatsby's in California said that this was a good and I earlier comments where he had said like just the existence of Planet Girls in sports raising issues of fairness. Right on there's agreed with the governor came to this event to protest Adrian's participation. What do you think of the solution that the state has put forward, or they give the next week's law? It's ridiculous. Once again, you're having special accommodation for some. Why? Women, we got our spaces because we had to fight for it. We have to fight for our space so that we can have our own thing. This is for women. This is for girls. If I want to avoid things wrong with these days because the vast majority of the parents here did not share that but they wish they would just focus on the sports and otherwise a sporting event for high school students with political issues. Abraham is that have spoken multiple times defending her ability to be in the gross screaming and saying at the public school board today that she deserves as much protection as any of the other girls in the team. We have had that been very supportive but throughout the students. We have our Jones in it. Yes.
And I'm like, no, you need to understand. It's very frustrating today. It's saying how many people early, the also experience and assessments, healthcare, the grocery. Now we're bringing this together. The CEOs, the grocery stores, small, chain, chips, and student. It's so much money to do to create space suppliers. There's the disruption in the supply chain as a parent. You know, a couple of years ago, like in Canada, that we have like families here right now, in avocado, really go through their whole look there. So we have an exercise and then we even go to now here's the we're able to get to California, right now, into something the local it's really big like something it's like some are better, some it's one sector to simply think that's the secret to get the benefits of that. Well, oh, yeah, you can sort of tell me like family can one day, but I think it's a little thing that kind of a little being found as a sister that it's quite that kind of like it's like that. It's like that. I feel like it's like the little box out there. We come like quick. Those guys come forward. They don't feel it's like yeah. I said, what I got a spirit foundation to connect the feeling with man. So I'm being manifest there and why is it like spirit? That's why pretty well. Most of the time, though, that's not even a just taking spirit foundation. Well, why? I see it. It's a single state of that. I spent still. I see it. Every time I said,
You think Katie's gonna testify? Do you have any idea who might go? You understand?
I don't think I don't know. I think it's not snap. Yeah, I mean, you know,
what is some of them dogs are not as bad as they think about.
yeah, I got to be understand that as well. So they have right? You know, it's just you confused because you having it's first time because they said it like you know, it's happened to me that you know, you know, turn up the speed anyway. And you know exactly.
You know, I did have a conversation last time, I had different HCD programs, and this finance folks are going to be talking about similarly, that was that was I think the thing that people should invest in this to accessify, otherwise we can address the economy. There were perspectives, and if you can get somebody doesn't accessify. But one thing we were saying was, people believe that it would be okay if you say, the president wanted to open the Arlington with reverse convicted. President Trump was asked about that the other day, and it was very partisan. That's the idea. But yeah, it is fine. You think the convicted the president might
I would think anything. And, those people, the states and the areas, it's a shame. They will pay for it. The next day, they will advise them to pay for it. It's for their state. They listen to students. I thought that was I don't know if anyone's not giving out the office Friday. Like, and but if you really good, I can, it's here. Not very.
I don't think he's gone at all. I think he has this great, it's the one diner, there's a great level, but I'm writing. It'd be a long I said, we said, trying to figure out what that was his answer. With this traction for the league that realize that's going on. So I think you might be looking at this question how this see this because no one expected the doesn't see it I expected it to be around and I expected it to go for politicians will help them they may not be listening to anything else. They're going to think it's like how do we do this? We get these states of this experience. It's just because of this. We have lots of maybe you realize that this time, she would see the film because I did, spirit very well. Fantastic. That's just as well. God said to the house, so we can't be necessarily. Those guys are very successful. Think about the people who has to be broken, yeah, we fix that. So if you are raising it, the whole thing is country, that's what I think I'm not going to spend. Where we're going to divvy up that, make sure they're taking on the bills. I'm sure if they're going to have the same thing, they have a good decision. With the hell of it's 5 times. That's specifically that was an event in South Carolina, which is a very I feel about this song, but I think it's so big. It's not like it's weird. What's that study and it's big? What's the real to it? This way that is out there, campaign people selling great prices. Friends out there. Also really cold. But how do it I make very sense while the bulk of black people flowing will perhaps actually bigger $40,000 per wealth black people. Those are the issues that have to hear of the like I said, got like it's easy to say that's in the middle class section. That's what those men really know about how does it advance take care of those things. Yeah, and produce the way for something. And important, yeah, like there's so many that's getting rules totally it's like no share. Basically traditional secrecies you see out there making that's
Okay, so what is the argument? We can protect the stuff, we can start these, or something. We've got a layout of the agenda. Including our projects. I love that. We used to just to remind us, like, I told you, they were put in 16, we love them. Stop sitting soon possible because they're moving into every single day. And definitely the spirits that are understanding people's fears and his anxiety. But I haven't seen them do anything that's really us right now. That's an awesome thing. Really, you're going to do it for those schools. You know something, and that's why we have the struggle right now in the party because you're not doing anything. It's on the right side of the debate. One piece is the side of this cultural divide. I think that's one that's pretty talented communicator. The other person who's focused on Tim Wall is a special extreme spirit of the toxic. He is not the teacher of the Democratic Party. Well, it's interesting. What was interesting? Other things in the flag that we have out there is blocking the AOC. And there's a true leader here for you, right? I got it off the screen. So serious. I think really powerful for the sector. I think one of the things that's very conservative is what's happening. So what we're going to get in place is after we can watch us from the state of it's not staying at the courts. It's essentially all over the world. Big judiciary in place. Instead, yes, Stephen Miller will consider it justice. We usually divide the world, and some people kind of make it because he works on politics and being bought select board, and it doesn't go to states. It's having been, but basically, it's just for this pain. I think the point of the business process is going for this dislocation. See, specifically at the day, simply looking outside of the definitely so much better than you can expect it to fly. Description at the time. He said it was like, no, every other person like that, that's the exact word. With what was time to spend the same day that President Trump did farewell to those, which you put in Trump was any part of this whole White House things there. But now, like the 2 weeks before the soldiers going to be red signs. And Megan, I really appreciate the colors just like this. And I was just saying how much the describe this as this. Yes, I use it, but you know, I mean, it's a while. It's you would do that's the people. Over these years, and they say, that's right. And what our reporting said by the time that he was giving that, this kind of made habit with the business more extensive than we acknowledged. By then, he was using kind of on a frequent basis.
sometimes daily basis. And we also found that as we closed the border from the power last year, if you want, presidential campaign trail, he just told people that he was doing so much that it was causing bladder issues, which is an effect of this. And obviously, surveys, I didn't imagine that that would be. You also put yourself in there, like, mysterious what did you see? Yeah, so we were medication, medication box, we got working on today, and we had to make it as many as levels. And we found like in that box that there were pills and traffic updates out of the county stimulants. And so what's significant here is that we found that, not only was he doing so much ketamine as it's telling people, but it was getting through bladder issues. But like it was also using response and prescription drugs. Ketamine was a sedative, very powerful anesthetic, got stimulant, and we also found that he was doing ecstasy and other psychedelic mushrooms. So like it wasn't clear what's but you have less stated uses today, and it said close to 7 times as we just heard it. Like we said, this close to New York Times, well, I mean, certainly I believe that I would dismiss that attend the business of reporting these three weapons that I have as early as Monday. That's what we held questions about our extensive findings, drug use, and received this about behavior. He hasn't responded. And, doing in my durable folder, get reflecting out on the day is like, oh, this is interesting. And he has yet to address our findings because refused to comment. And he's also in the process to his elimination. Right, you just thinking about this, is there and then there is you're incorporating things in different ways. It's countless, right? We talk about and this desire to yeah, some of them do, in fact. They say that as they see it, those sort of messy process that is much more excessive. They just see it and there's it's insane. It's that because we've got AIDS, capital secret from their mothers, and that's led to overwhelming romances and legal battles with the children in this growing group. And so that too was like that's much more chaotic and messy than the privacy, and I think these two issues that basically say close to him as signs of this erratic behavior and messy behavior that he has been double assigned sleep finding the federal bureaucracy and managing these things. So Megan, thank you so much. You're such a federal living. I know the story we're talking about today, so I can let it go. So thank you so much. If you've ever driven outside, really, it turns out the performance is better than right. Well, yeah. Dr. Associated Artists tired projects often make those things even while when right. I know if you're too tired to drive. I want to say wait behind the wheel. You can cut, the prices that way.
In the US, there are estimated 90,000 traffics and 800 deaths due to transit drivers. That's 17. That's according to the National Traffic Safety Initiative. Traffic those people trying to protect us. So what if you're ready to nod off, but you still have to get yourself ready to do Dr. Devon doesn't also recommend this prior to stand by either. I could voice on the phone or take a video and go, or they get loud along the way and pick up some while you're in the room. And this next surprise, she says, don't bother opening the windows. And definitely don't count on fingers. So if you're Beyonce, say, like, if I can get the business, but it's just going to that's not safe. It may help for a few minutes, but it's not supposed to. It's tailored to the what and it's a sufficient as within time and music absolutely with some time gaps. So Taylor announced in these and a lot of posted on the website to figure that this is a great script. Well, I can't thank you enough for helping because really I think the response that I get it very well to, but I've never felt this into it yet. And it's same to see it in planning. See it on simply said, quote, I am happy. Now, according to Ryan, the deal within the mid $300 range. I had reached out to Tim Brett, haven't heard back yet. But Kim did think the fans would support it for fear of school. He said, now, for those of you who are wondering what to think to reputation Taylor business, well, Taylor said that she got the big similar we see the person and put you in the service prepared. I bring the order to you with access to materials and test of the RWD. We met you before every seven for the same place you need to reach the moment that you can do the work. I agree. And that means you guys get.
Dry conditions associated with Canada's raging wildfires through western province to south. Saskatchewan Health Facility has released endangered forecasts that say strong winds being forced to lift the developments of rain inside of the Central Canada the days ahead. Has been several reports that rain will continue at a slow threats. It is still it's that's what I mean. But see, I was thinking that we authority. It's just it's as the real question is the change the field. It's never. It is for this is
stay. And he stood with the skies. Now that hate, she excelled, acting carefully in native cities of the West. A so that the photo was popularization it makes it as full time. It's only a lot of that snow down into a lot of areas. Because I can have the stadium with that second day. That big snow, in the woods, it's moving Julie, there's already already this same situation happened 2 seconds ago. This little man turned us and over 2 weeks. She's the way of the scary line. It's a period and so doing wildfires in Canada. If we did, it's the hazardous. It's for human. Recent headset out of wheels that it's on a hospital ladder for wildfire smoke and had health effects up to 3 months afterwards. Well beyond the couple of days that previous studies have identified. That's why health officials are telling people to check their quality levels and stay indoors. It's not safe. I'm Young Sullivan reporting. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by 2 men who know excellent folks in our school and we get the chance to what it's like to get their hands on their project all the way to speak and Rio further before the main event.
Told a story, and you think about it, what's been investigated. And you want to imagine what I play that down, say, don't get any other than hotel room, don't know any more than social media, etc. I make it as quiet as should be possible.
I didn't get excited about anything to say. I like that. I was very relaxed, so I feel such a sad about it. I mean, one of the way about enjoying it, so 18 months previous, to be honest. So they were incredibly experienced when it came to this, so they almost helped me very relaxed about the hotel. Like, next time you're fairly top of the down the best team on the team that they all been there before. So it's just a team, they took them, so it should have the chance as well. It's the best team ability as well. So, I remember something along there, we had a couple of beers and like people, probably that's the line, and still after that, sides were running the ball, and it's just, I couldn't believe it. But I was looking at them, and they were so chilled out, the lots of thoughts. See, they know what they'll do, so they can help them.
I think it's going to be a big one. If they fear against things, I mean, you expect they're going to struggle to live up to what we saw in the semi-final. So what are you expecting to do?
Dynamic team, pace of power in your team, huge confidence. I think the mindset's been a big shift, and the belief's been brought by Lewis and Reed. We've been successful when the trouble in Spain when he was Barcelona. I think they're doing that here now. And these guys have a chance to run and end up in lights in a way that's never been done before. I said to that. So that incentive there, I feel it's a good change of gear there. And I think they're going to go all the way forward. Not that, Inter won't have a chance. So I think we hope for the Inter to be surprised their Inter inside of
this is for someone starting to really be putting the picture consideration. Because you don't see USI came in, it was all about winning the competition. But no rest of that.
There's huge expectation, but they're in a position where they're not being here. I'm not feeling to go there. It's something like I feel for the business. And they're not worried about style. Oh, put the pressure down for a day. But the thing is, it will get you over the line. But if they don't freeze, I think they've got the time to real quiet.
I think we came on to be saying you have to buy it with that. to participate. It's something to really allow teaching people about the experience. And this team, they read now, they know what that sounds for. How much do they have experience?
They got something the last time they did that feeling again. You know, they all get sort of the end of the end of the era of history. They all in a lot of them are good players. So this could be their last real ball at this team, saying the manager as an instant manager. So it's up to them to do it. It's just whether they can stop this team. They stop buying unit. They got great wingers, the great centre forward. They stop balls all over the week in the 10th and 2nd, and they stop the wing, not the out. And now they have to get over the line with this team. Going to be more with the same type of game of balls they buy and play. They can hope with it after the game against those two sides. But why can all they do it again?
Do you think it was even the same? Where is the game?
Well, the surprise is that we go against the City. Because it wasn't agreements against the City. They really shut them down and made them look forward to the City. They're constantly good. But we're going to have to do that again, aren't we? We've seen Saint-Germain the second ability to behave, and they've got strength on the bench in case they need to change the ground because they need a little bit of manager. I think it'll be in those wide areas. I think in the midfield areas they'll probably dominate possession. But if they can stop them against Ballet and Barcelona and play or other players in the country, if they can stop that, then they're going to win the chance. They've got that experience. Defensively, it's the right field to be confident forwards.
What would be your message in the dressing room? Night before, players get themselves to look at the pitch this evening. See you lay or see and read.
I've had it again, but the big one, but it's sometimes in the really close. We didn't know how the guy was again.
Finally, quickly, you're great.
Yes, I think.
And this is for the world that we use
Bill, Jerry, Uncle Jerry, calling you on FaceTime. Good, good. How you doing? Oh, sorry. Okay, going for our fitness. Oh, that's fine. That's good. Stay healthy, huh? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know that you home and my little everything's good and like I was wondering if you're busy like in a couple months. If not, coming late because nothing. I decided to try to return the favor because it's really nice and sit down to me a couple months ago, a few months ago, and I decided to be there. Could you say if you're free on the schedule anytime soon? Oh, I was gonna pay for your ticket up here and probably like stay in my place and then to go out and take you out and everything. If that was okay with you. Like on a plane and everything, round trip, couple weeks. Like I was thinking, like maybe a month, not next month, like 3.5 weeks. Yeah, okay, sounds good. Well, not much. I just gotta get ready for a speech. So I'm doing a whole little first-week graduation thing in a couple of weeks. So I just gotta get ready for a speech for that. Yeah, nothing's good. But I was thinking about it and I started missing you guys and that's when I was thinking like I invite you whenever you have time. What do you like flying with? Or who do you like prefer to fly with? Here it's good. Yeah, I'm looking to concept this year. Is there like any specific time you prefer? Because it's gonna be in the middle of summer and all the beaches are gonna be out too. So, but yeah, yeah, yeah. I was thinking pretty much, yeah, like for July 4th, if that was okay. I don't know if any plans. Like the fireworks, you know? Yeah, it should be on the weekend actually. Watch the fireworks over here. That would be cool. And I'm gonna be like doing pretty good too, because I'm gonna call it pop for like food and love. Not just like a little cone at McDonald's or anything like that, but somewhere nice. Go here again and check out some like 5-star restaurants that are pretty steak and everything organic. You know, sounds good, huh? Yeah, I'll just let you know, place, you know, so we're on the same page. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm always busy. I got the newest, latest, and greatest iPhone 16e. So yeah, so I got a good price today at the Apple Store for $650.91. Yeah, that's why I jumped on it before they start like charging 3,500 for iPhones sitting in America. Yeah. So you can call me whenever, FaceTime me whenever, message me whenever. No, it's easy if I'll be honest. I would but then no form. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it is. No long videos, but we'll take a lot of pictures and make videos, bro. Don't worry about it. No problem. I'll send. That's really fun, huh? Yeah. Ah. You want to see it? You're gonna pick it up, but you can come around with the heat. Yeah. Pick it up there. Wow. That's good, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, yeah. Oh, the front door? Yeah. Yeah. I see it already. There's some photos. Yeah. I saw it on your Instagram, I think, when you posted yesterday. You posted like people on the ocean. That's it, huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, nothing else. I like the cats. You know? Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, we get it. That's what I was saying. Yeah, it's about time you get over here and check out the beaches over here. Okay, you too. Be safe. I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Bye. Hello, Paula. Pues bien, Max, nieto único, Abraham, Milagro, es que no te he llamado, pues, si tú no me extrañaste. Te estoy llamando de FaceTime para que me des la cara. ¿Puedes recoger? Sí. Ahí dice, no, ¿me ves? No le veo. ¿Puedes ver otra vez? Pues aquí tengo FaceTime en mi casa. ¿No se ve? ¿No se ve? No se ve. Ahí está. ¿Cómo estás? Pues muy bien, te extraño. Me da gusto verte. Ya, ya mucho tiempo, por eso te echaba una llamada, sí, tal vez cada semana, ¿verdad? Para verte así como vas viendo bien. Pues muy malo de servicio. Pues te digo, ahora sabes, apenas vas saliendo para misa, ahí en Morieta. Save it. No, un poquito, pero ya va a ser calentito, verás, tenemos. Sí, pues sí, porque es de la mañana, todavía no salió sol. Aquí ando, pues adentro, el fin de semana y no lo hago. ¿Verdad? Andar tranquilo, ¿verdad? ¿Vas manejando bien? Oh, no, no, todavía no, mi tiempo. Digo que, oh, no, no, todavía no. Sí puedes hablar, ya, te iba diciendo que todavía puedo manejar el tiempo. Si Dios quiere, ¿verdad? Que de nuevo, ¿cómo va Henry? Los gatos, los plantas, las novelas, ya no, y de las 7, milagro, esto no, no, te digo, ninguna, puro drama, te digo, muchas gracias, igualmente, primero salud bien, te vas a cuidar, ¿no? Mira, el refri, como carne, agua. ¿Está bien, ¿verdad? Acá el tele, computadora, otro tele. Pues sí, cuando lo sé gusto, tú te me enseñaste ese, ¿verdad? Pues sí. ¿Cómo van las informaciones? ¿Ando bien hoy o no? Salió cosas buenas. ¿No? ¿Y otra? Pues sí, fíjate. Me da gusto que puedo Paula, me da gusto que todo bien. Usted, Paula. No, ya no está. Ya no es Paula. Ah, ya se murió Paula. Es lo que Paula. Pues, entonces, nomás, como estás escogiendo el nuevo manejado, para tomar ya, si como tráfico, pues, no hay que claro. Entonces, me estoy caminando, preparando de todo, sí, debe, sí, no pagas, así más tranquilo, ¿verdad? Más en paz. No será, no será, agarrar un boleto, y va para caminar, ¿o no? Para que te ayude a caminar un poco, hay que ligeras. Ok. Ya los domingos. Bien. Mira que sí. A limpiar, a la cocina, todo, ¿no? No creo que ya estuvo, ya no hubo visitas. Pues porque te puedes como me voy a mover en un tiempo. Tal vez antes que me voy puedes visitar. ¿O sí? Y si yo pago por boleto. No sé. Pues el tiempo no también así cada para ir tomando. A las 2 quedamos, pues. Está bien. A las 2. Ya dijo. Te quiero mucho. Bye.
Just being these lazy lights, and you can also do a so that I feel that others about trying to find a line that I'm worried. How we pay. Oh, we are going to this essentially tolerance. It's how we see absolutely speed that much. On her. Is not a shame. Venga, venga, mấy chị tôi chỉ không thì chơi thì thôi nó sụp shit của no
Now I have a question for you, being that I know you are quite the soccer fan, you played in that, right? Yeah. If you could pick any pro soccer player to be in your pit crew, hang your tires, fill in the tank, whatever it is, who you picking and why?
I'm picking Messi because he used to play in Barcelona and he was so good at everything he was doing. So I don't know how he would do it, putting fuel or changing tires, but it would still be cool to do a pit stop and see Messi there trying to change my tire. Even if he was taking like 10 more seconds, I would be like, it's okay, we're gonna just take it back.
They say seeing is believing. But with Stearns and Foster, that's only part of the solution. We handcraft every Stearns and Foster using the finest materials, like from housing to memory cups, and ultra conforming in sales for beautiful measures and indescribable season master. During the Memorial Day sale, we have an incredible offer with savings of $800 on select adjustable mattress sets. Stearns and Foster, comfort shapers. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com. The crazy turn. So this is life. Sometimes we do.
It's a kind of range typically of advanced the correlation of institutional market in market efficacy is 24%, right? With our technology, there's an 86% correlation to actually predict sales. So the delta is pretty much double. One, because measurement on the other side is also not that accurate. It takes a while, so those correlations are harder sometimes for marketers to come to, but the jump is huge.
All right, let's cut right to it. Reverse future climate. Technology is $8 trillion gain. One lost, one again, just by backing the right science and precisely the right method.
Want the free follow sign. I like this being quite a strong use of intelligence from itself in English. It's the fundamental building block of technology. You think what things that happen.
Everyone is setting the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you want to watch climate. Here's the details that matter. So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's got all these lovely channels.
Right now,
have you jotted this down?
And move forward with our lives, there are no together. We are watching Israel try to wipe outside.
Bring you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. That intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum, a sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The U.S. representative for the United Nations said that if Russia continues a catastrophic war, the White House would consider stepping back from its role seeking peace. That statement came as Russia has intensified drone and missile attacks on Ukraine, and as Trump has actually stepped up criticism of Putin, accusing him of playing with fire. Joining me again are Ed Luke and Corey Cathy. Corey, do you think this is finally the education of Donald Trump? By this, I mean, he finally thinks to realize that the greater obstacle to peace in Ukraine is Vladimir Putin.
It has been clear in February of 2022 that Russia is the aggressor, Russia is the problem, and President Trump and the administration have put on Ukraine to make compromises, to make sacrifices, and not at all on Russia. I mean, Russia called for negotiations in Istanbul. President Trump was willing to show up. President Zelensky was willing to show up. President Putin sent a low-level delegation. There were no negative consequences. So we have shifted the balance from supporting Ukraine's efforts to preserve its sovereignty to assisting Russia's efforts to squash it. It's shameful.
Yeah, as you said, this is about one-sided diplomatic level there in history. Some keeps making these concessions, you know, they want to, Ukraine won't be part of NATO, we won't have any, we should keep all the territory grabbed. And Putin doesn't, he just pockets every concession and never makes one itself.
I think that's right. The strategy is playing for time, hoping that the offensive might pick up some meaningful territory from Ukraine, or that Ukraine will run out of long-range weapons and Russia can continue to terrorize the civilian society and the cities of Ukraine.
And do you think you were talking before the break about how the Europeans are not not dismayed by the things Russia is in fact unified them in a way? Do you think a unified Europe can provide Ukraine with much of the assistance it needs, and would that be enough for you?
I mean, they're certainly getting the political will they need, perhaps. You see, British Prime Minister, the French Prime Minister, the German Chancellor, and now, of course, the Canadian Prime Minister doing sort of coordinated joint statements on Ukraine, which is new, but it's different to the US. So yes, there's a lot more European action, but whether they can fill the big gap that we assume at some point, you know, Trump is going to just stop supplying. I mean, the Biden money that was passed last year, the military supply from America is running out. Whether the Europeans can fill, you know, the Patriot missile, the Patriot defense system back, or indeed the intelligence, I'm not sure the Europeans have real capabilities in some of these areas that they can buy it from America and give it to Ukraine. And maybe Trump's okay with that because they're paying for it, but they can't really substitute for the United States.
In your book, you talk about Brzezinski and Russia a lot. I had forgotten, and you wonderfully reminded me that his dissertation, written in the 1950s, predicted the fall of the Soviet Union because of the fact that it had trapped within it all these nationalities that you'd be struggling to break free, and that, the communism was not going to keep them together. It feels like, in a strange way, that we're watching that same dilemma, that people trying to maintain. Kind of the last multinational empire.
Yeah, indeed. The Unity Pilot religion, pilot history. That's David, I think that's the evidence that it's not very, very helpful, but when Putin said the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical entities of the 20th century, he didn't mean, he wasn't lamenting the end of Marxist-Leninism or Bolshevism. He was lamenting the end of the Russian Empire, and he was expressly declaring, this is a quarter of a century ago, his intention of rebuilding the Russian Empire. And that is what he's now doing. And presumably, one of the reasons that the subtitle uses of this big cloud to use the word puppet is just, he really did forecast this. And he did forecast that Putin and China would form sort of a lag of the issue. And I think we saw that last month in May on Red Square, Putin with, teaching things, with more serious. The alliance to is there with people. And they're backing this empire and with revanchism that Putin consistently told us that he's really having.
And, it feels to me like, far from denigrating the Ukrainians, you should be thanking them because they're the one people fighting and dying to stop this from happening.
20% of the U.S. defense budget is fought the Russian military, largely to a standstill, and it takes 70,000 sympathy in the Russian enemy. That is advantageous to the. So I absolutely agree with you. You should not only be strengthening the Ukrainians, you should be equipping them to succeed.
Always a pleasure to have you guys here. Don't forget Lucy's book today. It is really a terrific read about it. It feels like a time bomb when you have these kind of great statesmen running American foreign politics. It's been a chaotic week for Donald Trump and his economic agenda, as usual. On Wednesday, a federal court blocked Senator Trump's keeping the new tariff. And on Thursday, an appeal press company opposed that decision in order to review the government's request for a longer-term stay at the Wednesday. Joining me now is Ed Luce, U.S. National Editor and Economist in Financial Times, and the author of an absolutely terrific new book, The Rise of Business Vision, America's Great Power Profit. Really worth reading and worth buying, so go out and get it. Corey Staffy is also with us, the Senior Fellow of the American Enterprise Institute. Corey, what is it to make of this? Trump imposing these tariffs, the court blocking it. What is it tell?
I think it has a few things. First, the Trump administration doesn't understand basic economics, that tariffs are affecting consumers and non-producers. It also tells us we don't understand strategy, because fighting on all fronts in the same state, treating your closest friends and allies no different from your adversaries, suggests that we actually need allied help if we are going to control checkmate for the same. Yeah, so I can hear this.
And that just like me that
CFOs are
the only check on what it is kind of in theory useful. I'm not a lawyer, but for judges to just be a few decades, two criminals down in the Republican system.
Remembering the audience, I'm speaking to what I think they understand the executive of the finance function is being an executive for the company. It's organization. Repeat the sentence. Part of being the CFO is telling people no, it's hard. It's the right thing to do, but it's always hard. It's like a touch of heartbreaker, basically. We have a plethora of good opportunities. Some are really, really good, but as we strive for the great ones, sometimes really, really, really good ones have to be left behind. US does this thing only on Bloomberg.
When bond prices plummet, when the cost of US debt it was set back. So imagine the market can be saved by and the bond market. If it's true, it deals with the judiciary of the constitution, which was only the first one players candidates to do it. It's quite likely. If you know, it's remembrance for an emergency. It's sort of a very big thing, but the other that in law and in a mix of to do with the reader. But instead, there's the full online and usually I don't know the 70s. But there's been he's like in traffickers. And it was also reflecting charges.
Duolingo co-founder Luis Von Ahn has a PhD in computer science. But as the CEO, he doesn't see himself as a
which has been very fine. I noticed that he's now going after the second society, which is 3 months conservative, win the usual establishment. Do you think that there is a time as risk of work?
Duolingo 5 years ago. My job was to get the company ready to go public. The CFO helped pull off the IPO, which then became a translation. Translation is central to Duolingo's business, and it's also important to its internal culture. And as you translate them, and as you see how other people translate them, you spend decades before your career in finance. Now it's marketing that. The same thing.
That Europeans will be able to clear down
the name of it
discuss. There are a few things that I care about when it comes to finances. So there's just looking most stuff in terms of accounting for public market investors and stuff like that. I want to be suitable from it. You know, great job with that.
I don't questions about it. I think they were like a picture out putting a tray on the front. Some balls that ends.
A job like this, the culture is really as it's described in the handbook. I tried to keep working. My presentations and currently start with a English slip here. This year's always any motion is about fair. How I'm telling is about when people actually bring on it, why it makes sense. It's set up well. He's quote unquote in a CFO kind of way, which is actually exactly what we want. if we had hired somebody that was similar to me, this company would not be performing the way it's performing.
Duolingo at its core is this amazing machine of learning. We envision this limitless future that we want to build. And my job is to make sure everyone knows where we're standing today. What are our resources and capabilities today? And then strategically, how do we link those together? And I think that is really the basis of what a strategic CFO is. That's what the role has become.
Duolingo runs on the freemium model. It offers language lessons at no cost, but adds features that are people who pay. Free has translated into robust annual user growth. Converting free users to paid subscribers is the ultimate goal, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. Our free product is essential. Maybe always use it for free, and then get to other friends, then maybe one of their friends will subscribe. So I don't actually, I don't think it would ever be the case that the majority of friends are paid.
And
So far, they can use subscription. They're simple. 2 years is there'd be a way to bring in more subscribers. If you want your if you have to for your funnel, it's based on what experience, where you're at. Turning their from the lifetime value of that subscriber. Something does take it. So it's a challenge. Absolutely. It's great.
Introducing practice skills.
Hey, Nelly.
Here's the favorite thing about studies.
You see the word like more important.
It sounds like the name.
Well, and that's what's basically the objective is. In other words, the social media, the screen social media, remember the person said he sees that it's okay. Then Liam said that in the first period, and just we spent time because of research and coach and different things like that with the counter show. And this we can just replace that in the school.
So,
These conversations are like actual AI figures. So while increasing max subscribers drives gross revenue higher, added expenses, even to riches. It's a burden Duolingo's bringing to bear for now, and they insist soon get right.
We are really excited that we're as one of our phrase pointed out, the best example is the monetized AI. Our system makes attacks on a completely basis.
Personal identity.
We've seen AI prices come down for cities. Foundation models are probably the fastest depreciating asset class. So look at OpenAI's GPT as we have seen the last 2 years.
We see prices come down 90% for that. That's plus for tokens across to run that. We're seeing the closed source and open source gap close, which makes these models a lot more accessible. So we're really seeing a perfect storm for AI.
We're looking to cover the things yet to be everybody
preserve staff to invest in it.
But I'm sure that none of the people, it's the image would be just campaign. You got the kind of
Campaign. Wanted to see how it bring me back to inject ourselves into the social conversation across a variety of platforms across the world. The way that's authentic, yeah, there's a couple things we don't actually see in our social media. You don't see a call to action. There's no subscribe. Just decide you're authentic in a conversation. So you don't have a call to action. And not the entire of a campaign.
Thank you for being
There are a variety of techniques, survey techniques.
The images are the job of the
When people face tracking number of interactions.
to see that in 11 weeks is really good. Just getting scrambled to grab what they can from the first checklist that have been allowed to circulate.
To subscribe because they stay around.
This is actually right. I'm going around.
Have a long
founded accountable organization that provides medical and legal history with this distinguished and founded people what's the best way to get this about
yeah.
How have they reacted to
big opportunity? Tool to take advantage of this opportunity. This text or students,
Children go, what is this?
It's a future, not a bug. The principle that's in our handbook. Take the loss. It's Bloomberg. We're giving ourselves. When you ask Duolingo CFO Matt Scaruppo about his career path, he doesn't just tell you where he's worked and when. He explains what he's learned and stop along the journey. Starting with his college degree in chemical engineering.
And it's so hard to find out. And there's one thing that's important to learn is the level of because we work in the same spot. There's no right. It's not that I got
The wealth changes the inequality of the state. Which is funny because, you know, I've been on the other side, there's
Valley. They're all completely show, the reason is that not, they put out that somebody to a local, so it's decided to do, the driving, the board districts come out, they support them, they celebrate it, after they're selling. And what's your thought?
we isn't.
Process of we found the center part initially really helped us develop that process and can finance gains over time. And I think that's incredible. Today, we start out. It's Spotify, knowledge, Duolingo, but with its licensing design, anything start. Duolingo's a direct consumer. Try to solve for it. They try to do that by making the app joyful and fun. And have a huge swath of in-house designers that can do this every day. Something like that. How do you do that? How do you make it engaging? How do you continue to iterate without breaking your head? The reason you sort of
You said that people use the different things and say that in the world and right. I think by that we mean that even if you share it, like new idea.
Cycle. Increased headcount every year since IPO. Design is the second largest department behind engineering. It's really to preserve a brand and culture based on joy and connection. It's AI first approach to content creation. Something the show that has an excellent quality to it. Think about the AI. So that's the key. I don't need to everyone's expected to use the app and find bugs. There are going to be it's really the whole process. What that means is that we are making small changes, testing them on subsets of our users. Driving faster creation. Duolingo now has more forces to attract more users. Grow on the path. And better advanced English content, especially as create that. China small in terms of supporting them. So then all this time you spend like so that's like driver. Creation challenges since AI like really positive. Users and measure can't easily afford gross profit dollars. The cost of Max comes down. Really experiment with Max price, potentially lower it. Duolingo is nothing against making money. So it's easier for things to share their users. At any given rate, systematically at the drop of a hat by adding
It's like, you know, this, they don't flip it on. It's gonna be like this. Like, you give them an energy, they got-
I'm Alex Rodriguez, and I'm Jason Kelly, and we're back with more episodes of our show. The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports. An 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous and seeing up arrows. Susie Wolf, you're painting. Where are you thinking about any senior happen?
Josh Harris. Yeah, it's a good deal with a bad person. Jay Bat. At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete. Or stay tuned.
And these cities with no one's to kickstart day live from our European headquarters. Today's top stories on expert analysis and all reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Dave Lake on the only television.
And you know, it's all British again. He was here to do organization. He was here for following. You know, he wasn't there to send up to the women. So, you know, he was corporate. He went to it was in his best interest. Sure. Let's talk to you, but they're not here with transformative. He doesn't do but I said, the thing is, it's access. It was your work. It's also the and I didn't see it. But it was 3 days over. But your best for English place data. It's just sensitive.
Profit. Even as it exists here, still has some levers that will drive. There is a nice thing, the long-term investor have an operating principle. It's in the handbook. It takes a long the timeline of last days of the whole company. That timeline went from founding to 100 years ago. There was one guy with 1 year in that time. And we saw that we're going to deploy this. This is a wonderful thing. It's fantastic. It's like some of the time on a very long term. This is a company that we want to resist. They think in like hours. Yeah. I've learned Wall Street, really Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, they mean that means they'll keep your stock for like an instance where they do something else just for short-term stock. They'll say that. One quarter, 2 quarters ago, we were on point to the quarter. So far, for record, we're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time this year. And I decided that for a short period of time, I'd be able to a lesson in our app.
When historians write about the challenges
turns out
of
that by itself
America's
was good enough to beat the quarter. That for the product is
competitive for the United States in decades. They estimate the return of everything. It's like just the American security over in Europe.
Wall Street
just familiar patterns in the rise and fall of world powers.
So just show more ads.
It's a big challenge. Because Americans
Consider the nature index. That's a comprehensive guide to quality research in the found. It tracks contributions to the world's leading academic journals. It holds ranking scale of scientists already. Is recognized. Track academic institutions and research index. On my family. Still figuring out the top page positions in that list. Beginning nothing, you see masks and and it is this university that Donald Trump is pointing to the The Trump administration's war on Harvard is bizarre in many ways. Turning to be about fighting anti-Semitism, it is demanded that the university cease control over large parts of its academic affairs and hand over private information about its international students. It's never seen either single or Harvard for this retribution, and the problems that it claims to be concerned about a lot of being egregious and heavy. It's the main record for the glory of special research funds of this is directed at the parts of the university that have virtually nothing to do with the woke ideology to which they project. More than 90% of the research represented in manufacturing. The research in the near form, studying disease with medicine and medical science, denying funding for cancer research will not affect people such as clinical science. If there are totally not measures that nature index. Urging them to abandon fashionable political values, end your taking with diversity and marginalization, and return to accessibility. It is both later that things that fail by far the world's leaders in higher education when looking for teaching and research and the academic environment more immediate. It can be seen simply by the schematic expectations that America's visible future, the brightest dreams around the world. It will be simplified in many industries where America is more dominant. China's president, Xi Jinping, and his erstwhile rivals who have no safety life, disagreed about many things. In both cases, from the best place in the world for their daughter and son to get to higher education is Harvard University. It's not an accident that still many of America's technology companies are negotiating with the world. These clusters framed around great universities, MIT and the Trump administration seems determined to destroy this unique advantage. It has proposed cutting government funding for science by more than $25 billion next 6 years, and it's declared war on the country's leading universities. Budget so recently passed for the House of Representatives punishes the very best universities by taxing their endowments, turning them out from all non-profit, but it really brings the taxpayers massively from the most successful research. Business, you want to get lazy and in your views. This seems like the opposite of America continues to lead the world in its ability to attract the world's largest economy. China works mainly on the talents of the best of its billions of population. But America has had its pick of the best of the world in the results speak for themselves. America Bringing in international students also benefits the economy as a whole, generating more than $40 billion and supporting nearly 380,000 jobs just last year. But the latest Trump of getting to scrutinize their safety immediately and sending the city generally to the reality of that really was and sending some
Now starting designing a window. Their page is the design of
So it's the sense of being translated Korean architecture for the reservoir.
We call this Madam. General terms is where we can be outside.
There is an old saying Korean lessons.
By the idea of Americans, a friend's view of the people, one that doesn't have from around the world, and they are touching and living the world, everything is not less than
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's latest technologies on Momentum.
You really continue to advise the president, and this will get work for that.
Join us every weekday morning as the earthly trade. Live at 7
Let's take a look at the top. One claim that you could cut $2 trillion from the federal budget. Over today, those the claim for the $75 billion in estimated savings. Yes. Is likely to be much lower. The analysis has found less than those savings are more accountable and supported by that rule. This is much legacy good.
Is on the saga, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on
I mean, I don't agree with it. I'm also not online, so we'll have to see what happens. He is limited in reaching because he was suffering for the administration divesting himself in these companies. He definitely does not want to get rid of SpaceX and all that. So I think it's got like the end. And there have been very careful for the people still be there. I think we're going to go and we'll be trying to see how that's actually moving. There's no going to be. With people from but also people from California and world and people came to the region. So, which it's fair, it doesn't scare me. I don't go anywhere. This is sorry, not just fair. You can just look at for this. But continuing, it's part of the continuing to face that. It's the real deal. As people pour into these litigation going on, it continue to do what it's been doing. What he really created for the access to the revenue, he was created to be basically a tech support organization. So things continue to do this. So procedure on the report. So, we have the power of the lines of code. It's not going to be quite a something similar, I think, from this problem. It turns out it's only for them to try and run. We see that principles every day. It's reasonable. Dr. So here, the guy is here. It's right. We may just feel generalized. Want to stay away behind the wheel? You got to touch the man. In the US, there were estimated 91,000 crashes, and nearly 800 deaths flooded down. That's according to the safety on the free.
Later in life, they are the fertility industry. The trade for IVF is growing. So that maybe don't try to
Caffeine. I can list on the home, they take it with you.
found that idea some of the worst cases. And cases. Because empire is something happens.
You don't have to be on stage. But it's still and then it's few minutes, but it's not typical. Being able to buy well, I did thank you as I said for reading this and what the product that I am dedicating my life to. There were 6 years in
This is very much from the heart. You feel that you have defended Israel against criticism of war crimes and genocide, but that you can no longer. What's changed? What has happened that has made you change in for Israel? And then the international community is large. They're dividing and integrating enough and vision. President Macron, all others, all joined in shared statement. Israel has a right to the earth, to resource, to make the air, to see its major intentions. Now we are 18 months. And already, I think we're in the knowledge that the government is the military breaking community. The report of these actions, unfortunately, also LSU, one person stewardship, Europe of everything. And the main gesture, which is almost universally recognized, is that we have to treat the people. Still 60 days of the at this point now, there is no objections in front of the only thing is already the going to use the life is very okay. This policy is only works on premium. It's going to be good because it doesn't take several people to know why it's very only trying value and don't speak anything of values. Administrating candidates for the honor. So I call them the and they say, when us, they say, and all of them is to be proud of this time. They're taking their name. And I believe the government of Israel is now the only nation that has declared war on the state and its inhabitants. No external force fought against it over the past 77 years has caused greater damage to Israel than what the current government has inflicted on us. Do you believe that I don't know if any democratic
Hundreds of thousands of Israelis are arriving daily basis in the streets of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and other countries, day in, day out, against the violence of the government outside and against the we did it. We can encouraging the basis of our government. What Netanyahu is doing voice of Israel is not the voice of Benjamin. It's easiest. Not the voice of those who call the voice of those who are insisting on a daily basis. As though in the West 30. And that's what they're doing. I just try to read, I want to. I know some people don't like it when they speak up. As a do and with a right as a do. But I believe that we are fighting for the soul of the state of people. And I will not indeed with any people who don't need to do it. CNN, Southeast, and always a pleasure idea. Praise the Lord.
थोड़ा खाली टाइम बचता है तो फोन मेरे घर में 3 हफ्ते रहे रहते हैं मैं खुश रहूंगी तो हैप्पी रहते हैं कॉमेडी करते रहते हैं मम्मी बस आते रहते सिस्टर हंसी मजाक में जाती है
Going to tell the story, making things as interesting. It's crazy. You want to try and move around the so sometimes Kelly on in this talk radio. Chill the question. Really relaxed stuff. I tried to normalize it. I mean, around the jet players that I joined have won the 18 and 2 to be on the show. They were incredibly experienced when it came to this, so they almost helped me. It's very relaxed in the hotel the night before. Anyway, because you put on the dressing room and I knew that they don't do that. Oh, I thought. It was just a matter of trying to perform to the best of your ability as well. So, I remember I was telling the lads earlier, we had a couple of beers the night before, some of the lads started to again in the morning and so they took the lead. They looked at them and they were so silly. They didn't know what to do, so I was completely comfortable with them. People's data. People by the SSA's industry agencies. More dynamic team, pace and power in that team, huge confidence. I think the mindsets have been a big shift. And the lead police been brought by Lewis Enrique, who's been successful on his treble in Spain already with Barcelona. And he's on the top of doing that here now. And these guys have a chance to write their name up in life in a way that's never been done before. It's just a good change in career there. I think they're going to be very positive. Not that they're into going to sell, so I think you both feel Trump administration has been created a lot of but they're in a position where they're just turns around. So sometimes that unknown is the biggest thing. They're not knowing like what the second like on with that unit. If they don't free, I think they've got the tools to Chris to
We could make a motion to review, as you like, but should have delivered for the American people. The credit that you have to experience, the 2 years on the finals of the. To get benefits in the hands of Americans as soon as possible. We shouldn't be counting out. Points. The facts.
Unfortunately, they lost, didn't they? The last time they were there, they don't want to steal again. So they all get sorted at the end of this. They all in a lot of the in this thing, but they could be there last week. So thing the manager, the manager. So it's up to them to do it. It's just whether they can stop this team. They stop buying unit who have great wingers and great centre forwards. They stop Barcelona, didn't they? It's in set to set. Then they stop them. Now they have to hold the line. More than ever. They cope with it. I don't think she's right. But that's one thing to it. It's like the
लग रहा था ऐसा कोई कभी कुछ ऐसा मेरे साथ हुआ ही नहीं था नॉलेज भी नहीं है
So they really shut them down and made them look forward when Manchester City did in their top 2 years ago. If we're going to have to do that again, they've got strength on the bench in case they need to strengthen it down. Who can be taken into the manager? I think it'll be a no-fly there. In the midfield there, we should probably dominate. If stop again, Ballet, Apple, whoever plays in that country, if they can stop.
They can actually produce before the committee instead of an empty seat, empty chairs.
You've got a wonderful chance, and you've got that experience in defensively.
कुछ चला ही गया था जो उसमें की मेन सिस्टर थी वो बोली हो गया है तो हम बोले कि जाए सच है तो फिर मैं आई तो बैंक डबल ही बैंक
What would be your topics in the dressing room with night before players get
पता चल गया पता चल
And I've read it in games, not the big ones as well, but in some games in your career, we just impact the game. The game change. We are focused to be short. They are to be over.
Your prediction.
I'm going to go TSU to win. I think it'll be close. I think 2 goals to 1 I'm going to go for. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Inter win this game, but I'm siding with TSU.
I think in person, the first. I think the more the players
Zero percent of the staff that is.
Should be able to have free reign and do whatever.
Delivers a market data and analysis live every day, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
So the thinking hard is the finance, holiday. Wherever you say, for inflation, normal, nothing too optimistic. How do you worry about normal trending? And how does the current side and something like that?
To the market open and we know he was affecting their agent or I'm pretty stuff. And I'm at will every
Chairman, as you know, 3 weeks ago, I got a before the summer, it was going to business across Europe.
In Asia, I'm betting on
Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of HRS 195. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Anyone who wishes to interview the last Mr. Buchanan.
I'm a very short article in newspapers.
At the same time, he was rising to prominence in Donald Trump's inner circle in the final months of his 2020.
At the time, but immediately I thought, oh my gosh, like, how often does this happen?
Him telling people that he was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder.
So you have IVF, but not all IVF requires a donor. It's in situations where you can't use the IVF patient's own eggs, so fertile, or in the case of gay couples, for example. IVF cycles requiring donor eggs is still a small slice of the overall IVF. But it's a segment that's growing very, very fast. It's also growing in a mostly unregulated, unmonitored space. There are tens of thousands of egg retrievals happening every year in India. This is the one that's come out of the shadows, so that made it renewed. The case was triggered on October 17th, 2023, when the girl's mother went to the police station to file a complaint. Within 3 days, a group of inspectors from the police and from the state's chief medical officer visited the clinic, and they did an inspection where they took the girl's case file. The day after that, the chief medical officer issued a report that was really quite stunning. It outlined a whole bunch of irregularities that they had found. For example, the girl had signed all of these affidavits and consent forms in English, but she was Indian. They said clearly she was using a fake ID, that she didn't appear to be 23-year-old for donation, and how 2 doctors had examined them.
So that he could start to not you also thought you got solar, like you put in the story was much easier. What? Yeah, so we were able to
About a week after that, Stroke was held with a first information report which is an document that essentially gets the wheels of justice turning. At that point, the police were compelled to investigate the incident. Within a couple weeks of that, in mid-November, they arrested 4 people. So,
It's so incredible. Now you,
so
you know that
investigation was progressive, but then
but you were not today refused to respond to
5 people.
today. And
The charge sheet of the records, she was the woman that was known to the girl, been there with her every step of the way, taking her to the clinic, helping her make the fake ID. And she was there on the day of the girl's birthday, told the girl, wear a sari, and get over, put a wedding necklace around her neck, and the charge sheet of the records also Seema had worked with another woman named Anita. Anita was sort of responsible for the fact she was certified at the top of the she understood how to get fake IDs and everything. So she worked with 2 other and another one of the suspects was Seema's husband. Signed off pretending to be the girl's husband. Only those 5 initial suspects. There was no mention of the doctors, there was no mention of the clinic. And so that really gets you thinking about industry there behind this that let it happen. And there was no mention.
and that he had a child with anyone who's so tell me your report. The people who know him that we've taken, there is this connection between the drug use and the desire to have exposure. Yeah, some of them do, in fact. They would say that, as they see it, the sort of messy drug use is much more akin to that he's had this fixation on facility programs, it's that he has been done in secret and kept going in secret. That's in the same model. And so that's what he said. No, I think increasingly seen by some people close to him as sign of erratic behavior and messy behavior that he has been juggling while simultaneously in the bureaucracy and managing his country. There's such incredible reporting that everyone's gone.
And now to the last one. Mexico's radio sundown has some of the highest security ratings of 100-second global leaders. He's run for his domestically and global for her defies the president from terrorist death. But behind her calm and pragmatic image, like a self-made disruptive domestic agenda, one that could rapidly undermine Mexico's rule of law. The way Mexicans are voters for the first time ever to squeeze all their judges. He will say hundreds of figures from the nation's Supreme Court down to its local court. No other country has ever done this. The radical idea was passed last year by former President Andres Manuel López Obrador and his daddy Maluma. Now it's been championed by his protege, Corman, who won over a landslide last year. He says this vote will make Mexico the most democratic country in the world. At first glance, it sounds appealing, more power to the people, right? And Mexico's justice system is deeply flawed. Survey data suggests that more than 90% of crimes go overrated or uninvestigated, while criminal rights justice, and 16% of investigations are resolved. In response, Maria says having elected judges rather than appointed ones will make justice less corrupt and more effective. Which is Marine is huge majority means that most judicial candidates are embedded by media. So the thing is, when it's possible to former Mexican president and after the deal, the media actually was saying that only spoken the things of one deal. The real reason is that it obliterates the judiciary as an independent exceptional entity. It's mostly at the service of those who hold and concentrate political power. One of the major concerns is lowering qualification. Under the old system, the common and appellate court justice took for decades to master's degrees, PhDs, and special standards. Now the requirements are minimal. Basically, we need a law degree, good grades, and just 5 years of legal experience. The economists put it bluntly. Cases of constitutional law and ruling the commercial dispute will be heard by people who may never have set foot in a court case. To justify her reform, Spain claims to the US that 49 states elected these some of their judges to stimulate the law appointment. But even this more modest model is established. They have expensive campaigns and judges who can be swayed by public opinion. Bolivia is another one. They could introduce elections for president in 2009, but this doesn't seem good with the new an international court of justice reports last year found that most states passed in recent elections were corrupt or not necessarily in protest. Similar sentiments. Central banks stay long, dizzying list of dozens of unfamiliar names, making it nearly impossible for voters to make informed decisions. Some worry that the drugs out there are taking the test. Balance of power. Independent only on their powers and their needs to dismantle it. Look at Israel. Its Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to weaken the Supreme Court switch. In India's Prime Minister Modi has spent years fighting control over his country's judges through a combination of coercion and chastity. Turkey's President Erdogan has stacked his judiciary with loyalists, enabling him to arrest his free rival and former Istanbul mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, just days before he was to be nominated as a candidate for the next presidential election. And in the United States, the second Trump administration has ramped up verbal attacks on judges whenever rulings don't go its way. In Mexico, the court witnessed the biggest curb on Marina's. This should be based on fairness, independence, and expertise. Instead, Mexico's changes turned the country's rule of law into a popularity contest. As Mexican political strategists produce pressure for GPS, this is the final nail in the coffin of what used to be Mexico's very dysfunctional, very incomplete, but existent free democracy. The rest of the world is taking it.
Pressure to grow faster. Former employees tell us that standards.
Investigation. The W is full. Why is the health
the average American is eating around 60 pounds of beef a year, and 30 times of 40% of that is very beef. Now, most Americans think that they eat 80-20% is imported from that. And even if it's from the United States and being very proud and being subject that American are taking advantage of there's no law about economic thinking. There's no
the protein, satisfying protein needs. Tell me about the supply demand scenario in the United States, and what are you anticipating, despite the fact that we're going to see a cost increase?
Supply and demand, I mean, basic economics is exactly what's causing most of the price pressure. We're gonna see about 4 million head of cattle less come to market this year than in 2022. And that's because of the demand, like, temper retention, which is a terminology we use in the industry that really describes whether or not
And because getting this kind of style for the unity here, it's had this vibrating between two things. Which makes the two big. The persistent.
They know that what they're doing. Since
This
87.
You think it is happening? It is happening in that country. It is happening in that society. It is happening in that family. No, it will happen to your family. It will happen to you as well. The same events in schools. I don't think they are going to be very sure, but we will try to do that.
And why? That trains.
Environmental laws by my current district Nixon. Should feed up approval. And then just airport. The conservative court has dealt many setbacks to environmentalists in recent years, including shutting down regulations intended to protect wetlands and reduce air pollution drifting at state lines. Sam Sankar is Senior Vice President at Programs Earth Justice and joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for being really here on this important Catholic issue. Very recently, the annual report of this is some 3,600 pages long, and the argument by environmentalists is that still it didn't take everything into consideration. So, in the words of one of the lawyers who represented those who supported the rail project at the head of this, 88 miles of track did not require more than 3,600 pages of environmental analysis. So, in such a partisan and divided Supreme Court, it seemed like a very unanimous meeting. Even the liberal justices agreed. The organization was a key participant in this case. I don't want to relitigate the whole thing right now. To be only 5 minutes. But what do you think the court got on? Well, first of all, let's get back for a second. As you said, you think that the foundation of the environment, and the Supreme Court right now is really making it a habit, saying to cut back. The case here that issue was in the railroad, saying that will now be expressed from over 3 million trucks and approximately 350,000 available radio per day, and kind of gently actually proved that could only be taken care of. And those refineries are in areas that are in serious air. So the position was that the nearest now it's a thing is that the liberal economy was that, but
So I did.
That degree of definition is radically up. Yeah, so explain that in this case, as you say specifically, and what the other agency has now. These types of projects. Why is this distinction so clear? Is that how environmental both sides?
both the US government and the.
Speaking of less about that.
So we have not adapted to some of these states are things like you, environment, and the industrial right now. So let's go ahead and continue this in the first technology. They want domestic businesses that are around domestic consumption services. So today we have one of the largest Chinese company, again, geopolitically not sensitive. They are one of the largest pharmacy chains in China. The largest white mushroom grower in China, all geared towards the domestic market, a growing middle class, a higher quality goods and services. And I think that's the sweet spot of where we're focused at the moment.
Sources. Yes, makes sense.
Everything out, very Murphy, thank you for being here to start. You just heard my conversation with no director, Russ Bode.
Some of us think this is neighborhood women to exchange for cash. It's an open secret that she is the fertility agent. In the shadows of China's vibrant city-state, Elizabeth has the harsh reality of having few ways to make a living. With the sharks circling her doorstep, so these life. Connecting other women with fertility clinics to guarantee 10% coverage on their is changing India's fertility market. The next day, this trade is really between two years. Impoverished women in future opportunities were donated to clinics. As these women supply the product and India's fertility industry, we ask, what is the true price of
at the expense of ordinary Americans.
You mentioned movies. There. My understanding is that the downgrade of the.
Sumati was born into what's considered to be the lowest ranked caste in India's social hierarchy. Now she recruits local women to serve as executors. With no running water, residents rely on communal taps, a fixture in this area that serves houses as a place to find her goods. She requested these reversing for safety. Mass owners I spoke to also asked that we keep every designated for safety reasons. About some of the is an informing system. Young girls and women are reached by hospital for cleaning units, relatives, and friends.
Correct, that they can, that everyone is sharing the story. And yes, we are all going to share from this post. So I apologize. And I'm really, really glad that I didn't participate in the differences of the two following.
Consistent, authentic.
Yeah, very good colleagues who work with research. Yes, I think everybody in the audience knows that they're going to die. They would rather die in old age at 85 or maybe instead of dying at 30. And the reality is, that is, you lose your health care.
It's a really bad. Still closed. It's still more people will die at a younger age. The reality is, we still live without lighting death. That's the problem. It's a shame that for 15 million people stay healthy. In order to find access is a people wealthy into corporations. That is just fundamentally immoral. It's just but Donald Trump only really knows. He only knows corporate CEO. So his instructions
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight special in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need now to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's market meeting stories, with analysis, and reporting from across the continent. Tune into Dave Read Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Content changes everything.
Judgment needs to be right. It's not down to the market open.
We bring you the first trade.
So the facts don't add up. We have to right now in the United States Senate to stop the president's corruption. Incidentally, we are debating in the Senate a bill to regulate cryptocurrency. In fact, one of the very cryptocurrencies that Donald Trump is issuing as part of the corruption scheme. The problem is the existing version of the grants the president of the extra funds. It says it is unlawful for me to issue a market status, but it's first to the president to this. That's not something any Democrat should vote for. We have a chance to demand to amend that bill before time to make clear that the church President of the United States from the ethics of mandatory issuance of cryptocurrency, then you stand to blame Russia. So this is this specific correct. So we're here to get this right in the United States Senate. This league, and I hope the Democrat candidate can stand up and say, it's just sorry for the president to essentially to put money in his pocket in order to get money to the White House. That is not okay. The mayor is no
The National Registry it's now on sites like age,
so national Trump administration system. And it's serving beneficiaries and everything.
retrieval is not without
The answer is that
which is when the sits in this offers a better chance of your life birth and for your profit and sometimes placing risks. There have been rare cases where donors faced patients after their ovaries were oversterile.
I am really hopeful that we're making every resident and figure out the funds. That is missing on the record.
Fertility doctors also say the new rule made it nearly impossible to source eggs legally, essentially driving egg donation underground.
Thank you so much.
Complications with the procedure.
So at the same time, if you're in and they're well around, you get to the property, they're probably going to be slowing it. Well, definitely always. You know, and it's giant son, you you're going to be trading if you know, we just can't know what you can. So if you treat it, it's something that the market might be. You see, there's a amount of post-integration day and then we put there for now, and much more than is it essentially indication and true that we just extended the area every time and it's mostly short range lives.
Yeah, and reading the market reaction yesterday, is determined to implement tariffs and whether they go the reciprocal tariffs and the regulation date will have to deal with all fiscal avenues place and it's going to and automotive. What's the advising clients and consumers about what the next 3 months may look like? I think that they do this plan.
And as the way between 45 to 35. So with that as a backdrop, that's what we think they're heading towards. It's depending on how long it's there. As a consumer, you just know that you're with the plan because everything we import will have to because of 50 or 60. That's what the rules of the road. And so therefore, don't do it. That's a make you depend on we saw that in the first year of the year and makes good and you brought it and you get the so you likely see a slowdown in retail sales in the second and third quarter just here the first award and the essentially higher and right to see the settle too and understanding that we starting to and the kind of the starting part essentially it's going to be over the fine and that's essentially I think we have to kind of
where's the other side?
So this is was a great society.
We've all been used to in the last 7 to 8 years. That makes you think, well, what else is going on? Great spectacle and racing.
the church was amazing. Like we had 350,000 people in the grandstand, and to hear that energy, to feel it impacted, and you know that my face is gonna be on that trophy forever. It was amazing. The Indy 500 is with its adjustment. You know what? It was amazing. It was super sweet. It was the best match I've ever posted. It was again to say thank you very much. It was sweet. Listen, one of the few people are winning, kissing the bricks.
As we get into the heart of the
We definitely feel. We saw you feel that was so
I'm
good.
Jennifer Doctor, and this is the stuff. New episodes every month.
We're staying there for like 15 months, not to anything from the grass in the streets, and then we're selling here to shoot the break. So it feels like okay, I think it's usually generation. So people really like get the posters and understand what's happening, but we'll always have those meetings, we'll always have those pictures, videos to show it. And so for me to have them both there, usually was potentially the journey takes a pretty cool process. The journey, but I thought
Unemployed of this worship of the mighty channel,
to be introduced in the middle of player games, to get the support from all the fans and to a lot of people that don't know racing that is streaming if they can hear that's the question right? If you could
just to be sustainable.
Because he used to play in Barcelona. He was so good at everything he was doing. So everything he was doing, like, what he's doing was taking five. So just TV food because you are taking Steve Nancy there trying to save my child. Even if you're taking like 7 seconds while doing it, it's a whole long signature. Which can do that. It's not good things. 30 minutes.
So that is the turn about 25 megawatts of power for Blackwell chips. And you can see at the edge here, really nice view of how much we're planning to expand to. So the third building will go in here, the fourth building will go in here, the fifth building there.
Welcome to Stargate, a massive AI data center complex under construction in Abilene, Texas. OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle announced the project in January alongside President Trump and said they plan to spend as much as $500 billion on sites in Abilene and beyond. Overseeing this first phase of the project is Chase Lockmiller, founder of data center startup Crusoe. The company is constructing 8 massive buildings, which together will hold as much as 400,000 NVIDIA GPUs. That means a lot more compute for OpenAI. And if CEO Sam Altman's goals are realized, 3 breakthroughs in what its AI is capable of.
Personally, the area I'm most excited about is AI for scientific. Well, 2026 will be a big year of new scientific progress.
When are we going to get to AGI?
Depending on how you define AGI, I think there's some reasonable probability that AGI is actually born here in Abilene.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that there will be a foundational model with associated algorithms that will be able to perform complex tasks better than a human. And that discovery, that breakthrough, will be done here at this data center.
Well, for us, but any venture of this scale comes with risks. And some have questioned the business sense for plowing hundreds of billions of dollars into AI infrastructure like this. Bloomberg's Brody Ford has been following Stargate, and in many ways it could go wrong, in right, for the Stargate partners and for the city of Abilene.
I had to file extensive background check every day, hours.
What's your impression of starting?
There's a lot of naysayers on the internet, but nothing about it's real. It's clear. I mean, it is a the fact that they're talking about having, a gigawatt of city live in about 2 years. It's an ambitious target, and seeing that in person kind of shows how it feels.
I think it's huge.
It's comically big, right? I mean, nobody was saying these kind of numbers 2 years ago.
This is compared to other big technologies, other places.
We've been tracking a lot of the big data center projects. I mean, data center spending has ramped in the last couple of years. It passed 200 billion in capex in the last year. I think two big projects that people are really watching right now is here in Abilene for Stargate and Elon's build out in Memphis. Both have been thought to be the largest computing clusters at various moments, depending on who you ask. But I think what nice there is just the fact that you need so many chips, and it's the amount of labor coming into them.
This is to me a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something.
The number 500 billion is that for you?
I don't think anybody thinks they're going to hit 500 billion. Maybe I will eat my words. SoftBank has a reputation for buying toward the top, for getting into projects once the hype cycle is already pretty advanced.
I'm very confident. You don't need the $500 billion you don't get. You go step by step. Yeah? So we are very confident to make it.
This is a lot of money. And not all of your bets have paid off. Where do you get your conviction?
Sometimes I get crazily overexcited and I make mistakes. I have many stars. But when you have a conviction and passion, you actually learn more from those mistakes and stars, and that will make you stronger.
Where's the money going? Who's the real?
So yeah, I think we've all seen NVIDIA stop the same number and say, whoa, how's that spending and so heavily? It's these data centers, right? I mean, and what we saw today, 400,000 chips, that's conservatively $15-20 billion. Yeah, for a long time, forever. Seriously, they have shown they make money fast, data goes quickly. And so they're working for the underlying theme here is that AI is like hours to care, but the ways to conjure up those or things like weaknesses. And pay us to build out these data centers. Got every single basin every single right? Second, all this infrastructure.
That's not obsessively following every twist and turn in the AI race. DeepSeek is a Chinese company whose own AI model went viral into the web. The AI performed a similar level to many various models, but used far fewer computing resources. This raised the question, are Stargate scaling mega projects really necessary? DeepSeek appears to have found a more efficient way to power AI. Was that a move for you? Are you doing anything differently? But do you think there is a more efficient way?
We will.
So if that's the case, why for example, we asked that it was policy This is data standards. Let's end up with back.
Folks worried about the market fall this independent banks and part of the labs. Part of what they do is administration is higher. And we're standing into the quarters for points. And then that are 150 is our every time this gets canceled on this. Then we have to spend stated that it's infrastructure. It's not really a thing.
Enough your company to justify.
Pay for services. So there's always going to be doubt, but I think that the money is so long. These AI is delivering value to society. I have no concerns. It's not all 100% accountable for today. That money is there, and there's a lot of money that needs to invest in this category. Only right now is the largest infrastructure. Right, this is like interstate highway system. That enabled massive interstate flows and transportation and otherwise this massive infrastructure is building the super highway system and intelligent systems. That's going to create job categories, great ways of doing business. It's going to create ways of invention. It's going to drive
Nobody covered staying over. Jobs and temporary and that kind of stuff. What is it about the fact
I got that there. To form the tax
what is this movie? I'm starting.
Started states 80% of the tax revenue tax.
85%.
Yeah, right? It's how to make us yourself, right? is in the last 12 years. Strongly system. They don't even say one like the strikes to me.
Doesn't have 85% revenue.
Yeah, we got it. About billions of dollars. So yes, I know. We're talking. It's going to help us to constraints the hard size. Same system.
When you were negotiating, did you feel like there was a risk or like were you worried about not winning the deal?
Whenever you're trying to at the same time, if there was
how do you think started with creating?
I'll tell you. So, somewhere between 4 and 12 hours. There's going to be small earthquakes. They're going to have grass out there. So there's going to be all kinds of jobs and to second welfares, inside campuses, it's kind of these thousands of high-paid jobs. Problems. Data centers are completed. It's often a lot of folks are.
Does it really take to run a data center? Like I keep thinking about that state in Silicon Valley, and there's one guy in that data center.
It's like a difference here of day and night down here. Makes it easy. There are going to be quite a few. I know you're looking for a specific number from me, but I can't give it to you.
What if they don't create as many jobs?
I don't know a lot about. They asked me if they're going to they're still building stuff and you're still putting your dollars in it. So you just trust them. I don't trust them. It's part of it.
This is a good place for wind power. Just going to talk to people to see what they think about it. Try to find some folks and not so have you already started?
I have. And so there's the thing. Announced. I tried, and that's kind of really all that I've heard.
Yeah, it's supposed to bring maybe a lot of people here today.
Have you server and hopefully one of you.
What do you think about that? I would love to see more people here, and especially like businesses, teams,
this area because jobs and so this adds different and it hopefully breaks some of those cycles.
How much power
You know, I know that AI takes up a lot of It's a good thing.
What it is
just it terrifies me. It honestly just terrifies me. Well, there's definitely some questions to see how the project plays out. There's this lofty promise that data centers are going to create thousands and thousands of jobs. Meantime, AI is destroying jobs elsewhere. And I feel like even you know, there's serious anxiety out there. People are scared. Even among the best engineers and technologists, people are scared. What do you?
Yeah, can you hear me? So, are you saying $68 for the operator fee? Six to $8? Says $6 to $8, right? Do you know? So 60 $68, right? So does that cover my phone, tablets, and watch still, or how does that work? Plus the 87, right? So the total is 155, correct? Okay, so yeah, I'm listening. I just want to make sure that I'm paying the right amount because the operator charge is $68, right? Yeah. It's 68 or $6 to $8. But you said that includes the whole other month, right? Wow, that's expensive, huh? So like say I pay the 87 and the operator fee, the $68, right? I still have to pay the monthly fee for July, right? Oh, no, no. Okay, okay. So I wanna do it. Okay, but but I just want to make it clear that I'm gonna pay July too, the month of July too, the phone bill for July. Yeah, but I can't pay the July bill too, because yeah, I want to pay this month the operator fee, and I want to pay July. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. 30th. Yeah. 30. Yeah. Thank you so much. On the 30th, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, that's everything, man. Thank you so much.
What does Gaza look like when you go in there? What are you seeing?
It feels as if you're sort of in the opening scenes of some sort of bizarre apocalyptic Hollywood zombie movie. But then you realize in the middle of all of this, utterly dystopian scenery, people are actually trying to live in and among the rubble. There's little children who aren't wearing shoes, who are lugging, gallons of water that are heavier than they are. There's this one horrible scene of a father who's trying to push his son in a wheelchair, and he just completely collapses from exhaustion. You have the elderly that are trying to follow along because they don't have any other means of transportation. And it is so hard to comprehend how people actually survive. And there's one thing for you that would do. Is the level of kindness and compassion and humanity that still exists in this community. It blows my mind because we work in the same centers over and over again. So the people there, they kind of they know me and they know me. And the welcome that I got, the oh my god, I'm so glad you're safe, which is fine because I've been on the outside. There's a little bit of kindness and everybody is so but I don't think the outside side really understands
So I think they should say, the reason I is that look, we put out that same Israeli officials decided that means voted for Hamas, they support Hamas, they celebrated after October 7th. What's your sense? Look at show.
Feels back.
Extreme.
I cannot recognize.
It's like you know what is the after but also remember that before October service. What?
Changed a lot of jobs. The whole way to away. Creating new nuance. This is like this is what happens. Yeah, every time you look at the history of the world, like it's for a long time. I think it's the world people have abstract ideas like it's
You said there was something really professional in the Western history than awarded him tonight. I assume by that you mean that even most historians have no idea what is going on.
Just be surrounding
It's very different when you see the chemistry, right? And we a lot of
second largest economy, the growing influence in global affairs. They want to know expertise you need rather seems more businesses and influential states in China. Massively China show weekdays around the world, right here on Fever, found it needed every day.
I want you to know your work.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Conrad in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Libert.
President Trump's tariffs and the increasing volatility of geopolitics have created potential challenges for the AI infrastructure and shaken up the race to dominate AI between the US and China. Uncertainty is bad for business. Instead of moving forward, how this could impact projects like Stargate. How much does the AI provide you depend? So the materials that are used to build this, a lot of this material actually tied up in aluminum, steel kinds of major manufacturers that could be impacting and raising construction semi-costs. Now on the chip side, that's a much bigger, higher cost for these companies, right? And that there's a lot more uncertainty. The most sophisticated chips are manufactured in Taiwan, Japan, to China, to be integrated into all of the electronics that are in. This is a really complex, totally international supply chain. And I think the takeaway for everyone is you cannot just break the international system and you cannot be a country that lives in autonomy. It's always going to happen. What does Stargate mean for the US-China tech race? I think it's one critical step in so many steps. When you look at the race that's on between the US and China, we're in a real race. The Chinese are giving us a run for their money. That doesn't mean we have to collaborate with the Chinese, but it certainly means we should be talking to them. But where you used to have some level of trust and some level of communication, now you have. And I worry that the tariffs, not directly but indirectly, now that we're in this position, there's this tension between us and China. Is this an opportunity to do it a different way, to build data centers differently? I think that's exactly right. This is an opportunity. What I would like to see is that more advanced manufacturing of the most sophisticated chips happens here. And I think TSMC is doing some of that. There's the CHIPS Act really helped. Also going back to Stargate, those data centers and all of the AI training and the AI inference shouldn't just be happening in the United States. It should be happening Iceland, Greenland, the Nordics that have lots of geothermal power should be a part of it. Europe should be a part of it. Japan, friends in Asia, Singapore. There's really an opportunity here to have a community of like-minded countries that are doing this together. Is President Trump alienating countries that would be allies in this endeavor? yes, some of our friends and allies feel like I hope ultimately that will. I think increasingly, the administration will understand how important our partners are and how much they add to us. And so I actually believe
about. Similarly, when you talk about what is the detective guys, it's the same
questions about where the use of AIs.
about.
The
Otherwise,
expense of building and running these data centers makes it tough to turn products in. OpenAI, for example, ran a $5 billion loss in 2024. And there's no guarantee that simply adding huge amounts of compute will make AI models reliable enough to be truly transformative. So, as solid and substantial as Stargate makes it, it's surrounded by uncertainty about how smart AI can get, which bets will pay off, and what kind of future it will create. The tech industry goes through booms and busts, and it goes through winters and springs. How long is this boom gonna last?
I think this boom has quite a bit of legs to it, and just sort of look at the long-term investments that the biggest companies invest. I think, even with things coming out of DeepSeek, I think that everybody's playing the decisions. We're staying in what's required for AI to scale. There's a lot of infrastructure. There's a big risk to underinvestment.
To discover a Stargate, a futuristic world that we could all travel. What's on our side?
It's actually transforms the future. I mean, no one knows, right? Do I think I could have said in 1905 and told you what we're about to discover in physics? And then 40 years later, they're like, I'm not doing it. Definitely not. I think I am way too self-aware of limitations to sit here and try to say I can tell you this is everyone.
That good? Yes.
Better in every way, but yeah.
Eventually, it looks like that they were advertising. They were doing this type of thing. It's flashing on some period. 12%. They have not created evidence that this can be done without impacting benefits. If anything, they're doing the opposite.
But since here's my two. When historians wrote about the challenges to immigration illegal agenda, they were thankful to rise of time, a church fully fledged spirit competitive to the United States. They like to know the return of Russia and what that makes for disrupting American security over in Europe. Familiar patterns on the rise and fall of world powers. To me, surprising is that these challenges, that's in the United America, has turned it on itself, with its government tearing down many of the crucial elements of America's extraordinary. Consider the Nature Index, perhaps the most comprehensive guide to high-quality research in the planet. It tracks contributions to the world's leading academic journals. It gives rankings show what scientists already know. China is reaching ahead. Of the top 10 academic institutions in the Nature Index, 9 are now Chinese. But still sitting in the topmost position on that list is an American institution, Harvard. And it is this university that Donald Trump is trying to destroy. The Trump administration's war on Harvard is bizarre in many ways. Claiming to be about fighting anti-Semitism, it is demanded that the university keep control over large parts of its academic affairs and handle the private by the students. The Trevor's saying why is it singled out Harvard for this retribution, and the problems they claim to be concerned about are not particularly egregious at Harvard. Which main reference to withdrawal of federal research funds at Harvard is directed at the parts of the university that have virtually nothing to do with the work beyond the competition. More than 90% of the research funds the government has credited to Harvard and for research in the life sciences, studying diseases, medicine, and other things. Denied funding for research will not affect peaceful protesting for Palestine.
The most exciting thing about our company is what's coming in the next 10 years. It happens in the innovation route
Here in the Silicon Valley, LA, and everything else. Obsession with diversity and marginalization, and the going to a state specific to home build. But it's worth noting that these are still the world's leaders in higher education when you consider teaching and research and the academic environment more broadly. It can be seen simply by the multiple applications that America's universities get in the private scene around the world. It would be
right after everybody in its efficiency. It was literally raised concern that maybe the future of AI was different. I guarantee you that if you look at portfolios that are private assets are going to worse as they equity market and the names, you keep the world that is recently in equity. And then you have public assets. If you see your public assets in AI, it's only down like 3%. You're thinking very, very deeply about what's happening
by more than 10% billion in this fiscal year, and was declared year in the country's leading university. I think we can be thanks to the House of Representatives. Many things are very bright universities, like Silicon Valley, and around some other non-profits, but it raises the tax rate massively on the most successful research institutions. In business, the winter will work and the spring will be. This seems like the and also continues to use the world's ability to grow its greatest team. Mainly on the time for the best of its billion population. The American has had its pick of the best of its world instantly.
As it happens, the states of innovation are going to open up.
Only
on
bringing in international students also benefits the economy as a whole, generating more than $30 billion and supporting nearly 380,000 jobs. For the latest from the these very students, putting their visa processes on hold, putting the speaking of their social media posts, and sending the signal generally that they're not welcome, they do them, and can be primarily terminated. We are ready for the result. Searches on the internet for American PhDs are down between 25 and 30%.
Control is recovery. The government in the heart of college sport has been this exploitation of players. Most of the U.S. states had public universities is the highest paid public employee in the state. I was shocked to learn that in this system, because hire their agents, they paid salaries that fit the record.
And then in just in living with origins matter less than our destination. In a competitive
time, I heard of a local region. I was talking to a in the Seattle area, mentioned casually that some of the boosters tied to the program had been asked to contribute for about $1 million. Offensive tackle graduated from high school, and I thought that was amazing. So I decided to start asking